Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Don't worry, boss. We will definitely do a good job. Go on then, attend to your own duties. Keep things quiet recently, don't stir up trouble, and kick some of those bad habits. Yes, boss, the members responded and all dispersed. Wu Heng also returned to his room and took off his mask. Quietly waiting. By noon, Bella was the first to fly back. Wu Heng, I've found the Minister of Political Affairs, a level 13 professional, a member of the Secret Cultivation Hall. Level 13 professional? In the gang's distribution, the Minister of Political Affairs gets 40% while the Supreme Commander only gets 30%. Only level 13? Let me see. Wu Heng said. Bella nodded, directly entering his body, and shared the recent vision she had. After the gang members had left. At midday, someone came to collect the money, and Bella followed them into a mansion. Inside the mansion, she saw a woman with graying long hair, wearing a pearl necklace, and dressed very lavishly. The money bag was handed to the woman, who put it away. Still sitting at the table, she twirled the gold ring representing the Secret Cultivation Hall in her hand. Bella was surprised to see the ring and flew straight back. The shared vision ended. Wu Heng released Bella. Glenda asked, is she from the Secret Cultivation Hall? Wearing the ring of the Secret Cultivation Hall and judging from her attire, she must be a member, Wu Heng said. Bella also said, she wears the ring normally, and the people in that mansion probably all know her identity. It seems the Secret Cultivation Hall is no longer content with just being merchants and has started occupying significant positions, Glenda mused. No surprise there, spending so much effort and financial support on the second prince, they're bound to occupy important positions, Wu Heng said. What agreement the Secret Cultivation Hall has with the second prince is not important to us, Glenda looked over femininely. Wu Heng, what will you do next? What else can we do, capture her and communicate with the dead? Wu Heng said. Glenda agreed. That's what I was thinking too. Dragging this on isn't good for us or Wen Mancha. Let's act tonight. Both Glenda and Bella nodded. At dusk, Zhao flew back in. Somewhat surprised, she said, Sister Bainey is back already? I thought I would be faster. I came back a bit faster because I made some discoveries, Bella said. Wu Heng looked towards Zhao. Did you find anything? No, another batch of money was taken by that level 14 commander, and now he's gone on a date with a woman. I came back first. Zhao was a bit embarrassed. Uncle, will this delay your plans? Watching her expression, Wu Heng smiled and said, no, Sister Bainey has brought back some intelligence, so we'll act tonight. Oh, thank goodness Sister Bainey is here, Zhao said, smiling again. Then let's get ready to move out tonight. Okay. The night fell heavily, shrouding the entire city. The patrol guard carrying torches passed by, and darkness engulfed the area again. Wu Heng stood in a pitch-dark alley, his feet on the muddy, foul-smelling debris, glancing occasionally at the distant mansion and the guards on the surrounding walls. Soon, the ghost returned. The man is dead, Bella said. Wu Heng nodded. I'll check the location and then teleport in. Bella dove into his body, sharing the visuals from inside the mansion. After confirming the location, the teleportation technique was cast, the array slowly formed, and the next second, he appeared in a dimly lit bedroom. He pulled open the curtain to look outside. The guard team was still on normal duty, apparently unaware of anything unusual. Bella also flew back from outside. Pointing at the bed, she said, the person is there. I asked Zhao to stay outside. Wu Heng looked towards the bed where two naked bodies lay, their necks twisted into spirals. An old woman and a young, sturdy man. Who's the other one? He asked. How would I know? They were together when I arrived, Bella replied. Wu Heng nodded, gathered the clothes around, and wrapped the bodies together with a blanket, stowing them into the space ring. With a snap of his fingers, he used the teleportation technique again to leave. The array appeared, and Wu Heng's figure returned to the gang's room in their base. Glenda was still sitting inside the room and asked, is it handled? A level 13 professional, not too difficult, Wu Heng said, taking out the two bodies. Glenda frowned at the naked bodies. Did you kill them midway? Was I supposed to wait for them to finish? Wu Heng continued, cover them with sheets, Zhao will be back soon. She's a ghost, she's going to be exposed to this sooner or later, Glenda said, covering the bodies with simple sheets. Give it a few more years, she's still young. You expect ghosts to grow up? Wu Heng didn't respond, Instead he took out the female Minister of Political Affairs' space ring and, after putting it on, started taking out the items inside. Jewelry, elixirs, scrolls, lots of gold and silver coins. Then came a secret cultivation hall ring, several letters, and a letter of appointment. He opened the letters one by one. They contained some plans being devised, including actions against London City and the Crown Prince. Corresponding with outsiders? Had he guessed wrong? Was the second prince really not in the city? He continued searching through the clothes on the floor. The minister's clothes had several defensive items, but given the circumstances, these had been tossed aside. At that moment, Bella and Zhao also flew back from outside. The bodies were loosely covered with sheets. Wu Heng immediately released Communicate with the Dead, and the bodies abruptly sat up. Wu Heng directly asked, "Where is the second prince?" The body answered, "The second prince, Your Highness, has been placed in a hidden location by the elders, I don't know where." The Minister of Political Affairs doesn't know? Wu Heng thought for a moment, then asked, "Is he in this city?" In the city. Chapter 808, Determining the Level 18 Professional. The second prince was still in the city. Wu Heng wanted to ask, if they said they didn't know where the second prince was, how could they be sure he was in the city? But the words came to his lips, and he swallowed them back. Why, it wasn't important, as long as he got this piece of news, that was enough. Wu Heng thought for a moment and continued to ask the third question, "Who are the masters you speak of?" The body fell silent and then said, "They include members of the secret cultivation hall and some high-level professionals gathered through various means." Wu Heng frowned and re-examined the body. The members of the secret cultivation hall had their own secrecy mechanism. If any related information was asked, it would cause the body to collapse and directly end the Wenchai state. This had been verified during several previous interactions. It now seemed that just mentioning the three words secret cultivation hall wouldn't touch upon the secrecy causing the collapse. He confirmed the body had no issues. Wu Heng changed the subject and continued to ask, "How many professionals above level 18 are there in the city?" The body answered, "I know of a total of 6. Damn, this city is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. 6 level 18 professionals, no wonder it has driven the Crown Prince to conspire with the evil cult. It's quite possible they could make a comeback to the royal city and replace the Crown Prince." There was one last question, he asked, "List the locations of these level 18 professionals." The body fell silent once more and then answered, "The commander is stationed in the commander mansion, the intelligence minister is in the building behind the city hall, 3 professionals are stationed in the prince mansion, and 1 person is following Clifford." This name, Clifford, referred to the second prince. It seems that the body didn't hold as much respect for this second prince as one would have imagined. With the 5 questions asked, the body lay back down. The Wenchai ended, and Glinda said, "It seems that this prince is not as simple as we thought." As they had pushed through London City, Wu Heng and the others all considered the second prince not very capable. If so many level 18s joined the battle, the tide of battle was very likely to turn. But it also showed that the Crown Prince had pushed him hard, so many level 18s in the city had to create a false prince mansion. "Yes, those who can compete for the throne are not simple," Wu Heng said. Following that, Glinda's gaze turned to another male body. "Are we going to question this one?" "Let's ask, the man is dead anyway." Wu Heng once again released Communicate with the Dead, and the body sat up. With a total of 5 questions, Wu Heng rapidly posed them once again. The identity of the body was that of an official under the Minister of Political Affairs, who after being promoted, had to make time in the evenings to accompany the other. Sounded like the ancient version of the unspoken rules of the workplace. As for the secrets of the city, or the second prince's location and some information on high-level professionals, there wasn't much intelligence to be had. He was an innocent victim dragged into this affair. Both bodies were now fully questioned. Wu Heng carefully wrapped up the bodies again and sat back down in the chair. Glinda asked, "What's the plan now?" Bella and Zhao also looked over. Wu Heng pondered for a moment and said, "It's not without gains, at least we know the identities and locations of these level 18 professionals." Glinda looked at him, "Are you planning to strike at these level 18s first?" "If the opportunity arises, we can try," Wu Heng said. Whether to take action and eliminate a few high-level professionals was still a matter of timing. Actually, an attack on the Prince Mansion could provide good cover. If he took action, it was very possible it would be blamed on those people, and not tied to London City or himself. "It will be difficult for you to come into contact with those people in the identity you're currently playing," Glinda continued. "Don't rush, let's take it slow." Splash splash. While they were talking, the sound of dense footsteps and weapons clashing came from outside the door. Their conversation abruptly stopped. Zhao flew straight through the wall to take a look, then hurriedly flew back in. "Uncle, the city guard is here, there are a lot of them." "The guard team coming here at this time?" Had they blown their cover? That shouldn't be the case, not to mention they had been secretive. Even if there was an investigation, it's implausible they could have been found so quickly. After gathering up the minister's belongings in the room, he spoke softly, "Get ready, if there's any trouble, we'll just fight our way out." "Okay, Uncle," Zhao said. Bella and Glenda also nodded in agreement. Bang bang bang. The sound of violent knocking on the courtyard gate began. Glenda, controlling the possessed body, went over and opened the door a crack, only to see a large group of fully armed guards outside. Before they could ask, the guard captain said, "The commander has issued an order for the Kaifeng gang to convene immediately to assist in the search for the fugitive. Meet at the alleyway without delay." Glenda immediately said, "We'll gather our people right away." The guards left directly, and the courtyard gate was closed again. In the courtyard, Wu Hang also heaved a sigh of relief, not because they had found themselves, but because the Kaifeng gang was going to cooperate with the search. "Bella, go out and see if there's any news. Glenda, go and call the gang members. Zhao, follow me," Wu Hang said quickly. Bella nodded and flew out directly. Glenda then said, "I only know the residences of 2 people. Then have those 2 go and find others." "Okay." Glenda also opened the door and walked out. Wu Hang stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at the noisy street outside the alley. "Uncle, is it that the minister has been discovered missing?" Zhao perched on his shoulder. "Possibly, but it seems too soon," Wu Hang said. "They definitely don't have a great detective, they won't find this place." Wu Hang whispered, "The Great Detective is a story we copied." "Ah, right, I forgot about that." At this time, gang members kept arriving, and Zhao stopped talking, floating in the air to observe the situation. The number of gang members grew, filling the entire alley. Wu Hang briefly said a few words, then led all the members out of the alley, joining the guard team. Divided into several groups, carrying torches, they searched house to house in the area under their jurisdiction together with the guards. The line of torches stretched long. The residential area was filled with noise and chaos. Wu Hang stood at the back of the column, shouting along from time to time to feel more involved. At that moment, Bella flew back from behind and whispered in his ear, "It's because the Minister of Political Affairs disappeared." Wu Hang took 2 steps back and asked in a low voice, "How was it discovered?" "I heard the steward went to tell that man to leave, entered the bedroom, and found that both were gone. When they couldn't find them, they notified the guard to search the whole city," Bella replied. "Is that what the steward said?" Bella said, "With people missing, I guess he said whatever came to mind." That made sense. With the disappearance, the steward must have been interrogated too. If he had said nothing, he could have been suspected as a criminal. This was rather timely. They had thought it wouldn't be discovered until at least tomorrow morning. "Did they say anything else?" Wu Hang continued to ask. Bella said, "They all suspect it was done by the people who attacked the Prince Mansion last time. They're just searching around and don't think they'll really find any clues." "Is the entire city searching?" "They are searching, and there are torches lit in other districts as well." Wu Hang nodded, indicating he understood. Meaning, the guards thought it was done by those who previously attacked the Prince Mansion, as going into a minister's mansion and taking someone away without a trace wasn't something ordinary people could do. The massive search operation was just a cursory one. If they really found those people, the guards couldn't stop them. The search continued. The sky gradually brightened, and the guards began to order a retreat. A group of gang members also gathered sloppily, listening to the guards' lecture. After the guards finished, the captain who had informed him approached and said, "You can disband now. The market's order still needs to be maintained, you should know what to do." "I know," Wu Hang said. The captain glanced over here, then turned and left. After he was far away, the cursing of the gang members came from behind. "Damn, they go back to rest, and we still have to work. These bastards really think they're something. Forget it, other gangs have been conscripted to the front lines, we just do some work in the city. That's what we paid for, what do you think the money sent over was for?" Wu Hang listened to the discussion behind him. He clapped his hands and said, "Don't bring trouble upon yourselves, with last night's commotion, there won't be many people today. Just go through the motions, then go back to sleep." The crowd cheered, "Got it, boss." "Alright, that's it, disperse." The members chatted and scattered, preparing for the market later. After giving instructions, Wu Hang also headed towards the gang's headquarters. He hadn't walked far when he saw a carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley to the headquarters, with 2 guards standing by the carriage. Wu Hang paused in his steps, his brow furrowing. He tilted his head slightly to signal, and a ghost immediately flew out to scout the situation. "Kaifeng gang leader, right? The commander is waiting for you inside, go on in," one of the guards said coldly. Wu Hang nodded and headed straight in. During the process, Bella returned, and the shared view of inside the building entered his mind. In the hall, 6 of the commander's trusted aides sat, all around level 12. This level of guard detail was usually adequate for a steward at the local level. In the bedroom, an 18-level burly man dressed in iron armor was casually browsing through the room's items. An 18-level commander. Chapter 809, you guessed right, didn't you? He hadn't gone looking for him, yet he came looking first. He released Bella and walked straight in. Inside the hall were 6 guards dressed in standard attire with long swords hanging from their waists, all eyes turning to Wu Heng as he entered, casting a deadly tension throughout the room. "Excuse me, gentlemen, what is this?" Wu Heng asked cautiously. Then, a low voice came from inside the room, "Sid. Come in here." Sid was the gang leader's name. Wu Heng gestured for Glenda to stay outside, while he himself opened the door and went in. Weak sunlight filtered through the half-open window, illuminating the figure of a burly man clad in commander armor, sitting at a desk, staring at him coldly. "Sid. Last night the Minister of Political Affairs disappeared, and coincidentally it was when you were delivering money. Your Kaifeng gang seems rather suspicious," the other man's voice boomed like a bell, echoing in the room. Wu Heng frowned, his gaze turning doubtful as he looked at the man. The commander didn't wait for him to speak and continued, "The minister siphoned off 40% of the profits each time. Could it be that you harbored dissatisfaction and therefore colluded with London City's assassins?" So that was his angle. He hadn't suspected Wu Heng at all but wanted more profits from the street. Framing this matter on him was a threat. The minister, level 13, took 40%, while he, level 18, took 30%. Now, with the minister gone, he was surely looking to adjust these figures. "Commander, you guess quite well indeed." No sooner had he spoken than Wu Heng took swift action, a lightning bolt spell, turning into a silvery white electric python, exploding with a bang against the man's chest. The incident was sudden, and the commander's body was instantaneously struck, flying backward and crashing to the ground. Wu Heng reached inside his jacket, put on the space ring, and pulled out a rifle. The commander scrambled up from the ground and roared angrily, to see a strange iron tube aimed his way. Bang! The bullet, enhanced with summon arrow rain, shot out like buckshot from a shotgun. Once again, the commander was sent flying backward, his armor pockmarked with bullet holes, and where the iron hadn't protected him, blood splattered from his wounds. Wu Heng continued firing, the bullets rattling off. At the same time, he activated Mansion Skill, and Kai Zayu along with Shan Shan rushed out, pouncing on the fallen figure. Back at the hall. As soon as the sounds of combat erupted, the guards outside immediately sprang into action. In a flash, appearing ghost-like in front of the gang member possessed by Glenda, they thrust their long swords through the body. To the other guards watching, the pierced gang member showed no sign of pain or struggle. His expression remained indifferent as they looked on, and only viscous blood flowed from the wound. The guards spared no further thought, withdrew their swords, and were about to head inside when suddenly their steps halted. Crack! 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 One after another, sounds of bone grinding echoed as their necks were snapped, their faces frozen in horror as they fell to the ground. "There are 2 more outside," Bella said. Glenda shook her head. "Zhao, stay here. Bella and I will go help your uncle." "Okay." Inside the bedroom, 2 ghosts flew in, to see Wu Heng already starting to dress in the other man's clothes. "Is it over?" inquired Glenda. Wu Heng nodded. "It's over." "Did anyone escape outside?" "Everyone in the hall is dead too, but the gunshots were loud, the guards outside must have heard," said Glenda. Wu Heng took off the mask from the corpse and put it on his own face. "Drag the bodies at the door inside the room." Kai Zayu and Shan Shan began to move the bodies, dragging them all into an inside room. "Uncle, the 2 guards are coming." The courtyard door was smashed open, 2 guards with weapons looked their way. Just as they stepped into the room, their footsteps halted. "Commander. Are you all right?" Wu Heng stood in the hall, glanced at the 2 of them, and said, "Stay outside, no one is allowed to come in." "Yes." The 2 glanced around the courtyard but didn't notice anything amiss. They then closed the courtyard door and stood guard outside. "They didn't discover anything, and they're still standing guard outside," Zhao said. Wu Heng nodded, returned to the room, opened the Mansion Skill, and dragged in all the corpses. The girl imprisoned inside the Mansion Skill curled up in the corner once again. She watched in terror as body after body was thrown in. The guard team of Hueco Kingdom. Judging by their equipment, they were not just ordinary guards. She simply closed her eyes and buried her head between her knees. Wu Heng then walked into the Mansion Skill, gazed at the body of the level 18 commander, and released the revival technique. The icy corpse began to cough violently. Mouthfuls of bloody froth spewed out. The life extension technique sustained his life while the skeleton stuffed healing pills into him. The commander vomited blood while widening his eyes in fearful suspicion, looking at him. Everything had happened too fast. He, at level 18, had been killed just like that. Wu Heng said, "Don't die, you're still useful to me." "You're not Sid." Through the blood froth, he spat out those words. Wu Heng looked at him and said, "Didn't you guess it earlier? You, from London City." The lie he had made up on the spot, and he couldn't believe he had encountered the real deal. Damn it. After a few pills were fed to him, he showed signs of slight improvement. With a thought from Wu Heng, heavy shackles appeared out of nowhere, securely locking the other man in place. Then, he ordered the skeleton, "Watch him. If he makes any moves, break his limbs." Kai Xiu and Shanshan stepped forward, staring at the commander in the center. Wu Heng walked out and closed the mansion skill. He left the gang's mansion. The two guards at the gate immediately saluted. "Commander, sir." "It's okay, let's head back," Wu Heng said, heading out. One of the guards glanced into the building. Wu Heng said, "They're staying behind to deal with things, we'll go back first." "Yes, sir." The guard didn't ask further, as some things were not their place to inquire about. Together, they left the alley, with Wu Heng boarding a carriage. The other two escorted the carriage, departing straight away. Returning to the commander's mansion, Wu Heng walked in with impressive ease. The soldiers along the way all saluted him. Entering the commander's room, Wu Heng took his seat on the chair again. The room's door closed. The entire room fell into silence again. Glenda appeared and said, "This identity of yours might not last much longer." Wu Heng pondered for a moment. He felt it really wouldn't last long. With several trusted aides disappearing, a simple investigation would cast suspicion on him. And he couldn't withstand thorough interrogation, as he didn't know the habits and memories of this commander. If it can't last, then find a way to kill another one. "That intelligence minister?" asked Glenda. "Sure, I'll listen to you." Chapter 810, Collecting Hobbies. The intelligence minister Blaze. Both the Wenshai and intelligence reports have mentioned this person. Since my current disguise won't last much longer, I might as well deal with him before being exposed. Moreover, from certain indications, it's highly likely that this Blaze, the intelligence minister, is also an aide hired by the second prince. But for now, it's uncertain whether he's a member of the secret cultivation hall or a strong individual from some other organization. Wu Heng shouted toward the door, "Someone come here." The door opened, and the guard standing outside walked in. "My lord." "Summon intelligence minister Blaze to come here," Wu Heng said directly. The guard, standing at the door, hesitated to ask, "Should I summon him directly?" It sounded as if he, the commander, might not have enough clout to summon the other party. Wu Heng instructed, "Tell him I have a lead on the disappearance of the Minister of Political Affairs and ask him to come over to discuss and join in the arrest of the culprit." "Yes." The guard closed the door and left promptly. Listening to footsteps heading downstairs, Wu Heng continued speaking to the person beside him, "Bella, follow him and see where the intelligence minister is and what he looks like." "Okay." Bella agreed and flew out to follow. In the room, once again, only one person with two ghosts remained. Zhao said, "Uncle, are you planning to ambush him here?" "How about it? As soon as he walks in, we'll shut the door and let the dog out," Wu Heng said with a chuckle. "Who's going to be the dog?" Glenda asked. "Uncle will be." "I misspoke, shut the door to beat the dog." Thud, thud, thud. There was a knock on the door. "My lord, breakfast is ready." Wu Heng motioned for the ghosts to be silent, then said, "Bring it in." The door opened, and an attendant came in carrying breakfast. The commander's life seemed pretty good. What was brought in was enough to feed a whole family on Gold and Silver Island. The breakfast plate was placed on a wooden table to the side, and the attendant had no intention of leaving, standing there properly. Wu Heng ordered, "You can leave for now, someone else is coming." "Yes, my lord." The attendant bowed once more and left the room, closing the door. After the door closed, Piao flew over to take a glance. "Wow, he can really eat a lot." This is how nobility lives. Extravagance and waste are viewed by them as means to showcase status and wealth, Glenda said. "You know about these things?" "I've read about them in some scholars' travelogues," Glenda replied. Wu Heng glanced at the breakfast, but didn't eat anything in case there was any issue. He took some food out to make it look eaten and had the attendant take it all away. Wu Heng then instructed, "Search around, see if there are any good things." "Okay." The two ghosts scattered and began searching around. Outside the city, in the forest, a gray mist formed into a cheetah, moving swiftly between trees, stopping in front of an abandoned hunter's cabin and transforming into a seductive, enchanting woman. Slender fingers donning a hood. She pushed open the cabin door and walked in directly. Inside the cabin, the other few shadows, either squatting or sitting, all turned to look at the doorway. Viola, You're the last one, someone inside spoke. Viola closed the wooden door, plunging the room back into darkness. I came as fast as I could. Let's hear it. What's the matter? No one pursued the issue of being early or late. A person near the door said, last night, the guard team did a citywide search. Does anyone know why? An old man holding a wooden staff inside spoke. I received intelligence that a minister of political affairs disappeared in the city, which led to the citywide investigation. Minister of political affairs? The rest, who had not received any intelligence, furrowed their brows. One person said, I know a bit about this minister of political affairs. An old woman who passed the trials of the secret cultivation hall, inheriting her husband's legacy, and a member of the hall itself. Was it one of our people who did it? The person guarding the door looked inside. Disappearance. The greatest likelihood was that the person had been killed and the body taken away in a space ring. The rest exchanged glances, looking at each other with suspicion. No one confessed, plunging the scene back into silence. They had came to kill the second prince and important officials. If it had been them, there was no need to hide anything. So it wasn't our doing? Another person said, but the city has already pinned this incident on us. Are there others in the city acting independently? Besides us, the likeliest are those from London City. Didn't the second prince arrange assassins to kill the female city lord? It might well be their arranged retaliation. That's very possible. Should we perhaps collaborate with this person? We still don't understand their motives. It's also possible it's an internal power struggle that got the person killed. The person at the door said, you're giving London City too much credit. Their main fighting force is the skeleton army. They wouldn't have high-level professionals carrying out assassinations. That makes sense. I've heard that place is quite backward and impoverished. It seems likely, then, that someone else is behind this. At that moment, Viola's voice rang out. As far as I know, that gold and silver island master has been rising swiftly. The rest turned to look at her. Are you suggesting that the island master came here? I heard he's just at level 15. What, do you have some intelligence on him? Viola spoke calmly. The kid has some smarts and has made some money. Who knows, maybe he hired someone to come over. That's possible. The man by the door responded. The others looked at each other, their eyes reflecting little belief. Gold and Silver Island was too far from here. And who would accept a contract at this time to get involved in such matters? As for the Gold and Silver Island master himself, that was even more unlikely. They believed he might achieve something significant in the future, but to say he could infiltrate a city they themselves found difficult to enter, and kill an important minister, seemed too far-fetched. Seeing no one else speaking, the man at the door continued, that's the situation. Let's keep our eyes peeled for more information and also keep track of this assassin. Everyone nodded, then left in their own directions. Commander's mansion. Uncle, there's a room inside, full of treasures. Zhao returned, saying with some surprise. Grandaise followed closely behind, laughing as she said, there's a room inside that must be the commander's collection room. He's not the second prince, right? Zhao continued. The age and appearance don't match, and how could the second prince stoop to collecting gang money? Wu Hang commented, then added, the collection room? Could he have more money than me? This way. Zhao led the way, guiding him to a fireplace on one side of the interior room. Behind this is it. Upon closer inspection, one could find the hidden keyhole in the wall. Wu Hang took out the commander's space ring, found a key inside, tried it briefly, and with a click, the secret door opened. Beyond the door lay a space of over 50 square meters. 4 illuminating stone chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a dim light, yet bright enough to illuminate the room. On the walls, hung a variety of weapons. There were beautifully carved short swords encrusted with gems, a multitude of types, at which Wu Hang glanced. He also spotted several expensive magic long swords. Uncle, are these worth a lot? Zhao followed by his side, looking at the various weapons on the wall and asking. They'd be quite valuable if put outside. Do they have as much money as our family? Can they even compare to us? Wu Hang said offhandedly. He. Zhao chuckled. Grandaise merely rolled her eyes at the two of them. Wu Hang continued to look as he walked, his gaze landing on a weapon, his eyes suddenly intensifying. Fire Kylan Evil Sword, special item. Chapter 811, Dragon arrives at the fortress Evil Sword. This person had collected an evil sword. Fire Kylan Evil Sword, special item, effect, fire attribute damage. Homogenization of the body, increased fire resistance, side effect, enchantment of the mind. Description, an evil sword born from the fire attributes reverse scales, endowing its wielder with great power, but gradually causing them to lose their mind, an evil sword with fire attributes. The effects included increased fire attribute damage, body homogenization, and enhanced fire resistance. This reminded him of the evil sword White Phoenix held by Xiligui, the steward of Gold and Silver Island. Its effect was ice attribute damage, and when used, wings would grow behind the user. It seemed the difference was that the weapon was only effective for individuals with elf lineage, whereas this one had no such specific requirements. He looked back at the evil sword on the wall. The side effect was the enchantment of the mind. This seemed like it might be a good choice for a skeleton to use, as skeletons fought without fear, anger, or many other emotions, which should mean there wasn't much mind to influence. "What's up? Is this sword a good find?" Glenda asked. Zhao also flew back, continuing to look at the long sword on the wall. "An evil sword, named Fire Kylan, that provides fire attributes." "Wow. An unexpected gain," Glenda said with a laugh. "Indeed." Wu Hang glanced over the rest of the weapons and then collected them all into his space ring. He returned to the outside room. Wu Hang continued to check everything inside the Commander Mansion's space ring. The commander's weapon, called Lee Mountain, was a heavy sword and itself a magical weapon, having the effect of increasing weight with each swing. The armor increased defense and restored vitality, a magical prop. There were also boots that increased movement speed, a helmet that kept the mind clear, and a horn that boosted soldiers' courage. Various effects magical props were all put into the space ring. There were also scrolls and various elixirs. Everything piled up on the table. "This guy. Is he a hoarder?" "So much stuff," Glenda said, surprised. "He probably likes to keep things," Wu Hang said as he sifted through a pile of odds and ends, pulling out several documents and started reading. They were property deeds and assets in the city and other cities. He was indeed a major player. Phew. At that moment, Bella hurriedly flew back inside, saying, "Wu Hang. The intelligence minister has arrived, his carriage is at the door, and his profession seems to be a thief." Indeed, he had come. If he hadn't agreed to come, Wu Hang would have considered going to find him. "How many people did he bring?" "Could be more than 20 people," Bella replied. Wu Hang nodded and said, "All right, let's set it up, we'll kill him here." "How do we do it?" "Once we start fighting, everyone outside will storm in," Glenda said. Wu Hang casually activated Mansion skill, allowing Kai Xiu and Shanshan to walk straight out. He handed the corpse wrap to Kai Xiu and said, "Kai Xiu, stay invisible at the door, Shanshan go into the interior room. Later, I'll draw him into the hidden chamber inside, we'll swiftly kill him." Kai Xiu draped himself with the corpse wrap, instantly disappearing from sight. Then he hid in a corner by the door. As high-level professionals, even if their eyes could not see, their perception could still detect anomalies, and even when invisible, they needed to maintain some distance. Then, footsteps were heard outside. Followed by a knock. "Commander Mansion Lord Blaze has arrived." "Let him in, everyone else wait outside." The door opened, and a man in a purple brocade robe walked in. His silhouette hinted at an underlying armor. His brown hair was pulled back, his skin pale, and his eyebrows thin and upward slanting, with not a trace of stubble. He walked in with a cold expression, his eyes sizing up Wu Hang several times. "You have some intelligence to report, speak now." Blaze's voice carried a sly softness. Wu Hang said, "I've pieced together a complete lead, it's related to the Kaifeng Gang in the eastern district of the city." "The Kaifeng Gang? Don't they give you money every week?" Wu Hang ignored his question and continued, "The Kaifeng Gang recruited a new member who went to the Commander Mansion with the money delivery team yesterday. You should know, a portion of the money is delivered to the Minister of Political Affairs. Since you found out, why not arrest him?" Blaze still eyeing him. "What's the use of capturing one man? I need your cooperation to catch the rest, or at least ascertain their identities," Wu Hang stated, staring at him. "When did your city defense team become adept at these maneuvers?" Blaze squinted and retorted. "They pose a threat to everyone in the city, don't you think it's better to catch them sooner? Tell me, what's your plan?" Wu Hang stood up and walked inside. "Follow me, I have organized a detailed network here, which involves some officials of the city, so I need your help." Blaze hesitated for a moment but then got up and followed. Wu Hang walked to the door of the secret room, took out a key to open it, and stepped inside first, saying, "The city has been severely infiltrated." Blaze stood at the doorway, staring into the sealed room, with no intention of entering. "What you said?" Suddenly, as if his body was not under his control, he stumbled and entered the compartment. The door closed. In the dim room, two figures stood in front looking straight at him. "Shanshan, take him down." Buzz. A sound like flapping wings rang out, and in the next second, a figure from the opposite side rushed over like lightning. Blaze's face drastically changed. He tried to dodge, but his body suddenly stiffened. "It's over." Bang. He felt his body forcefully knocked to the ground. In panic, he reached for the short sword at his waist, but the opponent's fist, like a giant hammer under a wheel, smashed into his chest. Wu Heng stood behind him, a magic wand with a white spinal column in his hand. Disease ray spell, weakening ray spell, grave injury spell, all shot out simultaneously, entering the opponent's body. Blaze's eyes widened in disbelief. A high-level melee professional. Necromancer. How could it be here? Why would it be the commander? Damn it. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. Damn, this guy's level isn't lower than mine. Bang. One final punch broke his neck. The room returned to silence. Bella flew in from outside. It's fine, everyone is sitting in the rest area in the main hall, no one noticed what happened here. That's good, fewer troubles. Wu Heng activated the mansion skill, dragging the body inside. The imprisoned commander's eyes widened, watching as the intelligence minister was dragged in. Wu Heng released revival technique, reviving the person, and continued using life extension technique to maintain the individual's vital signs. After feeding 2 pills, he locked him in a cage. He then walked out himself. The skeleton was also retracted back into the mansion skill. Transforming back into the guise of the intelligence minister, he left the room. Swoosh. The guards waiting at the door all stood up. Wu Heng said, "Let's go, let's head back." After saying that, he led everyone downstairs, boarded the carriage, and slowly left. In Seaturd Fortress, inside the commander mansion. When Mangekyō sat in the room, soothing the baby in her arms. The door knocked, and the steward Harut entered with a stern face. "Madam, some people from the Snake Badge Consortium have arrived outside." Snake Badge Consortium? When Mangekyō frowned. "Yes, they have the consortium's proof, and the guard team let them enter the city without any conflict," Harut said. "Which people, do you know?" Harut hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. "Madam, the leader looks somewhat like the hero the master mentioned, but I can't be sure." "The hero of the Snake Badge Consortium? Dragon?" Chapter 812, Ghosts in the City? When Mangekyō's expression turned ugly, revealing suspicion and fear. They had listened to Wu Heng recounting his experiences in Netali City, including his encounters with the heroes from the Snake Badge Consortium. It was then that they had realized the leader behind the Snake Badge Consortium was a hero. A hero recognized as the strongest by the association itself. In a place like London City, ordinary heroes were regarded as divine beings. Let alone this person. But why did he appear here? Wasn't he supposed to be in Netali City? Why? An overwhelming pressure, far exceeding that of the Hueco kingdom, enveloped her whole body. When Mangekyō rose to contact Wu Heng, took 2 steps forward, then stopped in her tracks. She asked, "What did they say after entering the city?" Harut replied, "The guard team didn't know their identity. They just followed your orders to not interfere with the association and the consortium's people and let them in directly." "How many people came?" "There were 6 people who entered the city," Harut said. "Madam, the train to London City is departing at noon. You could take the lady back to take a look at London City. It has been a while since your last visit." This was suggesting that she should go back to avoid them. Even if that strongest hero truly posed a danger, as long as she left this place, there would be time to contact Wu Heng. When Mangekyō stood still for a moment and then sat back down, saying, "Go prepare some gifts. You can represent London City and visit them, I'll contact the master." "Madam, you should go to the station first." Harut still insisted. "It's okay. They probably don't have malicious intentions. Our overreaction could rather cause their displeasure," when Mangekyō stated firmly. Within the entire fortress, except for Harut, no one knew when Mangekyō was here. Moving herself could easily draw their attention. "Madam, what should I prepare?" Harut asked. "Choose from the gifts brought by the master, especially the watches and pens. Don't take out the elixirs," when Mangekyō instructed softly. "I understand," Harut nodded, then turned and left the room. When Mangekyō glanced at the child, then walked sternly towards the room with the radio. Local Snake Badge Consortium building. Inside a luxuriously decorated room. The hero dragon sat on a love seat, where the ample seating appeared unusually narrow and cramped. After taking a sip from the beverage handed to him, the room door opened, and a middle-aged man in a deep blue suit swiftly entered and knelt on one knee, his head slightly bowed. "Seaturd Fortress Officer Raymond at your service, my leader." Dragon glanced at him, his voice deep yet commanding. "Tell me about the situation here." The local officer, still bowing, spoke softly. 2 months ago, the London City Army broke through the fortress overnight. The person in charge of the management here is the city lord steward named Harut, who has been oppressing the city's residents successively. Currently, all shops are operating normally and all taxes have been waived. Dragon slightly raised his eyebrows, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. The city was taken overnight? Upon mentioning this, The middle-aged man's voice turned exceptionally serious. The city was taken suddenly. The north wall completely collapsed and has not yet been fully repaired. Dragon nodded, lost in thought. Destroying an entire city wall implied the use of some powerful force. He continued asking, what about their attitude towards the consortium? Our treatment has been friendly. Moreover, after their occupation, a building was allocated in the central district for the consortium, his subordinate reported earnestly. The Hueco kingdom did not officially recognize the Snake Badge Consortium, and while it still existed within the kingdom, it was only in the form of ghost markets and underground markets. Having such a building in the city was a post-occupation development by London City. Dragon nodded, picked up his glass, and took another sip. At that moment, a knocking sounded from the door. A subordinate hurriedly entered, bowed respectfully, and said, "My leader, a steward named Harut heard that the core members of the consortium had arrived and has specially sent some gifts." "Oh? Bring them to me to see," Dragon said with curiosity. A brocade box was brought forward, opened to reveal shiny and exquisite watches and pens. Watches, pens. Truly, products from the territory of Gold and Silver Island. Tell her that the gifts are accepted and that we are only passing through. Yes. The subordinate left quickly. Dragon then took out a watch and examined it closely. Unexpectedly, he had obtained a best-selling product from Gold and Silver Island in this manner. Squeak. The carriage slowly stopped in front of the building. Wu Hang stepped down from the carriage and using the route Bella had tracked, returned to the intelligence minister's study. As the door closed, he slightly relaxed. He said, "Bella, keep an eye on events outside. Inform me immediately of any military movements. Zhao and Glenda, search around here to see if there are any hidden rooms." "All right." The three ghosts immediately dispersed into action. Wu Hang then opened each drawer and bookshelf, taking out all the documents inside. Indeed, as the intelligence minister, he had recorded all kinds of archival information. He returned to the desk and started to look over the documents one by one. Before long, Zhao and Glenda also flew back one after the other. Regrettably, they said, "Uncle, we couldn't find any secret room. He seems quite poor." Glenda laughed and said, "Level 18, how could he be poor? This place is probably just his office, the good stuff might be at his house." "Should we go check his house then?" Zhao suggested. "Forget it, we don't have that much time," Wu Hang said while handing some documents to Glenda. "You take a look too, see if you can find the location of the second prince." "Okay." Glenda flew over and started to look at the documents. Time passed by slowly. One person and one ghost had looked through quite a number of documents, while Zhao collected some seemingly valuable decorations around, planning to take them when leaving. At that moment, Bella flew back from outside, her tone urgent. "Wu Hang, the army is heading this way, they have already ordered to kill you on sight." It seemed that they had been exposed. Disguising himself as the intelligence minister left no one at the commander's office. By combining this with the previous disappearance of the Minister of Political Affairs, one could roughly deduce the whole situation. Glenda said, "Being surrounded by the army is still somewhat dangerous." The other two ghosts also turned their heads to look. Wu Hang said, "Let's leave first, catching 2 level 18s is already a big gain." Saying this, he collected Zhao's gathered items and all the documents into the space ring. The noise outside the window grew closer. His appearance changed, and with the teleportation technique, he disappeared in the next second. He reappeared. It was in a dark alley, surrounded by the household trash of those living opposite, swarms of flies, the stench of urine filling the air. Outside the alley, there was a large gathering of people, talking and converging towards the distance. Wu Hang said to the approaching ghosts, "Zhao, follow me. Glenda and Bella, keep an eye on the city's movements." With 2 level 18s lost in the city, the second prince might change locations. Zhao stayed close by, while the other two ghosts flew into the sky to observe changes in the entire city. Wu Hang walked out of the alley and merged with the noisy crowd, heading back to the intelligence minister's office building. Watching a large group of guards rushing in, a commotion ensued. What's going on now? How come they are arresting their own people? Who knows? Since that second prince came, the city has never been quiet. Is it possible that these people have been hiding here and were only discovered today? That's also possible. Let's see who gets brought out. The crowd speculated, guessing who the guard team was arresting with such a large operation. Then, the guard team began dispersing the onlookers. Different area patrol teams regrouped and set off, starting to search every house. Wu Hang gradually moved away from there. He teleported back to areas the patrol had already searched and stepped out of a small alley. "Uncle, where will you stay tonight?" Zhao asked. It was already dusk, and they needed to find a place to spend the night. They couldn't really spend the night on the streets like vagrants. Wu Hang continued walking down the street, His eyes landed on the inn he had stayed at before. The inn was already closed. Zhao, go check the private rooms in the inn, Wu Hang said. Okay. Zhao nodded and flew up directly. Shortly after, he returned from above. Uncle, the private rooms are all empty. Let me check the position. Zhao dove into his body. Wu Hang confirmed the position, then walked into a dimly lit corner and used the teleportation technique. His figure disappeared in the array and appeared in a room of the private area. Central District, a somewhat gloomy room. Dressed in a luxurious purple robe, the second prince stood in front of the round table in the room, his hands supporting the tabletop, his knuckles slightly white from the strain. On the table, there was a newly delivered report documenting the information of the missing officials. Silently, 3 people gone, 2 of them level 18s, are there ghosts in this city now? The second prince's voice trembled with anger. The people gathered below also wore faces of seriousness and concern. Level 18s disappearing mysteriously, it's uncertain who among those present could be next. One of the elders, dressed in a brocade robe, stroked his beard and said, Your Highness, the guard team has already searched the whole city, maybe they found some clues. The second prince narrowed his eyes. What else is left to search? It's just the same people as before. The main thing is what method they used. Chapter 813. How much longer must you hide, Your Highness? There is no need to panic, another person spoke. Their goal is to force us to make a mistake in our haste. The second prince fixed his gaze on the speaker and asked in a stern voice, always telling me not to worry, but how much longer must I hide here? Like a rat. The people below remained calm in the face of the second prince's anger. They didn't even seem as tense as when the official had disappeared. The elder who had spoken first once again said calmly, This is just a temporary endurance. Once the city lord of London City is dead and we have taken over there, we can snatch back everything we've lost and restore you to the throne. The others joined in one after another, echoing similar sentiments. The second prince took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across their faces. I understand this, and I won't ruin the original plan, but what now? Shall we just let them keep killing the city's officials? A tall, lean man stood up and said, Your Highness, I believe we can set a trap to draw them out. The second prince looked at him. What's your idea? The thieves ultimately want you, Your Highness. Why don't we let out a body double and expose them? Once the murderer shows up, we'll kill him, said the tall man. We've already used traps before at the mansion. They won't fall for it so easily, the second prince replied. No. Even if they suspect it, they need to confirm whether the body double is real or not. They will definitely take action, the man insisted confidently. The others nodded in agreement, suggesting that they could try this method. The second prince straightened, his eyes scanning everyone, and said, Then let's prepare according to this plan. Deploy the elite forces throughout the city, and what about London City? It's been days without any news. Send someone to investigate? Yes, everyone nodded and then stood up and left. The second prince watched everyone leave and then walked towards the rear residential area. Inside a decrepit dwelling, the plaster on the walls was patchy and peeling, and the wooden table in the corner was covered in scratches. 2 men dressed like patrolling guards sat around the table, legs crossed, chatting. Slacking off here, hope we don't get into trouble. Just going through the motions. With the commander and the intelligence minister gone, if we actually find something, we'd be asking for death. How high level are these people anyway, to make the commander disappear without a trace like that? Could it be a hero? If it were a hero, they wouldn't sneak around killing people, they'd come out in the open. Just be careful later and go through the motion of searching, no need to overdo it. As they talked, the sound of troops assembling came from outside. The 2 men looked at each other, hung their long swords back on, and walked straight out the door. Once the sound of the troops had faded, from the shadows in the corner, a wisp of smoke slowly drifted out and condensed into a curvaceous woman. She leaned against the window, frowning deeply as she watched the guard team search house by house in the distance. The city's commander and the intelligence minister had disappeared as well? Who exactly is in the city? She was certain it wasn't one of their own. They'd had a meeting in the morning, speculating who had killed the Minister of Political Affairs, and in the afternoon, 2 more had gone missing, both high-level professionals. Their adversary was even more formidable than they had anticipated. Hope it's not that kid's people. In the dimly lit private room. Because of the situation in the city, the tavern had no guests staying. Wu Hang figured it would be fine to stay one night as long as he didn't make too much noise. He sat by the window and waited for a while. Glenda and Bella flew back in from outside. Didn't find anything special. Bella added, nothing on my side either. The city is too chaotic, the streets are full of moving level beams. It seems we underestimated him. Only those who stay calm can achieve great things, Wu Hang remarked. Glenda pondered for a moment and said, could the second prince be dead, and these people are just acting in his name? Wu Heng and the other two ghosts looked at her all at once. It was a new theory to consider. The second prince dead? Zhao widened her eyes. Wu Heng also thought about this possibility and said, that's possible, or he might be under control, used as a puppet. Yeah, that makes sense, Glenda agreed. At that moment, the sound of the second round of searches came from outside. Wu Heng got up and said, let's head back to the zombie world. The three ghosts returned to his body. Wu Heng opened the boundary door inside one of the rooms and walked straight in. Upon exiting the boundary door, Wu Heng found himself still in the prison's monitoring room. He released the ghost and approached the monitors, enlarged the thief's room. The screen was filled with individual surveillance feeds, showing the thief curled up on the iron bed, staying quiet. Didn't they experiment on him? Glenda asked. Not sure, answered Wu Heng, then continued, Zhao, go see where the alchemy skeleton is and have it bring the experiment logs here. Okay, uncle, Zhao flew out. It wasn't long before Zhao returned. The skeleton is on its way. The door to the monitoring room was knocked, and the alchemy skeleton walked in, holding a notebook it always carried. Let's look at the experiment log. The notebook was handed over, and Wu Heng flipped it open to check. He skipped past the experiments on ordinary animals, focusing his attention on the logs for single cell 202. Initially, there were notes on the thief's level and physical condition. Then came the experiment records. In the morning, the subject had ingested a level 1 corpse core, showed clear signs of pain and struggle. Externally, there were signs of cyanosis and bloodshot eyes. After 10 minutes, the symptoms subsided, and a half hour later, the subject returned to normal. At 8 p.m., a second level 1 corpse core was ingested, with similar reactions as the first time. But the recovery was a bit quicker. There were just 2 entries. After all, only a day had passed. Wu Heng glanced at the alchemy skeleton. The method it chose for experimenting on the thief was ingestion of corpse cores, not infection with a virus. This method did coincide with the Zombie King's experiments. Zombie Kings were raised by feeding on corpse cores. How is it? Asked Glenda. The other 2 ghosts also looked over expectantly. Wu Heng said, fed a corpse core in the morning and in the evening, but with high antibodies, there were no signs of transforming into zombies. Zhao said, he won't develop superpowers, will he? Maybe, Wu Heng speculated. Glenda perused the log as well and suggested, if not, then we'll resort to the virus. Your superpowers are uncontrollable. If we awaken something special, it could be dangerous. That's true, Wu Heng agreed. Tomorrow we'll switch to injecting the virus. Feeding corpse cores could potentially awaken superpowers, which means the transformed skeletons might be more powerful in the later stages. But for now, Wu Heng's priority was to raise a few controllable level 20 skeletons. Experiments on superpowers could wait. The skeleton alchemist nodded and updated the plan for the next day in the notebook. Let's go. We still have 2 other subjects to experiment on tomorrow, Wu Heng said curtly. They left the monitoring room. They all then headed towards the prison area. Wu Heng opened up his mansion skill, revealing the commander and the intelligence minister trapped inside iron cages. Seeing Wu Heng appear, both their faces showed fear and disbelief. They scrutinized Wu Heng's appearance closely. The intelligence minister shouted, "You're Wu Heng from Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng. It's you actually dared to lay hands on us," the commander also realized and yelled loudly. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and 2 palms appeared out of thin air inside the mansion skill, repeatedly slapping the faces of both men. That immediately silenced them. Take them out. Kai Xiu and Shanshan came out, leading the 2. You are an associate of the Union, Wu Heng. Kidnapping political figures, do you know the consequences? According to the rules between nobles, I can pay my own ransom for freedom. The 2 were pushed forward, still loudly voicing their thoughts. Go on in, don't cause yourself more trouble, Wu Heng said as he opened 2 nearby prison cells and ordered the skeletons to escort them inside. Inside cell 202. The thief pressed against the side of the iron door, eyes widened, listening to the conversation outside. He really did kidnap them. Chapter 814, How were you caught so quickly? Both were dragged by skeletons into different prison cells and shoved into heavy shackles. Then, skeleton after skeleton entered the cell. Wielding one-handed battle axes, the hollow eye sockets stared at the experimental subjects under surveillance. The intelligence minister shouted, Wu Heng, have you forgotten the kingdom's protection over you? If it weren't for Blackstone Town, you wouldn't have even had the chance to grow. You should be grateful for the opportunity to stand out, and you should be even more thankful to the kingdom and His Highness the Prince. You can come back with me, assist the second prince in reclaiming the throne, and with the kingdom as your foundation, reaching level 18 or even becoming a hero won't be a problem. From next door, the voice of the commander echoed, right, Wu Heng, You can come back with us. You are also a member of the kingdom. Regarding Wu Heng's identity, the intelligence minister knew quite a bit, aware that he had lived in Blackstone Town for a while. However, it seemed that he was not aware of Wu Heng's experiences in Blackstone Town. It was also apparent that the intelligence minister reacted quickly. Finding the connection between himself and the Hueco kingdom, he also attempted to persuade him to assist the second prince in taking back the throne. Wu Heng stood at the door, watching the skeletons shackle them and start guarding. He casually said, "Forget going back, but I can tell you why we captured you." Both of them stopped shouting. Wu Heng continued, "In London City, we caught an 18th level assassin. During the interrogation, he mentioned you, Blaze, otherwise I wouldn't even know who you are." The intelligence minister's face darkened. Damn it. Next door, the thief who had been quietly listening to the conversation from the outside suddenly changed color, and immediately shouted at the door, "You're full of shit. I didn't say that. Blaze, don't believe him. He's trying to drive a wedge between us. Wu Heng, quit playing these tricks." Loudly speaking, the thief's voice came through from next door. Wu Heng shrugged and said to the two newcomers, "By the way, he is in the next cell." The intelligence minister and the commander both narrowed their eyes. It seemed the plan in London City had already failed, and it just hadn't reached them yet. "Wu Heng, what exactly do you want to do?" asked the intelligence minister in a cold voice. Wu Heng looked towards the two. "Where is the second prince? Tell me his exact location, and I can make sure you are more comfortable." Both of them remained silent. The intelligence minister said, "We don't know, and even if you use necromancy to interrogate us, you won't get any results." "Then who would know?" The intelligence minister instantly shut up, not speaking further. "The old men from the secret cultivation hall?" Wu Heng asked. The intelligence minister's eyes became more focused, even more surprised that Wu Heng knew about this. Wu Heng did not continue on this topic but instead asked, "Here's an easy question. Where do the Phantom train tickets come from?" With some hesitation, the intelligence minister said, "The higher-ups have a magical prop that can produce these tickets, but the quantity is limited. Only 1 or 2 can be distributed around each month." "Do you mean the second prince when you say higher-ups?" "I can't be sure of that. It's just distributed from above." "I don't know who has the prop that produces the tickets," said the intelligence minister. Wu Heng nodded. "Your answer isn't very credible, but I am satisfied with your attitude. Get him something to eat for tonight." After saying that, Wu Heng immediately left the room, shut the door, "Keep a close watch on them. If they attempt to escape or break the chains, kill them on the spot." Clang, clang. The 2 iron doors closed, cutting off the outside world. The skeletons guarding inside simultaneously stepped forward, their hollow eye sockets staring intently at their targets. After Wu Heng had left and the sound of his footsteps had faded, the intelligence minister said towards the door, "Clesis, are you locked up here too?" Despite the iron doors, the faint sound could still pass through the hearing of high-level professionals far exceeded that of ordinary people. "I was captured in London City," said the thief from next door. "Tell me about the situation here," the intelligence minister spoke again. Taking a deep breath, the thief then said, "This is a necromancer's research base. Sometimes, there are sounds of animals howling and struggling. I suspect this is a location around London City. There are many skeletons guarding outside." "Where were you caught?" "Nearly City," said the intelligence minister. "Impossible, he was still here last night," the thief exclaimed loudly. The intelligence minister's tone remained calm. "He must have used a phantom train ticket. He cares a lot about this." The thief insisted, "No, what I mean is, using the phantom train to travel back and forth would consume most of the time. What's the deal with you two? Aside from the travel time, there wouldn't even be half a day's time in Nearly City. They caught 2 level 18s just like that? He was able to disguise himself and tricked us into leaving," said the commander in a heavy voice. Inside the mansion, they had discussed just this matter and analyzed the methods of disguise used by the other party. They were indeed effective and had even deceived level 18 professionals, making the person even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. "Were you experimented on?" asked the intelligence minister. "I was forced to consume a type of flesh, like some animal's brain, which contains strong toxins, but after absorption, it greatly enhanced my body," said the thief before continuing. "I suspect he was using me as an experimental material." This outcome made the other two think of the strengthening potions sold on Gold and Silver Island. Although their location was somewhat far from Gold and Silver Island, they had heard of this strange elixir. It appeared that the elixir's ingredients were developed from this very place. Perhaps they could find the formula here. With this elixir, they would have no worries about food and drink. The intelligence minister continued to ask, "Is there a way out?" "Currently there isn't one, but we can be sure that the method of experimentation won't let us die too quickly, so we can find a way out bit by bit," said the thief. Creak. At that moment, the door to the intelligence minister's room opened, and a skeleton brought in some bread and sausage. It was the reward Wu Heng had promised for the information. The door closed again. Yet no one continued speaking, and all 3 prison cells fell silent at the same time. Back in the surveillance room, Zhao also hurried back, as if he had overheard some secret, saying, "Uncle, they are saying the prison is built near London City and they are discussing how to escape." "Did they come up with any methods?" asked Wu Heng. "No, that thief said there is currently no danger and that they can slowly figure out a way to get out," Zhao said from the other side. He was mistaken about that. Tomorrow it would not be the corpse core but a direct injection of the virus. Whether one could survive was really uncertain. "Don't mind them, as long as they can't escape, that's fine," said Wu Heng. Zhao nodded. Then, Wu Heng took out the intelligence minister's space ring, put it on his hand, and took out the items one by one. Perhaps because he held a civilian job, the items in the space ring weren't as cluttered as those of the commander. Money, daily necessities, some documents and files, as well as weapons and equipment. Wu Heng's gaze fell upon the weapons and equipment. Whirlwind strong crossbow, special item, effect: when the arrow hits the target, it emits a screeching sound, causing the target to fall into a state of dizziness and confusion. Side effect: the user loses their hearing. Description: a weapon that brings agony to both the user and the target. This was a strong crossbow, elegant and archaic in appearance. It was clear that the intelligence minister had maintained this weapon very well. Its effect could make an arrow's target fall into dizziness and confusion. It felt like a magic arrow. The side effect was the loss of hearing, which was quite serious on the battlefield. Others would have all senses open, fearful of any danger, while here, one sense would be completely lost. But no matter how one looked at it, it was still a special item, worth seeing who would use it. The rest, including armor, boots, and mantles, were all magical props with various defensive and amplifying effects, all quite good. In addition to these, there were also 2 tickets for the Phantom Train. Indeed, there was no prop that produced tickets as mentioned. "Isn't there a special item for making tickets?" Glenda asked from the side. "No, he said it's more likely to be in someone else's hands, probably the second prince's," said Wu Heng. "That's possible. A special item that can produce tickets seems very handy. It would be best to obtain it." Wu Heng nodded. He casually stored everything on the table and then took out all the documents brought back from the intelligence minister's office. With a somewhat eager smile, he said, "Glenda, Bella, it's up to you now. See if there are any important clues. What about you? You have a clone, right?" "Use 6 and look together," said Glenda. "It's dark now, I'm still alive, so it's time to sleep." Chapter 815, Prince is to give a speech. Glenda eyed him suspiciously. "Are you just delaying until tonight to hand over the task to us?" "Of course not," Wu Heng scratched his head. Bella laughed beside him. "Wu Heng has been running all day, he must be really exhausted. You see, the eyes of the masses are sharp." Glenda said grumpily, "Go on, we'll tell you everything in the morning." "All right, thank you," Wu Heng said with a smile and then quickly left. Glenda and Bella divided the information into 2 piles and began to sift through. Zhao hid on the side, carefully opened the tablet, and watched cartoons with the volume down low. Bedroom. Lying in bed, he couldn't help but start reflecting on the current matters. It had been 3 days since he arrived in the city. The speed at which he was eliminating targets wasn't slow. But, his marked target was the second prince, and he still hadn't found any solid clue. Glenda even began to wonder if the second prince had been killed and if the secret cultivation hall was using his identity to command the city's guard team. That was a possibility, though it felt unlikely. If he had been killed, what would happen regarding the succession to the throne? After all, the plan called for the second prince himself to be on the throne. The greater probability is that he's been locked up or put into protective custody. If he killed the second prince, could the secret cultivation hall then produce a false one to continue issuing orders? No, if it were that easy to replace him, then the second prince would not be important. The matters of the throne weren't of great concern to him. He still had to find him and solve the problems in London City first. His mind raced as he figured out how to pinpoint the other's location. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. The second prince had arranged a meeting between Mangekyō and a messenger. Perhaps he could use the same method, arrange for a messenger to come and see who might guide them. Let's try it. Maybe it would create an opportunity. As he thought, sleepiness overwhelmed him, and he drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. After a quick freshening up, he headed to the surveillance room. 2 skeletons still sat in front of the monitors, while the 3 ghosts chatted nearby. "Good morning, ladies," Wu Heng greeted cheerfully. "Uncle, good morning." Zhao waved happily, still full of vim and vigor. Glenda and Bella also smiled in his direction. Then Glenda flew over and said, "We've finished reviewing the intelligence and filtered out some useful information to discuss with you." "Okay." Wu Hang sat down. Glenda continued, "The information is of two types. One is about the Hueco Kingdom. The second prince is arranging his people covertly and overtly to have the association confirm the allegations of the crown prince colluding with the evil cult. The second is from London City. We've mapped out a group of people implanted within the city, and some associated with the crown prince, whom you can have one Mangekyō clear out." It seemed these materials were quite helpful. The specific situation in the Hueco Kingdom was unclear, but evidently, the second prince was also using the association to influence and restrain the crown prince. The main issue was still the individuals planted inside London City. This data should be enough to eliminate them all at once. "It's been tough, but when I return, I'll tell Wen Mangekyō to handle it," Wu Hang said. Glenda nodded. Just then, the skeletons in front of the monitor enlarged the image on the screen. A group of skeleton alchemists, pushing a cart, walked down the prison hallway. On the cart were syringes, glass vials, and other tools. It looked like they were about to inject the inmates with a virus. "Kaizayu, Shanshan, you two also go along. If they struggle, help hold them down," Wu Hang instructed. The two skeletons immediately walked out the door. Soon, they appeared in the surveillance footage, following the alchemy skeletons. Prison 202. The thief sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for the breakfast delivery. Only when the cell door opened did he have a brief moment to observe the outside. Wu Hang couldn't stay here for long, and since the skeletons were rigid-minded, he could slowly look for an opportunity to escape. Once out, he could expose everything here, and the Holy Court would be able to deal with him. And he absolutely had to get his hands on that formula. Tat-tat-tat. Footsteps resonated from the hallway. Then, the iron door opened, and several skeletons pushing a metal cart slowly entered. On the cart were sealed syringes and vessels filled with a dark red, viscous liquid. The thief's expression tightened, a foreboding feeling rose in his heart. Before he could react, two towering skeletons stepped up and clamped his arms down onto the bed like iron tongs. "What are you doing? What do you want?" the thief screamed. "Wu Hang, what the hell are you up to? You can't do this." No matter how loudly he yelled, no one seemed to care. The skeleton alchemist picked up a syringe, flicked the needle lightly with bony fingers, and brutally plunged it into his neck. The thief's screams abruptly stopped. His body convulsed violently, and his exposed skin was covered with blue veins, like tiny angry snakes. It gradually spread all over his body, turning the entire person purple. Roar! A loud zombie roar echoed, and the thief had completed his transformation into a zombie, struggling, screeching, and constantly attempting to pounce on the target ahead. The skeleton alchemist recorded the event and moved on to the next prison cell. The other two in the prison cells. They had become restless by now. The sound of clanging chains and howling filled the air non-stop from the neighboring cell. It was obvious that something bad had happened. This was not what was discussed yesterday. Wasn't it said that we would only be given a normal type of meat material that could also enhance our constitution? Why such a severe reaction? Creak. The iron door opened, and the skeletons, pushing a cart, walked in. "I want to see Wu Hang. I'm responsible for all the intelligence concerning the second prince. I can definitely help him," said the intelligence minister immediately. The skeletons did not respond and harshly held him down to inject the virus. About 3 minutes later, the intelligence minister had also transformed into a zombie. The skeletons continued to the third room to proceed with more virus injections. In the surveillance room, Wu Hang watched the entire process. An 18th level professional's resistance was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Normally, when an ordinary person was bitten, their body would turn into a zombie within a second or two. The transformation was almost instantaneous. But the virus injected into these three was extracted from a previous zombie king, taking about 3 to 5 minutes to complete the transformation. It seems that higher levels provide greater resistance to the virus. If it wasn't a direct injection, and instead an ordinary zombie had bitten them, they might have held out for even longer, or resisted it altogether. Zhao flew back excitedly. "Uncle, I checked, they are still level 18, but they haven't grown shiny wings. Still at level 18, directly equivalent to a zombie king. It might not be a complete transformation yet, let's check again in a few days," Wu Hang said. Oh. Zhao nodded. "Let's go, let's head back first and continue searching for the second prince." Chasing after the elder lady wasn't even this troublesome. Wu Hang stood up. The three ghosts laughed and dove into his body. Back in the other world, they appeared in a private room in a tavern. The room was still empty. Complaints from the bartender and sounds of cleaning drifted up from below. After all, it was morning, and there wouldn't be many customers at this time. The three ghosts were released. "Zhao, Keep watch around here, Glenda, Bella, go and take a walk nearby, see if there's any new intelligence. Okay. The three ghosts flew out instantly. Wu Hang stayed in the inner room and took out the soundproof pot, connecting the radio. Wen Mancha, are you there? Soon, Wen Mancha's anxious voice came through. Master, a hero from the Snake Badge Consortium arrived at Sea-Turd Fortress yesterday. Wu Hang's eyebrows furrowed in an instant. Gran? Are you sure it's him? It should be him. Luckily, he meant no harm. I let Hartil represent London City, and gave him some gifts, which he also accepted. Wen Mancha spoke directly. Hearing there was no malice, and that he accepted the gifts, Wu Hang's heart relaxed, but he was still apprehensive. Wasn't he supposed to be in the royal capital of the kingdom? Why run off to Sea-Turd Fortress? It's too dangerous. I'll send you to Gold and Silver Island, Wu Hang said outright. Wen Mancha's tone was light, saying, it's not that dangerous. He even gave me an emblem as a return gift, a colorful member's emblem from the Snake Badge Consortium, quite pretty. Colorful? Wu Hang also had one. It was given to him after spending a certain amount of money. The highest level of member's emblem. Besides discounts and the right to use the consortium's transport, in times of danger, one can enter the consortium's buildings, where full protection is guaranteed. It's a kind of assurance. That emblem signifies that you are an important client of the consortium. I spent tens of thousands of gold coins to get one. If there's danger, you can go inside the consortium, they will ensure your safety, Wu Hang explained briefly. I see, so it's not that dangerous, Wen Mancha chuckled. Wu Hang thought it over and still said, I'll give you a ticket for the Phantom train, use it to leave if you're in danger. Alright, I will listen to the master. Wu Hang continued, I have two matters here. Tell me. Wen Mancha spoke gravely. The first thing, I've received a list that records the spies London City has planted. I'll tell you about it next. Great. I really need that. The second thing, I have no intelligence on the second prince here. Arrange for a messenger to come over, request to meet the second prince to discuss the ceasefire agreement. I'll see if I can locate him based on this. There was a brief silence on the other side. Wen Mancha then said, alright, I'll choose two clever ones to handle this. Give me the list first. Wu Hang read the list written down by Glenda. There was the sound of scribbling from the other side. That's all. Alright, I'll go arrange it now. Master, be careful. You too, stay safe. They finished speaking and immediately hung up the communication. After sitting in the room for a while, Bella flew back in and directly said, Wu Hang, a notice has been posted in the city. The second prince will give a speech in the square inches 3 days. Chapter 816, The Secret Code of the Cultured People. He's coming out to give a speech at this time? Bella's information took Wu Hang by surprise. Given that the prince mansion had been attacked, and several officials had recently vanished due to his own handiwork, it hardly seemed like an appropriate time for a public speech. Many were surely waiting to take his place. Bella said, the notices outside are posted like that, and the residents of the city are very excited, believing that this prince has the makings of a king who is unyielding and brave in battle. Well, someone must certainly be leading the narrative outside. Hiding away for so long and still being called brave. Wu Hang commented, somewhat speechlessly. Ordinary people don't know these things, not even that the prince mansion was a fake. Bella floated by his side, casually remarking. True, Wu Hang nodded. As they spoke, Glenda also flew back from outside. Looking at them, she said, I went to the intelligence minister, and a new minister has already begun their duties. That was arranged quite quickly, Wu Hang remarked. One day he's capturing people, and by the next, the replacement is all set. Such efficiency. Glenda nodded, then continued, the new minister is level 15, and during some of the handovers of duties, secret codes were arranged. What secret codes? Wu Hang asked. Glenda recalled for a moment and said, there are two kinds. The first is a code used during the exchange of intelligence. The bells of the Chao Church are delayed, and the response is, but the doves still return to their nest on time. The second, for the guard team's shift change, the Western District Gallery welcomes a new exhibition, and the response is, I attend with an appreciative gaze. Damn. That's quite cultured. Is this code really crafted so artistically? Cello mentioned here is the royal capital of the Hueco kingdom. It seems these people still cling to their capital. Even in their codes, they reference the place Cello. Truly cultured, Wu Hang mused. Bella thought for a moment and said, could it be that the second prince made these codes? There are rumors that he quite enjoys these artistic things. Possibly. Wu Hang felt it was likely his doing. Others may not have such a strong sentiment toward the royal capital. Still smiling, Glenda said, how about we sneak back in? After all, we know the codes now. It's not very meaningful to sneak in without a clear target, Wu Hang replied. What shall we do today, then? Glenda asked further. Wu Heng pondered for a moment and said, I just contacted City Lord Wenmancha and gave her a list of informants in London City. She mentioned that the dragon from the Snake Badge Consortium has headed to Sea Turd Fortress. Both ghosts furrowed their brows. What's going on? Asked Glinda. Wu Heng repeated to both ghosts the conversation he had with Wenmancha. The ghosts listened intently. The further north you went, the more remote the boundaries became. The local stewards in each city were all level 12, and even the highest level city lord in London City was only level 15. But recently, a high-level professional attempted to assassinate Wenmancha, and now a hero had arrived. Suddenly, it seemed as if high levels were gathering there. Even if Wu Heng spoke lightly, the pressure it must have brought upon Wenmancha at the time was palpable. After Wu Heng recounted the situation, he continued, I plan to go back and give my train ticket to Wenmancha, so she can escape if there's danger. He'd obtained 1 ticket from the thief, and 2 from the intelligence minister's space ring. Just enough for Wenmancha, Hartel, and the child 3 people. What about the prince's speech? Are we still watching it? Glinda asked next. They could all feel something was off with the speech. But with no leads on the second prince so far, they had to check it out, even though they knew it was staged. I'll come back later, Wu Heng said. The 2 ghosts also nodded in agreement. After discussing the main issues, the man and his 2 ghosts chatted about some other things. The changes in the city, and some covert guards hidden among the residents. One might not notice anything from their appearance, but through the eyes of the ghosts, their level, the state of vigilance while observing their surroundings, the handover and reporting of information, all were seen crystal clear. There had been progress in the city. No longer just allowing the guard team to blindly search, but rather planting a large number of plainclothes officers, collecting intelligence covertly, and then conducting searches and arrests. As they were chatting casually, Zhao flew back in and said, Aunt and Sister Bella have both returned. Then, pointing in the direction of the door, Uncle, they've come up to clean. Let's go, we should leave first and not get in the way of their work. Wu Heng stood up and put on a mask to alter his appearance. At the same time, he put away the radio and the soundproof pot. He disappeared after casting the teleportation technique. Squeak. The door opened, and 2 barkeepers came in. The person opening the door paused for a moment. The one following asked with confusion, What's wrong? It seemed like something just whooshed away. You need to eat some tonic, you're having hallucinations, said the one behind, stepping past the other into the room. They began to clean. The array coalesced. Wu Heng appeared in an alley outside. Walking onto the street, he joined the crowd at the notice board, looking at the posted announcement. The content of the announcement was straightforward. 3 days hence at noon, the second prince would make a momentous speech in the city's central square. There was no other superfluous information. At the front of the crowd, a bard wearing a green cloak and holding a lute stood directly on a wooden crate. His fingers gently plucked the strings, and the pleasing sound halted the crowd's chatter, turning their attention towards him. Today, as the evil cult controls the royal capital and necromancy corrodes the land to our north, it is only by the courage and strategy of the second prince that we have been saved from the brink of destruction. This time, His Highness will step forward again, to guide us and reclaim everything we've lost. The bard spoke loudly, his green cloak fluttering with the wind, like a billowing flag. As he narrated, sporadic applause emerged from the crowd, but it did not seem especially inspiring. Crown Prince Daitliao, in conspiracy with the church, murdered the old king to seize the throne. We must not allow him to continue this massacre unchallenged. The infamous ghost hag, City Lord Wenmancha, notoriously devours young children and unleashes plagues. The bard continued speaking about the cruelty and nefarious deeds of the 2 enemies. When Wu Heng heard about Wenmancha devouring children and releasing plagues, his eyelids twitched. Now that Wenmancha was in a burst of maternal love, if she found out how she was being misrepresented outside, she would likely be livid. After a short spell of quiet, the crowd gradually lost interest in listening to him. They leaned in close, discussing among themselves. Did they catch the assassin? I heard that 2 ministers went missing just yesterday. They must have, otherwise, the prince would not be making an appearance now. I suspect another military draft is being called. We'll see what happens when the time comes. If things go south, we'll leave the city and hide for a few days. Chapter 817, Evolution Level 19. Wu Heng stood at the back of the crowd. A soft voice reached his ears. The Bard of Gold and Silver Island, why isn't anyone carrying a lyre? Bella replied, maybe it's just not popular here. Different places have different popular instruments. Oh. Zhao nodded and then turned to Wu Heng. Uncle, he spoke ill of Aunt Wenmancha. Should we beat him up? There's no need. They all use the same terms, we can say the same about them when we get back to our territory. Alright. After standing there for a while, he made his way through the crowd. He found a dimly lit corner, had the ghost confirm a location outside the city, and cast teleportation technique to leave the city directly. Next, in a deserted area, he boarded the phantom train and returned to Sea-Turd Fortress. The phantom train reappeared and he had already arrived at the forest outside Sea-Turd Fortress. Glancing at the time, it was already 4:40 in the afternoon. He let out the ghost to check the direction of the fortress and began to walk towards it. The silhouette of the fortress gradually came into view. Wu Heng, some spies over there, I killed them directly, Bella flew back and reported. Spies still keep coming in droves, they really aren't afraid of losing lives. Wu Heng changed direction and walked towards the location Bella mentioned. 2 corpses were lying on the ground, and searching their bodies yielded maps with the fortress's surrounding checkpoints drawn on them. The people arranged this time are much fewer than at the beginning, it seems to have had some effect, Bella said nearby. Wu Heng nodded and put the bodies back into his space ring. He continued walking towards the fortress. The skeleton guards did not stop him, and the city's residents walked and chatted on the streets. Except for fewer people, there wasn't anything different. He walked into the commander's mansion. Harut, who was working on the first floor, looked up at the sound of footsteps. Seeing Wu Heng enter, his eyes lit up instantly. Master, you're back. Yes, I heard a hero had come to the fortress, no problems, I hope? Wu Heng said with a smile. Thanks to you and the madam, nothing happened. Harut bowed again. Wu Heng nodded. When Mancha? Madam and Miss are upstairs, I'll take you there. Harut led the way from the front, with Wu Heng following up the stairs. At a door, Harut knocked twice and said, Madam, the master has returned. Come in. He pushed open the door and entered directly. Seeing Wu Heng, Wen Mancha, cradling a child, softly called him master and then said to the child, Daddy's came to see you. The infant in her arms stopped nursing and reached out toward him. Wu Heng took the child into his arms, gently rocking it. Wen Mancha wiped her chest with a handkerchief and then asked, Master, why have you returned? They had spoken in the morning and now he was back in the afternoon. Was a bit worried about you, came to check things over and make arrangements before I go back. Wu Heng sat down beside her, entertaining the child in his arms. Harut brought over some tea, placing it before them, then stood aside with proper decorum. You worried again, Wen Mancha said with a touch of guilt. Wu Heng asked, Where's the dragon gone? At that moment, the child reached out to be held by Wen Mancha again. Taking the child back, Wen Mancha continued nursing while speaking. Harut, tell the master what the consortium said. Harut reported, Master, they said they would head north along the road until they reached London City. What was their purpose? Harut shook his head. They didn't say, but while in the fortress, they only stayed inside the consortium's building for half a day and then moved on to the next city. Wu Heng fell into contemplation. The last time he encountered the dragon was in Netali City. Did it travel all this way just to inspect each of the consortium's buildings? Was it necessary to inspect them one by one? Wen Mancha then added, I've already had people notify others down the line. All the cities along the way will avoid conflict, so there shouldn't be any problems. Good work with the arrangements, Wu Heng nodded, then continued, Has the messenger been arranged? In the morning conversation, Wu Heng had instructed Wen Mancha to arrange for a messenger to locate the second prince's position. It's all been arranged. A civil officer from the city hall will serve as the messenger, and they'll be arriving by train in the next couple of days, Wen Mancha informed. Good, make it convincing. Wen Mancha nodded, while Harut also maintained a smile, occasionally glancing over. After discussing the matters at hand, Wu Heng pulled out 3 train tickets from his space ring. Take one each. If you're in danger, just tear it along the perforation, and the phantom train will appear. When that happens, fill out Gold and Silver Island on your itinerary, which should save your lives. Currently, there were 2 ways the phantom train could appear. Wu Heng's train captain's hat, which upon wearing, would designate him as the train captain and allow him to bring 2 train attendants aboard. The other way was the phantom train ticket, 1 ticket per person, with no possibility of bringing along others. Master, my life is of little value, better to leave it for the madam to use. Harut hesitated, then softly spoke. Wu Heng looked at her and said sternly, You're not to talk like that again. If even you think so, what about others? Wen Mancha turned to look back, smiling, Aren't you going to apologize to your master? Just don't say it again. I'm sorry, master. I won't say it anymore, Harut said. Wu Heng nodded and then said, Inside the phantom train, all senses will disappear, that's normal, so don't be afraid. The watches I've given you can't tell the time, remember to eat, drink, and take care of your needs, and the child might not adapt well to that environment, so look after them. Both women nodded, showing their understanding. Wen Mancha put away 2 tickets and handed the other to Harut, saying, If you don't listen, the master won't pay attention to you tonight. Harut bowed again and stored the ticket. Let that be all for now, I'll go rest in my room. Call me for dinner. Wu Hang rose. Is there anything in particular you want to eat, master? Anything is fine. Understood. Wu Hang left the room and went to the study where he opened the boundary door and went through. Stepping out of the boundary door, he looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 5:30. We couldn't linger here much longer. The skeleton adjusted the surveillance monitors for cells 202 to 204. The original 3 level 18 professionals had all completed their transformation into zombies. Yet outwardly, they still maintained human forms without any overly grotesque mutations. Sigh. The 3 ghosts flew back inside. Zhao called out loudly, "Uncle." "Ah. What's up? Why such a commotion?" Zhao pointed at the screen, saying in astonishment, "They're all level 19 now." Wu Hang looked toward the screen, his brow furrowing. "You're saying all 3 of them have reached level 19? Yeah. So fast," Zhao said. Glenda also chimed in, "Judging from their levels, they indeed reached level 19. It seems the transformation from professionals is even swifter than we thought." Indeed. Wu Hang was also surprised by the outcome. He had anticipated that transforming professionals into zombies would yield better results, but he hadn't expected the virus injected in the morning to increase their level by the evening. And all 3 had leveled up simultaneously. Bella said with a smile, "It feels like it won't be long before all 3 of them reach level 20. Zhao considered this and then said, "If that's the case, the Holy Court won't dare to bully us anymore. Let your uncle attack the association headquarters directly," Glenda was the first to suggest. "That's no good, Uncle still has to be my dad. What if he dies out there?" Zhao is so biased. "You didn't say the same about me last time," Glenda said, pretending to be upset. Zhao immediately snuggled up. "That's not true, Andy, we're the best together." "What about me?" Bella asked. "We 3 are the best." Wu Hang sat in his chair, pondering over the transformation of professionals. This was indeed a shortcut to cultivate high-level skeletons. Just like Zhao said, in time, the Holy Court's threat to himself would diminish, maybe to the point where no one would bother him again. Of course, it was still best to avoid serious conflicts with them whenever possible. After all, divine spirits were truly real. Having worked so hard to get to where he was, angering the divine spirits and being utterly destroyed would be too great a loss. In this world, was there truly a path to godhood? Or were gods born as gods, with mere professionals reaching, at most, the heights of heroes in their lifetimes? "Uncle, don't you think the 4 of us are the best?" Zhao flew over. Wu Hang looked up and said, "Invincible in the world, that's best." Hee hee. Zhao laughed. Wu Hang looked at the time and stood up. "Let's go, it's time to go back for dinner." The 3 ghosts flew back into their bodies, and Wu Hang walked through the boundary door. Sea-Turd Fortress. Wu Hang had a hearty dinner. He'd been skulking here and there these past few days and hadn't really eaten well. Even when he was disguised as a gang leader and commander, he was worried the food brought to him might be poisoned, so he didn't eat a bite, he just ate the bread he carried with him. After a proper dinner, Wu Hang prepared some extra and, using the mansion skill, sent it to the girl inside. When Mangekyō looked in through the open door and said, "Master, a new maid of your choosing? She's just a bit thin." Once the mansion skill closed, Wu Hang said, "I rescued a girl from a gang, worried she might reveal my whereabouts. I've kept her locked in there." "Are you planning to keep her locked up forever?" "Don't let her get smothered." Wu Hang replied, "I have no choice, she thinks we're human traitors. What if I let her out and she spills the beans?" When Mangekyō thought for a moment, "It's inconvenient for you to take her with you, leave her with me, I'll find a job for her, and when your matters are settled, we'll send her back." It seemed like a viable solution to Wu Hang. The mansion skill was opened again. "Come on out." The girl cautiously stepped out, her gaze down at her toes. When Mangekyō lifted the girl's chin and looked at her, "Master said he rescued you from a gang, is that true?" "Please, don't kill me." Pressured, the girl knelt and pleaded. Quite obedient, when Mangekyō continued, "Stay in the city for a few days, and we'll let you go back later, how about that?" Stay for a few days. That depends on your behavior. If you're obedient and smart, you'll be back in no time." "I'll be good," said the girl. When Mangekyō nodded, "Hart'll find a job for her." "Yes, madam." Having the girl taken away solved one problem. "Let's go feed the baby, and then get some early rest." The 2 went upstairs together to feed the baby. Once the child was fed and handed over to the skeleton ghost hag, they returned to their room together. Bedroom. Moonlight filtered through the latticed windows, casting silken strands into the room. The air was laced with a faint fragrance. Lying lazily in bed, Wu Hang's mind was still occupied with the thought of the 3 transformed zombie professionals who had reached level 19. It was no wonder necromancers were suppressed and restricted, some experiments really were rather grotesque. At that moment, the door opened, and when Mangekyō walked in wearing a black strappy nightgown, from the bathroom, her red hair wet and reaching down to her waist, the gown clinging to her graceful silhouette. Following behind her was Harut, also coming in, her hair pinned up high with a few loose strands framing her face. Still wearing her black framed glasses, her upper body adorned in black lace lingerie, revealing a glimpse of her bosom. When Mangekyō sat on the bed's edge, gathering her wet hair, smiling as she said, "Master, Harut specifically dressed up like this for you, what do you think?" Wu Hang looked again towards her. "Harut has my appreciation." "Thank you, sir." Chapter 818, So it's Erniller City, outdoors. The night heavily enshrouded the surroundings, with intermittent insect chirps and wild animal roars emerging from the jungle. Inside an abandoned hunter's cabin, a dim illuminating stone hung from the ceiling, barely casting a halo of light. Several figures were seated around the cabin. After a brief exchange of information, the man sitting at the doorway, with falcon-like eyes, spoke. "The prince is scheduled to give a speech at the central square. You all should be aware of this, right? Choosing this time to give a speech is supposedly to calm the public's spirit, but in reality, it is intended to lure out the person secretly killing the officials." The speaker paused and then added, "Of course, that prince suspects us." Someone asked, "So, is this speech real or fake?" "It definitely won't be the prince himself, it's definitely a setup, waiting to draw out the person lurking in the shadows. Let's see if the real one will fall for it. I think he won't show up." Being able to silently abduct 2 level 18s, how could he not see through this trick? The people whispered among themselves. The woman sitting across spoke. "The second prince indeed needs to pacify his subordinates, not the common folk, but the elites in the city." As she spoke, she took out a crumpled parchment, holding it up amidst the smoke, and placed it on the wooden table in the middle. "This is today's list of nobles and merchants leaving the city. He is safe in hiding, but other officials don't think so. If the speech's stand-in is killed, more officials and elites will leave the city. At that point, the city would cease to function." The people in the cabin were stunned, not expecting her to propose this. They took turns looking at the list. Someone voiced, "Although risky, I agree with this idea. It's worth a try." The others also voiced out, considering the plan feasible. The figure by the door said, "Then let's prepare. If the timing is right, kill the stand-in." Everyone nodded. The door opened, and they left the cabin, vanishing into the night. The next day, morning. After breakfast, when Mangekyō and Harut went directly to the radio room. They issued commands to London City, discreetly dealing with individuals from the obtained list of informants. A clean sweep this time should bring some peace to London City for a while. Wu Hang didn't get involved with London City's affairs but instead opened the boundary door in his study and walked in. On the other side was still the surveillance room. After releasing some ghosts, he sat in front of the monitors. "Bring up the surveillance for cells 202, 203, 204. The skeleton operated the surveillance, pulling up the feeds from the 3 cells. In the monitors, the 3 zombies had no semblance to humans anymore. Their skin was bluish-black, like soaked rotting wood with large patches peeling away, revealing the dark red muscle underneath. They struggled restlessly, trying to break free from their chains or roaring at the watching skeletons. Sigh. Zhao and Bella flew back inside. They said, "Uncle, still level 19, no advancement overnight." It seemed the 2 ghosts had gone out to check levels together. "No rush, just keep feeding them, they'll reach level 20 sooner or later," Wu Hang said. Breaking through to level 19 in a day was already a good start. Continued feeding with the corpse core should make reaching level 20 an achievable task. Moreover, according to his own speculation, zombies transformed from professionals should evolve more easily than ordinary zombies. "Ooh. Am I naming them this time?" Zhao asked smilingly. Wu Hang replied, "Gran, you and Bella each name one." "That works," agreed Zhao. Bella added from the side, "Let Zhao do it, I don't have any nice names. It's about participating. Have Uncle name them and it's always just numbers, such ugly names." Zhao floated by and remarked. "Oh boy, fighting over who gets to name, thinking their own names are ugly. Then I'll start thinking now so I'm ready in time," Bella said. Gran also shifted his gaze from his book towards them. Wu Hang continued, "Zhao, go get the skeleton alchemist, and bring its notebook." "Oh, okay." Zhao responded and flew straight out. He waited in the surveillance room. Zhao came back through the walls, pointing outside, "They're here." Creak. The door opened, and the skeleton alchemist entered with the notebook. Standing nearby, it bowed slightly. "At ease." Zhao floated in front, puffing out her chest as she spoke. Wu Hang glanced at her disapprovingly, then spoke to the skeleton alchemist, "Let me take a look at the notebook." The notebook was handed over, and Wu Heng immediately started reading. The writing was an otherworld script. Even if the notebook was lost, it would be difficult to decode in this world. He directly flipped to today's latest entry. Experimental subject basic information, Laboratory 202. 1. Physical appearance, skin is purplish blue, darker compared to ordinary zombies, with skin shedding and renewing. Localized areas such as elbows, knees, and along the spine on the back show slightly darker patches, almost black. Height has increased to 2 meters, limbs are robust, muscle contours are clear, and muscle tissue appears swollen. 3 specimens are beginning to develop wing structures, about 5 centimeters, on their backs, similar to the rhinoceros fetal specimens, suggesting that fully grown, they might possess functional organs capable of flying or gliding. Note, specimen in cell 203, above the brow bones of the eyes, new eye formations are appearing, direction of evolution uncertain. Chapter 818, so it was her behavioral performance, irritable, brutal, unable to communicate. 3. Follow-up experimental plan, virus samples can be obtained early on, allowing for dissection before transformation to study internal organ structure or medicinal value. Looking at the experimental records, Wu Heng furrowed his brows. All 3 zombies had grown wings. This must have been related to the virus injected. The corpse poison itself was extracted and stored from the body when Shanshan was still a zombie king. Shanshan's characteristic was the shape of a rhinoceros beetle with the ability to fly. This wasn't a bad thing after all, being able to fly was also a nice advantage. In cell 203, the test subject's brow bone had developed what looked like eye contours, now it depended on which direction it would evolve. How is it? Glenda asked. Wu Heng handed the experimental records to her. Glenda and Bella leaned in to look at them, while Zhao stood by her side asking her to read them as she couldn't recognize the words. After looking it over, they handed the report back to the alchemist. Wu Heng said, "Continue feeding the corpse core. As for the dissection, I will arrange for the coroner to come before they transform at level 20. The skeleton alchemist nodded, bowed again, and turned to leave. Glenda commented, "It seems to be going smoothly. I estimate it won't be long before our strength reaches another level." Wu Heng nodded. Zhao asked, "Uncle, how will you explain these flying skeletons to the Holy Court? With so many level 20 skeletons, do I still need to explain it to them?" Wu Heng adjusted his clothes. Hey, Uncle, you're so silly. What's that supposed to mean?" Wu Heng continued, "Just wait a moment, I'll check if there's anything urgent with Li Yong, and then we can head back." The 3 ghosts nodded and floated off to chat. Wu Heng took out a satellite phone and dialed Li Yong. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "Hello?" Li Yong's voice came through. "It's me, where are you?" Wu Heng asked directly. Li Yong replied, "I'm at the pharmaceutical factory. Do you need me to come over now?" "No need, we can just talk over the phone." "Any changes at the base lately?" Wu Heng leaned back casually and asked. These days, the focus had been on investigating the second prince and capturing level 18 professionals, so he hadn't paid much attention to the base. Now that he had the time, he might as well inquire about the situation. Li Yong was silent for a moment, then said, "The main things are 2 matters. 1, Chi Hankai's South Korea base has completed food trades with several Western bases, and at Yangtong City, the main station has sent talisman books, though they're photocopies. If we want the originals, we'll need to negotiate further." They had contacted the Western bases for food trades through the radio station before. However, transportation had always been a bit of an issue and had been dragging until now. It seemed possible to make the trades happen now. For the talisman books, copies were also sent to him. They were just photocopies, but that wasn't a big issue. It was mainly to see if there was any knowledge within that could be utilized. Copies would do. "That's fine, photocopies will do," Wu Heng stated. "I'll send them to you once they arrive from Yangtong City," Li Yong replied. "Alright." Wu Heng then asked, "How's the pharmaceutical factory?" "It's going well, we can guarantee a production of 50,000 tablets each day. Besides, this medicine also shows efficacy against some basic diseases." Everyone started calling it a miracle elixir. Li Yong spoke with a hint of excitement. "That's good to hear. Are the raw materials still sufficient?" "For now, they'll last for about a week. Then we'll need to restock. Keep maintaining the production. I'll figure out the materials." "Understood. Once the photocopies arrive, I'll come find you." Wu Heng chuckled, "Alright." Disconnecting the call, Wu Heng got up and called the ghosts back. He opened the boundary door to return to Sea-Turd Fortress. Dinner. Wu Heng sat at the dining table. Wen Mancha took a few bites, then put down her utensils and softly said, "Master, the messenger you arranged is already on his way here, We can discuss further here and then head to the city where the second prince is. The time of the messenger's arrival, he likely wouldn't catch up. After all, he still had to go back and attend the second prince's speech. It's fine. You handle it. Alright, also the young girl you handed to us yesterday has been arranged to work with the city's association. Though she's just a staff member and not a member of the association, she can still interact with some professionals and follow them to learn reading, Wen Mangekyō said. Ever since having a child, Wen Mangekyō's character had become even more kind and gentle. She also managed to arrange for her to be part of the local association. In her eyes, we are traitors to humanity. That's just propaganda. What does a child know? She'll gradually understand what's going on, Wen Mangekyō smiled and said. Go ahead and arrange it, just make sure it doesn't cause us any trouble. Wu Hang didn't want to fuss over these matters. Wen Mangekyō nodded. Master, any plans for later? I'll go back and listen to the second prince's speech, and inform you of any changes. Wu Hang also put down his chopsticks. Wen Mangekyō smiled and nodded. We still have 2 days to spend with you. Harut briefly glanced over. After staying in Seaturd Fortress for 2 days, Wu Hang put on the train captain's hat, and the Phantom train appeared in front of him. If there's any danger, use the ticket to go to Gold and Silver Island. Safety is the priority, Wu Hang advised once again. Got it, Master, Wen Mangekyō said with a smile, then tugged at the child in her arms. Say goodbye to Daddy. Wu Hang smiled and said, goodbye then. Chapter 818. So it was her. After speaking, he directly boarded the train and disappeared. Upon arrival in Nirali City, he was transported into an empty private compartment to wait for the speech the next day. Nirali City. A high platform built of pristine white marble glistened with a gentle luster under the sun. Soon, a large contingent of the guard team appeared. After ensuring the security of the venue and the surroundings, a golden-haired man wearing a luxurious golden robe with a gem-encrusted crown appeared at the base of the platform. A group of bards began to cast amplifying magic on him to enhance his image and speech. Once everything was ready, with the resounding sound of trumpets tearing through the sky, the square became instantly silent. The second prince walked confidently to the edge of the platform, his posture as upright as a pine, his face showing confidence and a smile, waving to everyone. Then, under everyone's gaze, looking back, our kingdom has weathered storms and hardships, countless challenges that tried to impede our journey. The second prince stood on the platform, a smile hanging on his lips, and began to speak loudly. Wu Hang sat in a private compartment of a tavern. He used his divine presence ability to watch the distant speech through a skeleton sparrow underneath. Knowing it was a conspiracy, there was no need to risk going there. Soon, the 3 ghosts returned, and Wu Hang also deactivated his divine presence state. How did it go? Wu Hang asked. Glenda said, level 12 professional. His speech was quite imposing, and the crowd was easily stirred up, not sure if it's the second prince. Bella followed. From the appearance, it fits the public's description of this prince, but if it's a body double, they would definitely choose someone similar in appearance or use props to alter the appearance. Zhao frowned. So is it him or not? Wu Hang said, it's definitely a body double giving the speech. Right, that seems to be the case, Glenda agreed. Let's see what happens next. Wu Hang reactivated divine presence, with his divine sense falling on the skeleton sparrow. The 3 ghosts also flew through the wall, hovering in midair to continue watching the bustling square. After the speech ended, the second prince, amidst shouts of long live the prince, the kingdom prospers, walked down from the platform and left slowly in a carriage. Zhao stays here to protect me, Glenda and Bella, follow that carriage, Wu Hang quickly instructed. Okay. The 3 ghosts nodded in response. Zhao stayed by his side, and the other 2 flew out immediately. The crowd in the square began to disperse, bustlingly heading back. Under the effect of various magic spells, people were abnormally stirred up and excitable, discussing purging the rebels and defeating necromancy to reclaim the land. Wu Hang listened along the window. Boom. Suddenly, a loud curse came from outside the window. Wu Hang instantly entered combat readiness. Zhao also flew back and said, Uncle, it's the direction where the second prince's convoy left. Could someone have been fooled? I don't know. Wu Hang shook his head and peeked toward the direction of the explosion through the window slit. Smoke was already rising in his view. Should we go check it out? Zhao continued to ask. No need, it's probably the people who attacked the prince mansion earlier. Let Glenda and Bella handle it. We needn't get involved. Okay. Zhao nodded and still rose to a certain height to look towards the direction where the smoke was rising. Half an hour later, the entire city's guard team began to mobilize. Glenda and Bella also flew back one after another. Glenda reported, the carriage was attacked by a group of people in black robes. The body double is dead, but it seems we've encountered someone familiar. Familiar? Wu Hang frowned at her. See for yourself. Glenda flew into the body, and the shared images came through. In the chaotic battle, a woman cloaked in a cape slowly exhaled a puff of smoke that transformed into a pack of wild beasts charging at the guard team. It was her. The Witch of the Church of Divine Punishment. Chapter 819, The Great Battle Approaches. Church of Divine Punishment Witch Viola. This witch, capable of controlling smoke for combat, had left a strong impression on Wu Heng. During the Pirate King's calculated attack on Gold and Silver Island, it was the witch who held back Steward Demilo. Later, along with the Church of Divine Punishment's level 18 Fist Master, she attempted to assassinate Wu Heng on the island but was thwarted by Emilo and the old Chancellor Jian Vito. They killed the Fist Master, and the witch escaped. The Fist Master's body was transformed by Wu Heng into the skeleton attendant Kaizayu he has now. In the time that followed, fearing the witch's revenge, he even utilized the prophet's ability to search for her whereabouts. He hadn't expected to encounter her here. The shared images continued. There were a total of 5 killers acting, and each of their levels was quite high. And the trap set by the second prince was sprung in the city. As soon as the opponents appeared, windows along the street opened, and arrows etched with magic shot out in dense volleys. Explosions and thunder filled the entire area. Next came the clash of level 18 combatants, as well as troops and groups starting to emerge from the surrounding streets, flooding into the combat zone. The sounds of fighting, skills, and the dazzling effects of magic scrolls filled the entire street. Boom. Another deafening explosion resounded. The carriage that held the second prince's double was now shattered to pieces. Under the broken wood and horse carcasses, a body clad in brocade robes could be seen. Retreat. Someone shouted loudly. The people in black robes scattered in an instant, some scaling buildings, others charging directly toward the crowd in the square. People from the kingdom began to pursue in all directions. On the battlefield, a large number of soldiers lay dead in the streets, and the body of a person in a black robe was left behind. At the black-robed person's corpse, a ghost quickly gathered, struggling to flee. Glenda said to Bella beside her, "You devour that ghost, I'll chase that person." Bella nodded and immediately pursued the fleeing ghost. Glenda then followed the smoke-like figure, chasing it all the way to outside the city walls. The person continued to flee deep into the woods before stopping the pursuit and flying back. Releasing Glenda. Drifting nearby, she asked, "Was it that woman?" "Judging by her appearance and skills, it should be the same witch from before," Wu Heng said. According to the prophet's senses, this witch was headed toward Hueco Kingdom. It seems that the Church of Divine Punishment had established contact with Hueco Kingdom a long time ago. Zhao, listening on the side, frowned. "Who? Do we even know a witch?" Glenda explained, "Remember the person from when your uncle was vice executive, who could spit out smoke and transform into beasts?" Zhao's eyes lit up. "Oh, her. What's she doing here?" Glenda replied, "She must have been hired by the Crown Prince to come here and assassinate the second prince. Don't they know it's a fake? Uncle saw through it. Since they made a move, it could be that they didn't realize, or they might just be following orders. Even if they discovered it, there wasn't much they could do," analyzed Glenda. Wu Heng pondered for a moment and said, "No matter, whether she's here or not doesn't make a big difference. If we encounter her later, we can deal with her then." Glenda said with a smile, "You're growing more and more confident." "That's right, Uncle's bolder than he used to be." As they spoke, Bella also flew back from the outside. After glancing at the one person and two spirits, she said, "Wu Heng, I devoured the ghost of a black-robed person and obtained some scattered memories. On my way back, I found someone performing Wenshai. It could be someone from the secret cultivation hall or from the second prince's entourage." After inspecting the body, the other party used a teleportation technique to leave. Wu Heng furrowed his brows and immediately said, "Let me see." Bella dived into his body, and countless fragmented and broken memories were shared in his mind. Wu Heng also saw some of the past experiences of the level 18 black-robed person. When he was young, the black-robed person was a bandit, plundering villages, raping women, a notorious Green Forest bandit leader. Later, a sect called the Heavenly Wisdom Sect appeared in the village to spread their faith. The bandits, who raided the sect at night, were easily defeated by the Heavenly Wisdom Sect and were forced to worship before a strange idol. In the following days, because he was talented and ruthless, he gradually became a core member of the church, and after the previous bishop died, he became the new bishop. Scattered memories flickered past. Next were some recent, more vivid memories. Inside a lavish room, the heavy velvet curtains were tightly drawn, completely isolating the outside light. Only a faint light allowed the room to have a hint of brightness. Across the room, a middle-aged man with brown, short, slicked-back hair, thick eyebrows and cold eyes, his face stern, sat in a luxurious chair. He wore a purple robe embroidered with intricate patterns in gold thread. "So, since you have come here, You must have agreed to the conditions I offered. Your Highness, as long as you keep your promises, I will help you ascend to that supreme throne, the black-robed man spoke softly. The man on the other side of the room smiled grew slightly as he said, if you do well, the land of Hueco Kingdom will suffice to collect your renown. The black-robed man rose slightly to show his respects. Heavenly Wisdom Sect will do everything in its power to help your Highness achieve his great ambition. Go and prepare now. You will first be stationed in Ergiro City and wait for the others to arrive. Yes. The scene changed again. Inside a dimly lit cabin, 5 figures sat or stood. The woman sitting in the corner took out a wrinkled piece of parchment and placed it on the wooden table in the middle, saying, "This is today's list of noble merchants leaving the city. He thinks he's hidden safely, but other officials don't think so. If we kill the speech double, even more officials and nobles will leave the city, and then this city won't be able to function." Chapter 819, War is Imminent. Parchment was passed around one by one. After the last person finished reading, the burly man sitting at the doorway said, "Then prepare, if the timing is right, kill this substitute." Everyone nodded in agreement with the plan. Crack. The final memory fragment shattered. Then, the shared vision of the battlefield came through. After devouring the fleeing ghost, Bella returned to the scene of battle. The guard team began cleaning up the battlefield, and the dead body of the robed figure was carried to a separate room nearby. After a while, a figure wearing a hood appeared in front of the corpse. Bella moved to the front for a closer look, with only a pair of eyes visible, the rest of the face tightly concealed. Approaching the body, she commanded the attendant to guard the door while she herself tore open a magical scroll. As the scroll unfurled, the dense necromantic power enveloped the corpse. The body lying on the ground sat up straight. Its murky eyes looked towards the location of the person using the scroll. Communicate with the dead? It seemed that a communicate with the dead scroll was used. Everything was well prepared. At that moment, a deep, somewhat aged voice came from under the hood. "Were you sent by the Crown Prince?" The corpse answered, "Yes." "How many of you are there?" The corpse answered, 5. "Where is your gathering spot?" The corpse answered, "In an abandoned hunter's cabin on the north side of the city outskirts." "Any further plans?" "The plans are notified on an ad hoc basis, there's no fixed plan." "The last question." The man using the scroll brooded for a good while before speaking. "Were you responsible for the disappearance of several officials recently?" "No." After answering, the corpse lay back down. Hearing the 2 words "not us," the man's gaze suddenly sharpened. It wasn't these people. This implied that there were other high-level professionals targeting them within the city. The man's gaze flickered. He stood still for a while before moving towards the corpse to search it. After removing the equipment and the space ring, he stored them in his own ring. "Come in." He called to someone outside the door. The attendant who had been standing at the entrance walked in. The man then tore another scroll, and a teleportation array materialized beneath his feet before he disappeared without a trace. The shared vision ended. Wu Heng released Bella again. Glenda asked, "Got any intelligence?" Zhao stood by, also awaiting news. Wu Heng relayed what he had seen to the other 2 ghosts. It included that the robed figures came from the Heavenly Wisdom Sect and had struck a deal with the Crown Prince to help him secure the throne. A strange person had performed an interrogation of the corpse, and there were 5 people in total who had gathered previously at an abandoned wooden hut on the northern outskirts of the city. Glenda nodded. A pity the corpse was interrogated. Bella frowned and asked, "The person in the vision, called Your Highness, appeared to be over 40 with brown hair. Why doesn't his hair color match that of the 2nd prince or the 5th princess?" It was certain that this person was the Crown Prince, but his appearance was different from what they had imagined. Glenda said, "That's normal, Wu Heng, you have had plenty of women. So why not an old king?" "Don't always use me for comparison," Wu Heng said discontentedly. Bella smiled. "Right, I missed that point." Wu Heng pondered and then added, "He used a teleportation scroll when he left. I'm not sure if they're still in the city." Bella also joined in. "I hesitated at the time, I should have killed him first." "No worries, even if we had killed him, we might not have been able to go in and retrieve the body," Wu Heng said. "So what do we do next?" Bella continued. "No rush, let's see what moves they make." Tap tap tap. Footsteps rapidly approached from outside the window, and a large contingent of the guard team appeared again in the streets. They herded the residents outside back into their homes and commenced another extensive search. Wu Heng glanced down from the window and then said, "Let's go, we should head back and lie low for now, and we'll come back later." Zombie world. Stepping through the boundary door, it was still the surveillance room. Wu Heng sat down at the table, his gaze falling upon the A4 paper-bound book that lay there. On the outermost book cover was written Artifact. Liang's efficiency was quite impressive. The talisman book had already been delivered. The 3 ghosts also leaned in curiously. "Uncle, what's this?" "It's a book on talismans. Borrowed earlier from the front desk, and it's now been delivered, Wu Heng casually replied. Will it work? Zhao followed up with a question. Not sure, just have a look, replied Wu Heng. Go check if those 3 zombies have leveled up yet. Okay. Zhao agreed with a quick response and immediately flew out. Glenda and Bella, curious, floated by his shoulder, examining the book in his hands. He flipped to the first page, the pattern of the talisman on the right side. On the left, the explanation and usage. At a glance, it seemed somewhat like a fantasy picture book, with terms like bestowed by the Jade Emperor and Taoist Primordial Monarch. How do you use it? Glenda asked. We might not figure it out ourselves, we'll find an array pattern master to take a look later, said Wu Heng after a brief look, as it all seemed quite cryptic, and he put it aside. Zhao flew back from outside. Uncle, still level 19, no change. Leveling has slowed down, huh? Yes. Echoed the 3 ghosts with a nod. Dusk. In the midst of collapsed ruins in the wild, 4 figures cloaked in black robes appeared, their faces grim. To kill a decoy, and we'll lose a man. No one had died in the attack on the prince's mansion, yet a death had occurred in the killing of a decoy. To the deceased comrade, there wasn't much regret in their hearts. After all, they were just hands plucked from various sects, strangers before forming a temporary team. But the loss of one was indeed a blow to the whole squad's strength. Can't blame anyone for dying, only that our skills were inferior, the strapping man at the entrance bluntly said. We know it was a decoy that died, but others in the city don't. It will cause chaos for a while. Let's not make any moves these next few days. Crown Prince will send reinforcements. We'll plan further then. That's fine, no objections. Then let's rest for now. Everyone is indeed quite exhausted today. 3 days later, Wu Heng returned to the private room in the tavern. He sent out his ghost to have a look. The entire tavern was closed for business. Wu Heng set up his soundproof pot and got out the radio to contact Wen Mancha. Wen Mancha, how's it on your end? Quickly, Wen Mancha's voice came through. Master, the messenger you arranged has set off and will take the train to the city where the second prince is. Good, the second prince might arrange for assassins and the like. Be careful, Wu Heng cautioned. What happened? Wu Heng recounted learning from the previous days communicate with the dead that the missing official incident was not the work of the crown prince's people. When Mancha understood the implication, all right, I'll make arrangements. The 2 ended the communication. Bella flew back in from outside, saying, found that northern cabin, nothing was left inside. Wu Heng nodded, the trouble with space rings. He waited in the room for a while. Glenda also flew back in. The prince mansion has been emptied out. From the outside it still appears guarded by guards, but the level 18 professionals inside have all left, almost like a ghost town. Wu Heng's eyebrows rose. Let's go, we'll check out the mansion. In a village. 3 men and a woman appeared at the entrance. Stepping into the village, 2 figures walked towards them head-on. Without any pleasantries, an oil lamp covered with verdigris was handed over. Saying, special item, users will consume chi and blood. This is his hair, within a certain range, thrown into the oil lamp, will help you find your target. Chapter 820, Prince 2 escapes inside the prince mansion. An array appeared, and Wu Heng's figure immediately materialized within the room. His gaze swept around the surroundings. The doors and windows were tightly shut, and the room was abnormally stuffy. Perception extended in all directions. The adjacent rooms were silent, and even outside, there were no signs of anyone's presence. After standing in place for a while, 3 ghosts followed closely, flying over. Zhao said, Uncle, I've checked for you. The guards are all around the surrounding wall, and their levels have been changed to around level 5. Okay, let's search here to see if there are any clues, Wu Heng said directly. The 3 ghosts each headed to different rooms to search for possible evidence related to the second prince. Wu Heng then walked into a bedroom nearby. Opening the wardrobe, he looked at the neatly stacked clothes inside and raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that someone had really lived here before, but later it was used as a trap to lure the enemy. Randomly picking a couple, he took the tracing locket out from the space ring. Dripping blood on the locket, the originally inanimate skeleton head immediately came to life, grinding its teeth with a rasping sound. Bringing the clothes closer, the skeleton head immediately bit the edge and started to chew. After chewing a couple of times, it then stopped responding, reverting to its inanimate state. This also proved that these clothes could not track the target. Wu Heng, try these too, Bella said from one side, controlling a handkerchief and a belt with a ruby to fly over. Wu Heng dripped his blood, bringing the items close to the skeleton head. Neither elicited any reaction. Zhao controlled 2 beautifully decorated accessories to fly over. Uncle, keep this, I like it. Then, Bella controlled several more items to fly over. Wu Heng helped her keep them into the space ring, and then said, Zhao, be serious. Bella, Don't just bring everything over, special items come with a cost. I'm almost anemic here. Bella shrugged her shoulders, indicating that this was the only way to search. Afterward, various items were tested once more. Wu Heng, I found a secret chamber outside where a ghost is trapped. Glenda flew back and reported immediately. A secret chamber? A ghost? How is it trapped? The Death Spirit Array, right outside in that building, Glenda said. Wu Heng kicked aside the pile of things in front of him and said, I'll check the place. Glenda entered his body, sharing the discovery of the secret chamber. Wu Heng released the teleportation technique, and his figure disappeared. West of the city. Inside a civilian house. 4 figures stood in front of a window, looking outside through the gap of the open window. The leading man had a stern gaze, holding a lantern with a red flame, which was drawn towards the outside of the window as if being attracted. That place was a residential area for the wealthy, with several mansions lined up in a row. Original inquiries were made on this side as well, but at this moment, they noticed sentries and frequently patrolling guard teams, hinting the second prince was likely hiding here. Scout out, the leading man said, turning around. One behind him took out a feather-adorned wooden staff, gently shaking it. A soul owl materialized out of thin air, then became invisible and flew out. Before long, the owl flew back, landed on the table, and materialized a clear map showing the guards and arranged machinery. The 4 took a look. The lead man said, before the army and high-level professionals arrive, assassinate the target and then retreat to your own devices. Understood. The others nodded. Let's go. If you make it back alive, I'll buy you a drink. No one spoke. The room's door opened, and the group walked out directly. The one holding the lantern watched the direction indicated by the flame, while the rest spaced out and formed a protective circle around. Who goes there? As soon as they crossed the street, guards spotted them and shouted loudly. The 2 at the front waved their hands, and throwing knives and darts whistled through the air, accurately hitting several guards in their throats. The guards didn't even have a chance to utter a second word before they collapsed with a thud. Then, 3 wolves formed from smoke suddenly appeared and roared as they rushed into the alley. Screams and moans arose as the sentries were cleaned up. The person holding the lantern stopped, looked in the direction the flame pointed. He is here, storm in. The lantern was stowed away. A long sword appeared in hand, and with a loud shout, he and the remaining 3 climbed the wall and leaped into the buildings, engaging in battle. One body after another fell, blood flowed on the ground, converging into a stream of dark red. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several signal arrows screeched into the sky, then burst open with a bang. The whole city seemed to boil over as armies from various places converged here. Break in, don't delay. The warrior with a 2-handed sword roared, his sword cleaving the guard in front of him in 2, smashing through the mansion's door, and charged in. His feet had barely touched the ground within the building. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He was met with numerous crossbow arrows, densely firing at him. The warrior's longsword instantly blocked in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows exploded, and his body was blasted back amid the roar. Then, smoke poured from the windows into the room, transforming into several man-sized pythons that bit at the crossbowmen's necks. Instantly, the battlefield moved from the courtyard to inside the building. In the gloomy underground chamber, the scent of decay and dampness filled the air. Wu Heng took out a flashlight and walked down the stone steps. Continuing down the steps, he saw a ghost, indistinct within the gloomy array at the center of the clearing below, struggling incessantly. It was like wispy smoke, with a human outline but no distinct facial features. Chapter 820, Prince 2 escapes. This signified that the ghost was merely an unintelligent spirit that retained only its resentment, ceaselessly colliding against the array that imprisoned it. Again and again it collapsed upon impact, only to coalesce once more. A level 5 ghost. I wonder if it formed naturally, trapped here, or if it was cultivated by someone, Glenda explained by the side. Ghosts could indeed be cultivated. Back on Gold and Silver Island, the ghost infants in the mining village were cultivated through arrays and a gloomy environment. Wu Heng glanced around and said, there's only the trapping array here, no array for condensing necromantic power. If it was cultivated, it likely wasn't done here. In this regard, Wu Heng believed he was quite authoritative. Glenda asked, what do we do? Wu Heng pondered for a moment and replied, let it out, Glenda, and directly devour it to see if you can obtain any memories. Okay, Glenda nodded. Wu Heng casually waved his hand, and the surging necromantic power instantly dispersed the array in front of them. The ghost broke free from its bones and, with a ferocious roar, lunged straight at them. Glenda faced it head-on, his soul enveloping the other, and within a minute devoured it completely. Returning to his normal soul state, he said, there are some memories, which include the second prince. The ghost was trapped here, likely driven by resentment to seek revenge on the second prince for its death. Related to the second prince? It seemed even ghosts wanted to kill him. I'll take a look at the situation, Wu Heng said. Glenda nodded and dived into the body, with fragments of memory appearing in Wu Heng's mind. Dusk, the fading sun dyed the horizon red. Wu Heng saw a table laid with sumptuous dishes in front of him, a woman of gentle demeanor by his side, a brown-haired young man, a blonde woman, and a young child were across from him. Conversations over recent happenings in the town and the unstable situation in the kingdom filled the dinner table. It seemed the ghost was of no ordinary origin. Father, Boke has loved reading from a young age. I'd like to send him to the royal capital to see if he has any mage talent, lest we miss out on nurturing it at this young age. The young man opposite spoke and affectionately patted the child's head. From the ghost's perspective came the reply with a smile, well then, I have some connections with the mages in the court. Take my letter with you and let him assess the child's talent. If he truly has a gift for it, our family can boast having a mage among us. Thank you, father. The man smiled in gratitude. The child also came over to hug his arm in thanks. Then, the scene shattered. The setting shifted to the night. Loud knocks on the door were heard and a guard in light armor hurriedly announced, Sir, the second prince has entered the city with his guard team late at night. They're on their way here. The man was startled. Have all the guards prepare. Yes. The guard left. In the main hall, the somewhat disheveled second prince appeared with his guard. Your Highness? My apologies for not knowing of your arrival to the city. Lord Burns, there's no need for formalities, the second prince casually sat down, then continued, London City has attacked our borders, their necromancy soldiers slaughtering the kingdom's people. I need you to mobilize troops immediately. The city lord. Hearing their conversation, Wu Heng was somewhat surprised. The ghost that had just been devoured turned out to be the lord of this city. This. The city lord hesitated for a long time, frowning and asking, Nirely City is naturally willing to send troops to protect the kingdom's territory, but how did London City suddenly attack us? One of the men by the second prince spoke, Lord Burns, isn't it more appropriate to let His Highness take command of the city's forces? That's against the kingdom's laws. As soon as he uttered these words, suddenly several people beside the second prince rushed towards the surrounding guards. Thrust thrust. Long swords pierced through their bodies and his trusted aides were slain in the blink of an eye, falling into pools of blood. What does this mean? Are you trying to seize power? Cried the city lord in panic. The second prince closed his eyes, while someone beside him directly ordered, kill them all, don't let the news spread. More and more people rushed in, slaughtering everyone in the city lord's mansion. Father, what is this? The young man upstairs came down with the womenfolk. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Armed forces stormed up the staircase, and in a clash, women and children were hacked to death, and young men were pierced through by spears, nailed to the walls behind them. Huh. The image ended and a memory fragmented. Glenda detached herself from her body and commented, the second prince, famed for his love of arts, turns out to be quite decisive and brutal in his actions. The ghost lingered here seeking revenge on the second prince. An entire family was wiped out by the second prince and his men. In the memories from the dialogue, the second prince was forced to return by the London City's military forces. He might have truly been cornered with no other options, Wu Heng said. Glenda nodded in agreement. Bella and Zhao, looking over with confusion, asked, what's going on? What did you see in the memory? The ghost just now was the city lord here, killed by the second prince, Glenda briefly explained. Zhao's eyes widened, he killed one of his own. Glenda clarified, the kingdom is divided by factions, it's different from the Gold and Silver Island managed by your uncle. Oh. Zhao solemnly looked at the spot where the ghost was previously trapped and said with resolve, rest assured, we will avenge you. Watching Zhao's conviction, Wu Heng and Glenda both smiled. After speaking, Zhao turned to Wu Heng, right, uncle? Since you've promised, we'll help him take his revenge. The ghost's issue was resolved, but still no information on the second prince. It was somewhat disappointing. Let's go, let's head back and search again. Wu Heng started walking upwards again. But as he approached the entrance, he heard a tumultuous and hurried noise from above. As if a large army was gathering and marching past outside. Wu Heng stopped in his tracks, what's happening outside? The ghost flew out to look and returned to report, troops are assembling in the West City district, and the high-level professionals are all being mobilized. Wu Heng's gaze sharpened, they've found the second prince. It appears so, Glenda nodded in agreement. Once there were no more people around, Wu Heng emerged from the basement. Following the streets, he headed towards where the troops were amassing. The city was in chaos by then, with panicked crowds everywhere and armies rapidly assembling and running. Wu Heng walked briskly forward, with Zhao's continuous reminders in his ear to avoid encountering the assembling troops. In the West City district, over there, Troops are gathering, and we can see a few high-level professionals engaged in combat, Glenda reported upon returning. A few at level 18? Did you see the second prince? Wu Heng asked as he walked. At least 4 or more, unsure about inside the buildings. Haven't spotted the second prince, but with such an offensive, they must have confirmed he's in there, Glenda said with certainty. Recalling the ghost's memories of the slain necromancer assassin, they knew last time that they were dealing with a decoy. Yet, to suppress the morale of the city's military, they chose to strike and killed the decoy. In the days that followed, indeed the city was thrown into disarray for some time, with many officials sending their families away from the city. This direct action now was a sure sign they had confirmed the target's location. Woo! The sound of horns arose from behind. Wu Heng stepped into a side alley and saw a squad of elite cavalry, clad in armor and carrying curved sabers, racing down the street. On the opposite side in front, shield-bearing infantrymen ran forward rapidly, also heading to the combat zone. Before the army's full assembly, if they can't kill the second prince, a few more of them will die, Glenda stated. It's a matter of who's faster, Wu Heng replied. Glenda looked again towards the distance. Going there now might be dangerous for you. Why not wait until they're done fighting? Once they find the second prince, Bella and I can go over and kill him. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. Indeed, that was an option. While they talked, Bella also flew back from the distance. She reported straight away, Wu Heng, the second prince has used a ticket to escape. Chapter 821, Killing 2 Princes Escape with a Ticket? Wu Heng and Glenda both frowned. They had just been discussing whether to get involved at this time, and now the second prince had fled on the phantom train. That decisive, huh? No wonder he's so hard to catch. Glenda asked, the troops are all gathering in that direction, how could he still escape? All the way over, cavalry and infantry, in groups, were converging there. It shouldn't be that he'd escape so quickly. Bella said, those assassins have a clear target, it must be some kind of directional special item, they've already killed their way into the building. Maybe they felt they couldn't stop those people, so the second prince took a few old men and rode the train out of there. That made sense. The army and the second prince were 2 separate matters. Staying at the scene would only increase the danger. Leaving there at the first opportunity was the correct choice. Wu Heng asked, how many people boarded the train? Bella recalled for a moment and said, 4, none of them high level, and they don't seem to have professions that are good at fighting. Wu Heng nodded and said, call Zhao, we are leaving the city. Bella soared into the sky and called back Zhao who was scouting around. Wu Heng turned and walked away. Piao floated to one side, asking, Uncle, aren't we going to watch the excitement? There's smoke rising over there. The second prince took a train to escape, we'll catch him first, the others aren't important, Wu Heng said as he walked. Oh, he ran away, huh, how embarrassing, muttered Zhao. While talking, a patrol guard team walked by, glancing into the alley. You, stand there. Wu Heng stopped and glanced over, hearing Zhao's voice, Uncle, the highest is level 7. What's the matter? Wu Heng asked. The guard captain swaggered over, his tone cold, how come you're coming from that direction? Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, I was just planning to go home. Go home? You don't look like you're from the city. A member came closer, eyeing him up and down. I really am just going home, please let me be, gentlemen, said Wu Heng directly. Humphrey. The captain snorted and said to those behind him, search him, see if he has any weapons. The guards behind him immediately understood, approaching Wu Heng with smirks. Sigh. Wu Heng let out a sigh and simply said, do it. Crack crack. The approaching team members had their necks snapped one after another. And the guard captain behind them also widened his eyes, watching the scene in horror. It's over, we actually found the real deal. He turned to run, but found his body out of control, starkly stiff on the spot. Please, sir, I don't know anything, you go on with your business, the captain said, his eyes frantic, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Wu Heng said, enough, there's serious business at hand. Serious business? Talking to himself? Confusion flickered in the captain's eyes. The next second, he felt a strong force on his neck, his view spun, and he was looking forward again. The body fell, and Wu Heng took out a few straw mats from the space ring, wrapped up the bodies, and stored them away. He didn't want to conflict with these low-level people. But he had no time to waste with them either, they were just unlucky. He let the ghost observe the surroundings again. He cast teleportation technique, teleporting out of the city to a deserted wilderness with no people around. Wu Heng took out a rifle to check the ammunition, then said to the ghost, you guys get back here, we're getting on the train. The 3 ghosts promptly returned to his body. Wu Heng put on the train captain's hat, and the next second, the train whistle sounded, the phantom train appeared out of thin air. On the train, the view outside was chaos, blurred into a single phantom. In the sparse carriage, the bleak light cast down, illuminating the tension and unsettled faces of 4 individuals. They sat around a simple tape table with a fountain pen and a sheet of paper on it. Inside the phantom train, all senses except sight for living creatures were blocked, so paper and pen became the only means of communication. One of them, with sweat still beading his forehead, picked up the pen and wrote rapidly, "How did they find our location?" Another took the paper and pen and wrote, "It must be some special item or the ability of a special profession. Our security is definitely foolproof. As long as the prince is safe, we are not defeated, it's fine." Sitting in the corner, an elder wiped his sweat gently with a handkerchief and wrote down, "When we get back, we must rearrange, such an incident must never happen again." The golden-haired, blue-eyed second prince turned the paper around and wrote, "News came through, London City is sending a messenger, arriving in the next few days. We still need to consider taking over there to increase our leverage against Italia. The main power of London City comes from the island master of Gold and Silver Island. His growth rate is fast, and he has the support of the association. He will also become an obstacle for us. I suspect that the disappearance of several officials recently was his doing." "Impossible, he doesn't have a phantom train. It's not easy to come here from Gold and Silver Island. There was news last time that the Holy Court and Gold and Silver Island have some disagreements. We can arrange some incidents to keep the Holy Court occupied with the Island Master, then allocate all the remaining level 18 to take over London City first." "That's a good idea. After ensuring safety, let's discuss it carefully." The 4 passed the paper around and laid out their future plans tentatively. As the train moved away, the unease and vigilance had also slightly subsided. Chapter 821, Killing 2 Princes. The attackers' assault on the mansion had served as a wake-up call, urging them to select an even safer location. The paper had been passed around completely. The 4 of them refrained from writing any longer, awaiting their arrival at a secure destination. Whoosh! Suddenly, a light pierced through the dark and chaotic window outside. All 4 opened their eyes, looking outside with a hint of confusion. Even with most of their perception shielded within the carriage, it shouldn't have been possible to arrive so quickly. The train jostled slightly. The door opened. All 4 stood up in unison, their gazes shifting toward the door with suspicion and disquiet. Then, the compartment's large door opened, admitting a figure. They stared at each other, frozen in place. The door closed again, the train plunging back into the void and continuing towards an unknown destination. Both parties stood there, upright, watching one another. Suspicion, surprise, and disbelief appeared in the eyes of the 4 opposite them. Black hair, black pupils. The island master of Gold and Silver Island? How could he be here? Could it be that the officials who had gone missing in the city recently were his doing? Impossible. Wu Heng wore no mask. He donned ink-scale armor from the association and held a rifle in his hands. His gaze was also fixed on the 4 opposite him, 3 of whom were dressed opulently, like wealthy merchants, and the 4th, judging from his appearance, was the second prince himself. Rumors of the second prince's appearance had circulated, and having seen his double before, Wu Heng could identify him at a glance. The 4 on the other side exchanged rapid looks, then each drew their weapons from their waists. Their mouths opened, as if they were roaring loudly. But no sound came out. Then, the 4 charged toward him, spaced apart in a coordinated attack. Wu Heng watched the oncoming men and raised his rifle, aiming ahead. The lack of physical touch made him uncertain if he could pull the trigger accurately. Perhaps it was better to play it safe. He disengaged the safety and squeezed the trigger repeatedly. Bullets silently flew out of the barrel, heading straight for the opposition. Under their horrified gazes, the bullets found their marks in the forehead, in the chest, passing right through. There was no sense of touch on the train, so they couldn't feel pain. The men's faces showed confusion as their bodies slowly collapsed. The second prince, hit in the chest, did not die immediately but struggled to crawl toward a nearby table, reaching out to grab it. Wu Heng approached, pressing the rifle against his back and firing 3 more shots. The second prince fell completely and did not rise again. With everyone in the carriage dead, Wu Heng picked up the papers on the table for a look, noting they had used this method to communicate before his arrival. Seeing the writing about prioritizing the capture of London City, and the arrangement to assassinate Mangekyō with their level 18 underlings, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had come at the right time. Without these people, the matter of London City would never be resolved. Furthermore, it was clear that the second prince lacked the power to confront the crown prince head-on and could barely defend against assassination attempts arranged by the latter. He continued to examine the pen, a common pen produced on Gold and Silver Island. This fellow had also gotten a hold of a pen. He casually pocketed both items. The train continued on its journey. Wu Heng moved to the train door, glancing over the schedule. Destination, Sta City. He had never heard of it. But it must be a city within the Hueco Kingdom. Wu Heng returned to his seat, stepping over the bodies to sit down on the chair and using the opportunity to ponder the issues ahead. With the second prince slain, the purpose of this trip had been achieved. Had he known he would kill him on the Phantom train, he wouldn't have bothered investigating, interrogating corpses, or arranging for messengers all troublesome tasks. Now, the second prince was dead by his hand. What should he do next? A large-scale attack would still draw the attention of the Holy Court, but allowing the second prince's territories to remain unchecked would likely result in them being quickly reclaimed by the Crown Prince. And then London City would still have a new adversary in the Crown Prince. Just as previously considered, no matter who ultimately ascended to the throne, they would attempt to retake the land that London City had occupied. Should he disguise himself as the second prince? That method was worth a try. But he was not very familiar with the second prince's past. It was too easy to be exposed. Plus, he couldn't stay here long, as he ultimately needed to return to Gold and Silver Island. How to naturally transition the entire territory to Mangekyō, or appoint a new person to manage it. After who knows how long, the void outside the window had given way to the jagged outline of mountains. And the train came to a gradual halt. With a whoosh, the door swung open. Hearing and touch returned. We've arrived. Wu Heng glanced at the time, nearly half an hour had passed, and they were probably at a nearby city. With one hand dragging two corpses, he stepped off the train. The door closed again and vanished from sight. Before him lay a stretch of woodland, and beyond that, the silhouette of a city was visible in the distance. Wu Heng released the three ghosts. Hovering in midair, the ghosts widened their eyes at the four bodies laid out before them. Just like that, they're dead? Glenda inquired. It's better to be cautious, in case they had some sort of magical item or special item, Wu Heng replied. One was a prince, and the remaining three were from the secret cultivation hall. Wu Heng wouldn't have been surprised if they had pulled out some unusual magical weapons. Being a lone, vulnerable mage on the train without his skeleton or ghosts for backup, it was wise to remain cautious. Good that they're dead saves the trouble of any further mishaps, Glenda nodded in agreement. Zhao, impatient, urged from the side, Uncle, check their belongings. The prince must have had many valuable items on him. Wu Heng moved to search the bodies. Their weapons and armor, ornate brooches, gold and silver jewelry, and 4 space rings. Wu Heng slipped on the space rings from the 3 members of the secret cultivation hall. Bags of gold coins and silver coins, consortium statements, property deeds, magical scrolls, protective magical items, and gold rings signifying membership in the secret cultivation hall. They really were rolling in wealth. Next, Wu Heng put on the second prince's space ring. Lavish clothing, exquisite jewelry, money bags, magical scrolls, and a multitude of documents and information. He examined each item, eventually selecting 3 special items. Human bone nail, special item, effect, extracts the remnant soul from a corpse, side effect, impacts the user's own soul, description, a bone emanating an ominous force. When driven into the brow of a corpse it can extract the lingering soul within. At first glance, this special item was a phalange. Who knew which ruthless individual had died and their finger turned into a special item? The surface was dry and yellowed, sticking up straight like a nail. A finger? Glenda floated closer, the other 2 ghosts also gazing on curiously. Wu Heng clarified, it's called a human bone nail, a special item. When you pierce it into a corpse's forehead, it extracts the remnant soul. It doesn't seem too useful, Zhao remarked. We already have the soul-capturing jade. The bone nail served the same purpose as the soul-capturing jade. The difference being that while the jade could extract remnant souls en masse, its side effect required a sacrifice, that is, the person being drained. Wu Heng had been using the soul-capturing jade to extract remnant souls from zombies, and it had proven very effective. But this bone nail required piercing into the corpse's brow, obviously a one-at-time process. And the side effect was a direct hit to the user's own soul. Quite a serious drawback. In comparison, it was inferior to the jade. Indeed, it's not as effective as our jade, Wu Heng remarked. Glenda pondered for a moment before saying, the ghost we saw imprisoned in the basement, could it have been extracted with this? Wu Heng paused, recalling the city lord's ghost. Having no relevant memories in his fragmented recollection, he couldn't be certain whether or not there was a connection. Not sure, Wu Heng repeated. What would a prince be doing, researching ghosts? The 3 ghosts shook their heads in unison. Perplexed, Wu Heng moved on to the next item. Seidu's Medal of Honor, special item, effect, inflicts holy damage with every attack, and strengthens the influence of speech, side effect, an unceasing piety, description, the glow of a hero, bringing you the greatest of honors. It was a pendant, carved with a pattern commonly seen in the church's insignia. And say I do, he was one of the church heroes. The one watching over the crown prince in the royal capital. How did his special item end up with the second prince? Wu Hang glanced to the side. The three ghosts weren't paying attention to him as they were sorting scrolls and items nearby. He turned his attention to the final special item. Phantom Train Ticket Machine, Special Item, Chapter 822, he likes men, doesn't he? Phantom Train Ticket Machine. Indeed, such a thing existed. Having lived in the other world for a while, Wu Hang was still astonished to have never seen how train tickets were actually dispensed. The last time he took a train in the Hueco Kingdom, it was Slither who directly provided him with a ticket. The Phantom Train Ticket Machine before him, however, looked more like an old, outdated typewriter unearthed from a forgotten corner. The body was a heavy military green, with wear and tear evident on the surface and edges, while some of the internal parts were covered by rust. Below was the typing area, a row of round keycaps neatly arranged with a thin sliding rod on the side of the body. Wu Hang carefully observed, and the attributes of the ticket machine promptly appeared. Phantom Train Ticket Machine, Special Item, Effect, Print Tickets, Side Effect, Sacrifice of Soul, Description, an age ticket machine with unique functions. If you are willing to give up your own soul, it can embark you on a special journey. Looking at the attributes, Wu Hang's brow once again furrowed. The side effect was the sacrifice of soul. The price seemed too steep. But then he thought again, and immediately realized something was off. The second prince couldn't possibly sacrifice his own soul. A soul-sustaining damage could at best cause idiocy, or at worst, directly disperse the soul. The second prince's own level wasn't high, and his soul's strength was even less likely to endure the side effects of a special item. Coupled with the first of the three special items he saw, the human bone nail, everything could be explained clearly. The effect of the human bone nail was to absorb remnant souls. It must be utilizing this special item to exchange for tickets with the ticket machine. As for the ghosts trapped in the basement, there might be some other things that they themselves did not understand. Piao and the other two ghosts furtively selected some other items they liked. After all, they were the belongings of a prince. Even if they were useless ordinary items, their design was still exceedingly extravagant. After they had divided up the loot, the three ghosts flew back, gathering opposite to inspect the special items. Uncle, are there any other special items? Piao asked directly. There are two more, Wu Hang replied. This one is the Holy Quartz Pendant, which gives holy damage during a fight and makes speech more influential, but the side effect is an unceasing piety. He reconsidered the pendant, comparing it with the information provided. What is piety? Piao's eyes widened. Bella also looked over, waiting for his answer. It means to respect and be sincere. In the context of the Holy Court, it's recognizing their belief. Wu Hang pondered for a moment before explaining. Oh, so what does this sentence mean? Wu Hang scratched his head. It likely means that using this special item will make one more and more reverent and obedient. Brainwashing? It could be understood that way, and it's difficult to correct. Wu Hang found himself agreeing with this summary. And that one? Is it a keyboard? Piao pointed toward the ticket machine. Wu Hang moved the ticket machine in front of him, speaking earnestly. This is the very ticket machine we've been searching for. The three ghosts looked at the machine in surprise. Glenda suddenly realized, so it was actually in his possession. The ticket machine looks like this, huh? It's so ugly, Piao commented after a glance, somewhat disdainful. Bella, however, smiled and asked, can it really produce tickets? It can. Wu Hang continued to elaborate, the function is to sacrifice the soul to produce tickets. As soon as his words fell, Glenda and Bella simultaneously stepped back half a meter, with Piao belatedly realizing and following suit. The three ghosts were all wary of the ticket machine in front of them. Special items in this world were a rather unique class of artifacts, with some having such powerful side effects that they would be sealed away. Mentioning the sacrifice of the soul, the three ghosts were all fearful it might affect themselves. Wu Hang looked at the ghosts and said, it only takes effect if used, otherwise, if it affected anyone who saw it, the second prince would have died long ago. That made sense to the three ghosts, and they flew back. Those tickets, were they all exchanged with ghostly souls? Piao asked. Wu Hang nodded. The previous human bone nail must be the second prince's means of soul absorption. What I don't know is whether a remnant soul has the same effect as a normal soul. Glenda's eyebrows rose as he said, if the effects are the same, then car tickets could be easily produced over in the zombie world. I was thinking the same. After going through all the special items and trophies, Wu Hang stored everything into the space ring. Glenda hovered nearby, watching him gather the spoils, and casually asked, what's next? The second prince is dead. Is there anything else to do? Wu Hang looked towards the distant city and said, Piao will stay with me, Glenda and Bella will investigate that city. The second prince came here. This must have been a place of refuge? Alright. Glenda and Bella nodded and flew directly towards the distance. Piao hovered in midair and suggested, Uncle, I think we should visit the second prince's residence. There must be lots of good things there. But we were supposed to be assassinating. Wouldn't going to take things be walking into a trap? True, Piao agreed, then added happily, anyway, we have enough. I'll give it to my mom when we get back. She's never seen such things before. Piao is such a good child, Wu Hang affirmed. Hee. Wu Hang continued to take out a mat, wrapping up all the corpses and collecting them into the space ring. Sitting on a rock, Wu Hang pondered for a moment before taking out the portable radio to assemble. After making the connection, he spoke into the microphone, Wen Mancha, can you hear me? 3 or 4 minutes passed before Wen Mancha's voice came through, Master, I'm here. How are things on your side? There was a pause on the other end, and the tone was somewhat puzzled. Master, is something wrong on your side? We just spoke this morning. If it weren't for the fact that others couldn't use this kind of prop and he was familiar with Wu Hang's tone and rhythm of speech, he might even suspect that someone was impersonating and talking to him. Wu Hang immediately said, it's a bit chaotic over here, I'm asking about your situation. Riding the Phantom train always gave one the feeling of time being out of joint. He had indeed contacted Wen Mancha in the morning, and they had discussed the matter of the messenger. Everything is normal on my end. Master, be careful out there, and if there is any danger, come back first. There's no rush with this matter. Wen Mancha's tone was somewhat serious. It's okay, the second prince has already been killed by me, Wu Hang said. There was silence again on the other end. After a while, Wen Mancha's voice came through, slightly dubious, really? They had been discussing that morning whether the messenger could lure out the second prince, and now the second prince was already dead? A prince of a kingdom. With so many high-level professionals and absolute protection around him. To actually die at the hands of his master alone. This was indeed a bit unexpected. The body is right under my feet, Wu Hang said. Suddenly, Wen Mancha did not know what to say. It seemed she had underestimated her master's strength. What luck she had had back then. In a place like London City, to have become associated with such a master. Master, what's your next plan? I will cooperate with you as much as possible on my end, Wen Mancha suppressed her excitement and said immediately. Wu Hang said, the second prince is dead, but it's still not possible to resolve the conflict between the two parties. Is there a more moderate method to transition the second prince's powers to you? On hearing about the transition, Wen Mancha's heart skipped another beat. Given the area currently occupied, it wasn't an exaggeration to call herself a queen of a region, and now she was about to expand even more. Wen Mancha pondered for a while and said, when you came back last time, didn't you say that the second prince had a body double outside? Could we use that double to replace the second prince and make him our puppet? The body double is dead, died even earlier than the second prince. Wen Mancha frowned, what about taking control of the ministers? The division of labor among the ministers here is complex, it's not as simple as controlling 1 or 2 people. Wu Hang also dismissed the idea. Wen Mancha said, Master, I need to think this through carefully. When I come up with a plan, I'll inform you. Okay, don't let word of this get out. No one knows he is dead yet, Wu Hang added. Understood. Wen Mancha then said, the messenger is already on the way, won't it disrupt your future plans? It shouldn't be a problem. Having him turn back now might raise some suspicions. Then let him continue as planned, Wen Mancha continued. Also, get the fortress ready. If the news leaks, we may be attacked by their military, Wu Hang said. Although he didn't think it would be exposed, it was still necessary to be prepared. To prevent any possible dangers. Okay, I understand. I'll make arrangements immediately, Wen Mancha spoke with a serious tone. I'm fine now, I'll notify you if there's any news. Alright, Master, please also take care. Okay. Wu Hang replied with an okay, hung up the communication, and put away the radio. He sat on the rock, waiting for Glenda and Bella to return. It was now dusk. The orange afterglow filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting a mottled pattern. Occasionally, some wild beasts approached, chased by Zhao, all of them retreating deep into the jungle. He chatted idly with Zhao for a while. When the sky had grown dark, Glenda and Bella, who were responsible for scouting, finally returned one after the other. Bella said, I circled around inside the city. The highest level professional there is an 18th level 1, it's somewhat like a small fortress. No wonder the second prince had fled here, it seemed to be a second refuge point prepared in advance. For a city of this size, they wouldn't position an 18th level professional as a guard. What about the military force? Wu Hang inquired. It should be considered elite, but not as many people as in the previous city, Bella replied thoughtfully. Wu Hang nodded in understanding. Then, Glenda also spoke up, I went to the central mansion. Inside, there's a woman being cared for, she should be the princess of the second prince. Princess? The wife of a prince was called a princess, and only after becoming king would she be referred to as a queen. Both souls furrowed their brows. Bella said subconsciously, didn't they say he preferred men? Chapter 823, New Plan. Wu Hang gave her a displeased glance. You got all that from chattering folks in the tavern, and you actually believed them. Most of Bella's information came from her time working in the tavern. She even believed the rumor that the second prince liked men. Glenda smiled and said, I'm not sure if he likes men, but there is indeed a woman called the princess in that mansion, and this second prince couldn't possibly bring other princess women to protect them. It must be his wife. The second prince is not young, and by human lifespan standards, it's normal for him to have a family. Wu Hang analyzed and continued to ask, is there only this one princess? With the princess here, it was quite easy to guess some things. The second prince was in Niller City, keeping his family there, also to avoid any danger they couldn't attend to. I only discovered her and a few maids. As for whether there are other family members, it's hard to say since just by appearance, we can't tell if they are related to the second prince or not, said Glenda. Wu Hang nodded, indicating he understood. Glenda then asked, what should we do next? It's getting dark, do you plan to spend the night outside? I haven't really thought about what to do. Glenda hovered in midair, pondering for a moment, then suggested, you could try disguising yourself as the second prince. If that doesn't work, we'll consider other options. Disguise myself as the second prince and flee back to the city? Yes, pretend that the second prince was attacked in Niller City and had to flee back. Normally, it takes 3 days to travel between the two cities, so the news wouldn't travel that fast. Glenda floated back and forth in the air twice, sharing her thoughts. Wu Hang thought it over and felt it was worth a try. First, let's communicate with the dead, get things clear, then enter the city. The three ghosts nodded. The bodies that had been packed away were taken out again. First, they used the faceless mask to replicate the second prince's face. Then, facing the body of the second prince, they unleashed communicate with the dead. The dead body sat up, its gaze directed towards them. Wu Hang began, what agreement did you reach with the secret cultivation hall? The body answered, they supplied the people and the money to help me ascend to the throne. Once I become the king, we would co-govern the kingdom. It was indeed the Kylan Road plan of the secret cultivation hall. The secret cultivation hall used various means to place their people or their supported candidates in leadership positions of countries or powers, gaining control over the national discourse. Bella had mentioned before that the rumors suggested the second prince was not very interested in the throne. His interests lay more in the arts. But suddenly competing against the crown prince for the throne, with battles back and forth, it was the secret cultivation hall manipulating behind the scenes. The second question, Wu Hang asked, besides the members of the secret cultivation hall who just boarded the carriage with you, are there any other members? In Nirely City, the finance officials, the municipal minister. Wu Hang continued to ask, I want to disguise as you to enter Sti City, what should I be cautious about? The body answered, follow the established method, wear the kingdom's emblem on your chest and enter the city under the guise of being a relative of Minister Edwin. Wu Hang pondered for a moment, then continued to ask, who are the main responsible persons in Sti City? Managing Minister Edwin, Commander Russell. The last question. What are the names of your family members in the city? The body answered, my wife, Natalia. With the 5 questions concluded, the body lay back down once more. Glenda asked, why didn't you ask about the officials in Nirely City? There are still 3 bodies of the secret cultivation hall members left. Having served as officials in the city for so long, they surely know too. We'll continue with communicate with the dead when needed, Wu Hang directly responded. As long as you've thought it through, Glenda said indifferently. Wu Hang found a new brocade robe among the belongings the second prince carried, put it on, and while putting on the mask, spoke, Glenda, possess the body of a secret cultivation hall member. Let's coordinate. Glenda glanced at the remaining bodies and directly used stealing body. Amidst a harsh crunching sound, he slowly stood up, twisting his skeleton in place for a while. Only then did his movements seem much more adapted. He touched the indentation on his forehead and said, next time you want to possess someone, don't hit the head, it's too obvious. After stealing body, the bullet hole in the forehead had been repaired. But you could still feel a significant dent, as if the bone had shattered with only a layer of skin wrapped around it. I'll be more careful next time, Wu Hang said. The rest of the bodies were gathered up, and after making the clothes look disheveled, he hurried towards the city wall. Swoosh! 2 arrows shot down from the city wall and stuck into the ground ahead of them. Who's there? The city gate is closed, "Come back during the day tomorrow if you want to enter," yelled the guard loudly. Wu Heng, now assuming the appearance of the second prince, held an emblem in one hand and an illuminating stone in the other, and shouted back, "We are from the kingdom, relatives of Minister Edwin, please ask him to come here." Murmurs whispered amongst several people atop the city wall. Someone yelled out, "Hold on." The two halted their steps, silent. After roughly half an hour, more of the guard team appeared on the city wall, including a middle-aged man who leaned over the edge of the wall, straining to look below. Then he shouted, "Bring the illuminating stone closer, let me see your face." Zhao whispered in his ear, "Uncle, he's level 12. Level 12, not a low level either." It was the level of local stewards in the city. Wu Heng raised the illuminating stone higher, illuminating his features and displaying an expression of anxious exhaustion. Creak. The city gate opened, and guards poured out. Then the middle-aged man from above, who had just wanted to see the face, hurried over, took a closer look at Wu Heng, and then glanced at Glinda, who had possessed the body of a secret cultivation hall member. "Enter the city first," Wu Heng said gravely. "Okay," the middle-aged man gestured slightly. The large troop escorted them into the city. They boarded a carriage and made their way to a mansion in the center. Next, an armored, imposing commander quickly strode in. "Your Highness." The commander saluted. Wu Heng, sitting in a chair, rubbed his forehead and said, "Nirali City has been attacked by several level 18 professionals. Arrange for someone to go to Nirali City immediately to inquire about the situation and to inform them that I am unharmed, to prevent chaos among the troops." Hearing of the multiple level 18 professionals' attack, the two below tightened their hearts. Then, hearing that someone was being sent to Nirali City, they dismissed their suspicions about the prince. The commander immediately said, "All right, I'll send someone right away." Saying so, he went down to give orders, then came back. The civil servant minister then asked, "Your Highness, what is the identity of the enemy? Do we need to increase security here?" "The identity of the enemy should be arranged by the royal capital. I returned quite secretly, so they probably wouldn't guess I'm here. Increase the security, but don't make it too obvious." "Okay." Both nodded in agreement. Wu Heng took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, they won't chase us here. I'll go back and rest now, and we can discuss the strategy more carefully tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness." The two stood up and saluted. Wu Heng got up, and together with Glinda, who had possessed the secret cultivation hall member, discussed matters as they walked to their quarters. Inside the mansion, Wu Heng asked a maid to prepare bath water and entered the study on one side. With a ghost scouting ahead, he could know the purpose of each room in advance and was not afraid of entering the wrong room. He sighed in the study. Then he relaxed the tightened collar. These noble suits, if worn for a long time, were very uncomfortable. The door opened. A young lady with brown hair, tall and exceptionally beautiful, walked in slowly. "Your Highness." Wu Heng glanced at her attire and a space ring on her hand, "Natalia." The corner of her eye narrowed slightly. "I heard Your Highness was in danger. Are you hurt?" Before Wu Heng could speak, a long sword appeared in the woman's hand. With a swift, light movement like a hunting hawk, the long sword slashed down. Chapter 824, Does it satisfy any special hobby? Wu Heng, impersonating the second prince, was always cautious and observant of the other person's expressions. The moment a long sword appeared in the princess's hand, he was ready to fight. The princess's skirt fluttered like a butterfly, and she moved swiftly to his front. Wu Heng ducked to dodge the attack, raised his hand to seize her wrist, and used a bit of force, causing the long sword to clatter to the ground. The princess winced in pain, wanting to strike back and escape. But she found that her body was stiff in place, unable to move even her fingertips. It was as though she had lost control of her body, leaving only her consciousness inside. The princess could no longer maintain her composure, her face was filled with terror and unease. The person in front of her must be a high-level professional. His presence here meant that the second prince might never return, and she herself faced the threat of death. "What exactly is your purpose?" the princess asked coldly. The strands of her hair on her forehead were damp with cold sweat, sticking to her skin. Wu Heng said nothing and looked at her with some surprise. Not surprised that she struck at him, but at the swordsmanship she used when attacking, a very familiar feeling. Greyhawk swordsmanship. Back when he was in Blackstone Town, he had obtained a swordsmanship book. However, as time passed, opportunities to use this swordsmanship were rare, as it was not as effective as firearms or magic. So, he seldom used it. Only occasionally during training sessions with the maids. The princess had initiated with this swordsmanship. No idea where she learned it from. Hearing her speak, Wu Heng also snapped back to reality and said, "Aren't you going to call the guards? Do you want to find an excuse to kill me?" The princess faced his gaze and asked directly. After being restrained, The murderous intent in the princess's eyes had disappeared, and not much hatred could be seen. What was more evident was a sense of seriousness and unease akin to that of a captive. "How did you figure out that I am not the second prince?" Wu Heng asked. "Just some minor details," said the princess. She then counter-questioned, "This means, the second prince has died by your hand?" "Yes," Wu Heng said flatly. Her gaze sharply narrowed then quickly returned to normal as she said, "So, you came here to kill me? That's one way to put it. You really don't need to take this risk. I'm of no importance in their entire system now. With the second prince gone, I naturally lose my status as the princess," she continued. "It seems, your affection for one another wasn't deep." The princess offered a stiff smile. "Why, want to hear some royal secrets?" "Not interested," Wu Heng replied and then fell silent. The princess still stood stiffly in place, her eyes fixated on him, as if pondering something. Then she said, "What do I need to do to not have to die?" Wu Heng looked up. "There's indeed no need to kill you." "What must I offer?" the princess asked sternly. "You seem to know a lot about the second prince. I need you to help me deceive those ministers loyal to him." Wu Heng looked directly into her eyes, speaking seriously. "That's all?" "I can agree to that," the princess readily accepted. "I need you to sign a slavery contract with me, a type of contract you should have heard of. If I die, the least you'd be is in a vegetative state," Wu Heng stated. "Uncle, she might not know what a vegetative state means," Zhao's voice came through by his ear. The princess's gaze hardened, the pupils swiftly scanning the area, searching for the source of the sound. Wu Heng then explained, "A vegetative state means, your spirit is harmed, and henceforth, you can only lay paralyzed in bed." The princess did not find the source, returned her gaze, and said, "With your strength and status, you shouldn't lack women, right? Having a princess as your slave, is it to satisfy some peculiar hobby? Your status as a princess holds no privileges here," Wu Heng continued. "Be straightforward, agree or not, else I might think you're just stalling for time." The princess pondered for a moment, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "2 conditions. First, let me know who you are. Second, ensure my future life and status. Meet these 2, and I will agree to your demand." After speaking, she added, "With your capabilities, you should be able to keep your promises, right?" Wu Heng nodded slightly. "All right." Commander's mansion. The illuminating stones emitted a hazy halo, reflecting off the carpet in the center of the hall. Around the walls, various shields and blades hung, alongside flags of the kingdom. Commander Russell was seated aside, watching the hurrying Administrator Edwin enter. "Edwin, hadn't you gone back? Why are you here again?" Administrator Edwin sat down opposite, saying, "On the way back, I pondered, and still feel that the second prince is somewhat different." Commander's gaze sharpened. "Different how?" "Just brief contact, I can't pinpoint it, but having been by his side since he was young, I always feel there's something amiss," the administrator said, frowning. "Let's gather some people, we'll see His Highness again." The administrator shook his head. "This is a serious matter. His Highness escaping back after being attacked is a covert affair. If my conjecture is wrong, such a fanfare might leak information. How about you accompany me to meet His Highness tomorrow to confirm it?" Commander paused for a moment and then nodded. "All right, let's talk tomorrow, it's a bit late today." "Okay, then I'll go back first." The administrator left without another word. Princess Mansion. Chapter 824, Does it satisfy any special hobby? Study room. After a brief exchange, the two reached an agreement. Wu Heng took out a slavery contract from his space ring and said, "Get ready." The princess's complexion turned even paler, and although her eyes still held reluctance, she knew this was her only chance to live. Biting her teeth, she nodded. Wu Heng picked up her fallen sword, gently wiped it on his finger, and fresh red blood dripped directly drop by drop. He tore open the scroll and pressed his blood-stained finger onto it. The scroll absorbed the bloodstain, pulling at a strand of Wu Heng's spiritual power, penetrating her brow, and branding onto her soul. A pattern appeared on the woman's brow and quickly disappeared. The contract was complete. The princess's face, along with her lips, turned even paler. "Release her now," Wu Heng said. Bella emerged from the other's body, and the princess's body seemed to lose its support, slightly wobbling. This was clearly different from the demeanor she had when she first entered, sword in hand, ready to kill enemies. Wu Heng flicked his finger, shooting a pill into her mouth, then said, "Let's sit and talk." With the contract achieved, under the rule's constraints, the princess could no longer harbor enmity towards Wu Heng in her heart. Cautiously standing up, a sense of respect appeared in her eyes. After sitting down opposite him, she directly asked, "My lord, you should be able to reveal your identity now, right?" Wu Heng removed his mask, revealing his true face. The princess looked him up and down, her eyes filled with puzzlement and confusion. Human, and so young. Are you the Prince of Kelt, Luan? Wu Heng was startled. You don't recognize me? The princess looked even more puzzled. Have we met? All right. It seems not everyone in Blackstone Town knows me. Wu Heng introduced himself. My name is Wu Heng. London City, which the second prince attacked, is my territory. So, you killed him for this matter and not because you accepted the crown prince's hiring? The princess raised her eyebrows. He kept harassing London City and even arranged for a level 18 assassin to attempt to kill my people. He had to die for London City to ever find peace, Wu Heng said. The princess looked somewhat helpless and said, he struggled with the crown prince for so long, only to die at your hands. Wu Heng didn't speak, nor did he want to discuss this matter further. He directly asked, how did you discover me? By the address, and also your manner and tone are completely different from his. If you had just shown your face and left, it might not have been a big problem, but if you intended to manage the city in his guise, it would have been easy for those officials to discover, especially Chief Minister Edwin, who used to be a teacher to the second prince, the princess reasoned while speaking. Listening, Wu Heng nodded and said, summarize your thoughts, and later tell me how I should slip by unnoticed. Now. Prepare first, I need to go out for a while. When I return, I need everything ready, Wu Heng continued. If anyone comes, remember to cover for me. The princess's brow was tightly furrowed. Somewhat unable to understand him, still pretending to be the second prince, and now going out. I won't just become a vegetable right after signing the contract with you, will I? Wu Heng smiled. That depends on how well you cover for me. The ghost merged into the body, sharing the location outside. Wu Heng released the teleportation technique, the array formed, and his figure disappeared. The princess widened her eyes, staring blankly at the spot where he had vanished. Was he a mage? Such a close distance, easily dodging his own attacks. It seems she had been out of touch with the outside world, not knowing there was such a person. Knock, knock, knock. The door knocked, and a servant's voice arose. Your Highness, the bath is ready. The princess opened the door and said, His Highness is resting, do not disturb him. Yes, the servant answered, bowing his head. The princess gently shed her clothes and walked into the bathroom. Outside the city, in a deserted forest. Glowing green eyes peered through the bushes, closely watching the figure on the road. Uncle, where are you going in the middle of the night? Back to Nirali City to check, Wu Heng said. Which city? Zhao asked. Bella answered, the city we came from. Oh, Sister Bella can remember it. Why can Uncle remember it too? Zhao muttered while leaning on Wu Heng's shoulder. Wu Heng said, I need to set the destination for the Phantom Train, otherwise, I wouldn't want to remember. Hey, I'm just tagging along with Uncle, I don't like using my brain. Bella pouted, you two really are becoming more and more like father and daughter. Distance was put between them and the city. Wu Heng put on the train captain's hat and boarded the train. He wrote Niller City on the itinerary. The doors closed, and the train vanished. Niller City, the wilderness. The pitch-black night, heavily pressing down on the wilderness outside the city. Tap tap tap. The hurried and disordered footsteps tore through the deathly still night. An army clad in armor, wielding steel blades, surged like a torrent of black water, swiftly crossing the dirt roads. Swoosh. A ranger quickly doubled back from up ahead. Standing beside the army's commander, he saluted and reported, Sir, the enemy has stopped at the rocky area ahead, it seems they have no intention of fleeing. The ironclad commander, with a murderous look in his eyes, coldly inquired, how many? Still 3 people. Any ambushes or traps? The ranger hesitated for a moment, then said, so far, we haven't spotted anyone hiding in the shadows, nor any signs of traps. The commander nodded, loudly commanding, those assassins are already weary. Slow down, walk and rest simultaneously, get ready for the final battle. The army no longer advanced swiftly. Rather, they continued in formation while recovering their strength. They were determined to leave no enemy behind. The troop approached the rocky area. From afar, they could see 3 robed figures ready for combat. One wielding a long sword, another with both a long and a short sword, and the last woman, her arms concealed under her cloak, her weapon unseen. Kill. Leave none alive. The commander bellowed. His voice boomed like a bell across the barren wilderness, resonating, and the troops in the woods immediately charged forward. Kill. The battle cries erupted all around, with the army surging up the slope. Behind the army, 3 level 18 commanders also drew their waist-bound weapons. Looking at each other, they too charged into the fray. Suddenly, the air filled with cries of battle and the sounds of combat. In the distance, the phantom train stopped. Wu Heng stepped down from the train. No sooner had his foot touched the ground than he heard distant battle cries and the glow of orange-red torches. With a frown, Wu Heng released ghosts, saying, "Bella, go see what's happening over there?" Bella nodded and instantly flew out. Wu Heng also walked in that direction. On the way, Bella returned and reported, "The army is surrounding and attacking those assassins, just up ahead." "Has it been going on since daytime?" "Seems so. It should be settled by tonight," Bella replied. "How many high-level professionals?" 6. 3 robed assassins remain, 3 level 18 professionals in the army, 5 level 15, and around 100 elite soldiers. "Let's go take a look," Wu Heng continued forward. As they neared the battlefield, the sounds of shouting and fighting grew clearer. The clash on the battlefield intensified. "Uncle, what do we do next?" Zhao asked quietly. "Charge right in." Wu Heng spoke while casually opening the mansion's guild. Pointing to Shanshan and Kaizayu inside, towards the distant battlefield, "Go, target the high-level professionals first." Shanshan transformed into a streak of light, bursting forth and rapidly flapping her wings, turning into a nearly 3-meter-tall massive skeleton mid-journey. Her gigantic horns forward like a cannonball. She charged directly into the battle zone, colliding with 2 level 18 fighting professionals. Both sides were momentarily startled. Caught off guard, their bodies were flung back, crashing into the rocky piles behind, sending up clouds of dust. The combatants, as if a pause button had been hit, stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the massive skeleton and the 2 level 18 professionals sent flying. Chapter 825, Exaggerated Combat Power. Upon clarifying the target, both sides were startled. A skeleton resembling a giant insect, over 3 meters tall, stood in the center of the field. Its iron-gray bones gave off a cold, ghostly glow in the night, as if they were clad in a coat of iron armor. 2 pairs of wings vibrated rapidly, kicking up a gale on the spot. Reinforcements from the other side? The same thought emerged in the minds of both parties. "Kill!" someone in the battlefield shouted. The once stagnant battlefield plunged back into chaos, with cries of battle and the sounds of weapons clashing filling the air once again. Buzz. Shanshan's hollow eye sockets scanned the surroundings, the eerie blue soul fire exuding a chilling breath of death. Then, it fixed its gaze on a person in a black robe, dual-wielding short swords. With a light tap of its foot, its form burst forth once again, like a fleeting streak of light. "Damn it!" The person in the black robe cursed, crossing their short swords in front of them. Bang! The next second, a tremendous force struck their chest, sending the body flying backward like a cannonball. The Hueco Kingdom side was taken aback. Their own reinforcements. There was no time to show joy. The tall insect-like skeleton reappeared in front of a kingdom commander. Bang! The level 18 commander, clad in kingdom armor, coughed up blood and was sent tumbling backward, crashing into a pile of rocks, stirring up dust and debris. The skeleton did not stop, assaulting the level 18 professionals like a marble, bouncing among them. Sending those in combat, or those who had just managed to get up, flying once again. Like a marble shuttling back and forth. By now, everyone had realized what was happening. A third force had joined in, and its identity was not hard to guess. A skeleton from London City. That outlying small town that had taken several cities within less than a month. When did such a powerful skeleton emerge there? One that could suppress level 18 professionals from both sides. Protect the commander. Spread out, don't cluster together. Use iron chains, lock it down. The scene grew even more chaotic, everyone scrambled, dodging the giant skeleton's onslaught while trying to figure out how to counterattack. Foes who had been at each other's throats now had to set aside their grievances and deal with the immediate threat. There are suspicious individuals found in the rear, probably necromancers. At the rear of the battlefield, Wu Heng and 2 ghosts had maintained a considerable distance. Glenda, because of having used the possession ability to steal a body from the secret cultivation hall, hadn't come along. If the ability were dispelled, that corpse could no longer be used. With 1 person and 2 souls, they too watched the battlefield in amazement. "Wow! Shanshan is so awesome, bouncing around like a marble," Zhao said excitedly. After all, it was the name she had given it, to dominate several level 18s as if she were that powerful. Bella chimed in, "Is Shanshan's combat ability so exaggerated?" Shanshan had also made a move before, but always ambushing lone enemies from the shadows. Defeating an enemy within 2 or 3 moves didn't reveal much strength. Wu Heng had thought that with the difficulty of leveling up to 20 being so great, there'd be a leap in abilities. But now, Shanshan, a single skeleton, was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, holding off 6 level 18 professionals. He was still somewhat surprised. At this moment, Kaizayu too joined the fray, clashing with the enemies. "Uncle, there are guards coming," Zhao warned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the words were out, several crossbow arrows whistled their way toward them. Wu Heng sidestepped slightly, letting the arrows embed themselves in the tree behind him. Directly in front, a large group of guards charged towards them, shouting to kill the Necromancer, to kill the human traitors, and rushing forward. It seemed they weren't foolish, knowing that killing Wu Heng, the Necromancer, would mean the death of the skeleton. Kill them. Victory to the undead. Zhao bellowed and charged out, performing a possession on a soldier and twisting their neck. Bella also charged forward, singling out the mid-level warriors for an individual kill. Wu Heng pulled out a machine gun from his space ring and after casting the summoning arrow magic, pulled the trigger. The first shot, under the effect of summoning arrow, the bullets spread out like a shotgun blast, and the soldiers in front were instantly blown away and fell to the ground, dead and wounded. Then, the muzzle spat out flames again, although it no longer had the effect of summoning arrow. Yet it still swept toward the front. The approaching soldiers fell in swathes. In less than a few minutes, the ground in front of him was already covered with bodies, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Wu Heng glanced at the battlefield, and released, corpse battlefield. The entire area was filled with the rasping sound of bone on bone. One by one, skeletons clad in armor, holding battle swords, stood up. Encircle the front. Rattle. Instantly, the skeletons dispersed to surround the pile of rubble. The pile of rubble. Only 4 level 18 professionals were able to stand up. The other 2, one buried under the rubble and one being stepped on by a giant insect skeleton. At this moment, all soldiers around had turned into skeletons, their eerie blue soul fire lights connecting in the dark night. Twinkling densely, they sent shivers down the spine. And behind the skeletons, a young man in a luxurious robe stood silently in the darkness, watching silently. Like the Grim Reaper in the night. Among the figures in black robes, which Viola under the hood, widened her eyes in shock and surprise. It's that kid. The vice executive of Gold and Silver Island only knew some dirty tricks. The disappearance of the official the other day was indeed his doing. But why has he grown so fast? Was that skeleton given to him by the association? To be able to fight so many level 18 professionals. Let's cooperate and break out together, said the level 18 warrior clad in a black cloak, discarding the elixir in his hand and speaking solemnly. Beside him, the kingdom commander, leaning against a wall, nodded. Whoever tries to pull any stunts along the way, won't have a good end. Agreed. Nodded the warrior. The commander took a deep breath and said coldly, break out to the left. As the words fell, the group directly attempted to break through to the left. Wu Heng watched the few suddenly rushing forward and ordered, attack. Rattle. All the skeletons around immediately swarmed towards the center. And the skeleton unicorn immortal Shanshan, transformed into a streak of light, directly disrupting the group of 4, joining the rest of the skeletons to surround and attack. The 4 level 18 professionals, with no other choice, each displayed their abilities to continue trying to break out. Uncle, that puff of smoke ran away, Zhao exclaimed, pointing towards the distance. Wu Heng fixed his gaze. In the chaotic battlefield, a wisp of gray-white smoke was utilizing the cover of night, rushing through the skeletons towards the outskirts. Once it passed the range of the skeletons, it transformed into a wildly running smoke wolf, speeding up its escape even more. That witch. Wu Heng's expression tightened. It had to be her, his memory of her was too vivid. This time, he could not let her escape. Glancing at the battle zone, the remaining 3 professionals were being encircled by the skeleton group. Unless they had some special abilities, there was no escape. Stop her. Wu Heng shouted at the fleeing smoke, then took out a flying carpet from the space ring. His body was enveloped by the flying carpet at a certain height, then gave chase in the direction of the fleeing smoke. 2 ghosts also sped up their pursuit, constantly trying to perform possession. But in the form of smoke, she was different from normal beings. Neither Zhao nor Bella, who had reached level 20, could complete the possession. Bella flew back, her voice urgent, we can't possess her, it's up to you. Wu Heng, sitting on the flying carpet, took out the machine gun and fired several shots at the smoke. The bullets passed through the smoke, kicking up dust but causing no visible damage. Uncle, what do we do? Zhao also flew back. Just follow her, I don't believe she can keep this up for long, Wu Heng said directly. Then, he raised his hand to gather the summoning thunder skill. Whoosh! Dark clouds covered the sky. Crack, crack. Rows of thunder fell from the sky, crashing down on the running wisp of smoke below. Chapter 826, Testing the waters. The smoke wolf that was running swiftly dissipated in an instant, looked back in terror at the figure pursuing it from the sky, and the smoke shattered in the blink of an eye. It transformed into several smoke animals again, fleeing in different directions. Lightning bolts fell, refracted and shattered too, and then continued to chase the one in the farthest direction. But after just taking a couple of steps, the pursuing animal dissipated on its own. Disappeared completely. Wu Heng's expression turned ugly. He had lost track. See if there's a witch's level pillar of light. The two ghosts rose again, beginning to observe in the other directions they had fled. Then they came back and said, "Uncle, there's nothing. I don't have anything on my side either, she must be hiding," Bella followed up. "She got away again," Wu Heng clenched his teeth. This was the third time the witch had escaped. The first time was in the face of Steward Emilo, the second was during the siege by Emilo and the veteran mage Giant Vito, and the third time she had escaped from his hands again. This witch really had some special abilities, not to mention her combat strength. Just this self-preservation ability was extremely rare among professionals. "Uncle, it's okay. We defeated 5, and it's not a big deal if one ran away, don't be sad." Zhao floated over, softly comforting him. "Alright, for Zhao's sake, I'll catch her next time," Wu Heng said as he controlled the flying carpet to fly back. By now, the battle in the stone rubble area had ended. The skeletons went into standby mode, and several corpses were placed in the center of the clearing. The flying carpet was put away, and Wu Heng descended from the sky. The surrounding skeletons stepped back, clearing an area. Strip the bodies of their equipment. The skeletons immediately got to work, stripping the corpses of their gear. After everything had been removed, Wu Heng put it into the space ring. Then he activated the mansion skill, dragged the bodies in. 5 corpses with varying injuries were dragged into the mansion skill, and Wu Heng approached the first one and cast the revival technique. Cough cough cough. The corpse abruptly opened its eyes, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from its mouth and nose. Wu Heng used the life extension technique to maintain its vital signs, then fed it 2 pills. With a thought, a cage automatically assembled in midair, trapping the revived professional inside. Then, Wu Heng continued with the same method, rescuing all of the remaining corpses. One by one, iron cages appeared, incarcerating the 5 people, gravely injured and on the verge of death. "All of you come in, watch them," Wu Heng ordered from outside. The skeletons outside began to file into the mansion. "You're Wu Heng from London City, right? Cough cough. Your target should be the second prince, we share the same goal, we can cooperate," one person coughed violently before speaking. "We can also cooperate, the war between us is just a misunderstanding," another person followed suit. "I can pay money for my life, name your price, Wu Heng, think about it. Even if I leave, I will not divulge anything that happened here. Wu Heng, you set the terms." Everyone began to speak, and with the skeletons continuing to come in, the whole space got noisy. Wu Heng looked at them with no sign of surprise. Everyone who came in tried to say a few words to him. "Keep an eye on them, if they are not obedient, cut them a few times, but don't hit any vital points," Wu Heng said and walked out directly. The mansion skill closed, and the shouting inside disappeared. Standing on the rubble, he looked around. After the ghosts returned, he put on the train captain's hat again and went back to Stiz City. After half an hour, the train stopped. Taking advantage of the night, Wu Heng cast the teleportation technique several times and returned to the princess mansion. In the mansion, a side room. The array gradually took shape, and Wu Heng's figure appeared shortly thereafter. 2 ghosts also followed flying in. This place was where the possessed members of the secret cultivation hall lived. Being outsiders, they could only be placed outside in the side rooms. In the dim study, Glenda sat at the desk, using the light of an illuminating stone to read a book in her hand. Seeing Wu Heng, she asked, "What went just now?" "I went back to Nirely City for a bit. I was planning to check on things when I happened to encounter both sides still fighting, so I took them all down," Wu Heng said casually. 5 of them, that witch turned into smoke and ran away again," Wu Heng said helplessly. Glenda frowned, looking at him strangely. "Did you let her go on purpose?" "I don't know what kind of slack you think I'm getting," he said. "Her ability to transform into smoke is quite special. Zhao and I chased her through half of the forest and still couldn't catch her." Zhao also cooperated in corroborating. "Yeah, Sister Bella, we were unable to possess her, and even with Uncle casting thunderbolts from the sky, we couldn't catch her." Hearing Zhao say this, Glenda nodded in agreement. After contemplating, she said, "Now that she's run away, you need to consider that some of your information might be leaked by her. At the very least, the Crown Prince will know about your abilities, but you don't need to worry. With your current strength, that prince may not pose a threat to you." Wu Heng was no longer as he was back in Blackstone Town. He was no longer worried about the policies of the Hueco Kingdom or the legal statutes from those above. Knowing his strength, or knowing that he had killed the assassin he had hired, was unlikely to pose any threat to him. Attack Gold and Silver Island? Or report to the association? He had hired an assassin from an evil cult. Would he bring this matter up with the association? Only if he were a fool. "Alright, I'll be careful." Glenda continued, "Next time we take the Phantom train, it's better not to leave us outside. Did something go wrong? Just now when I asked where you had been, it was because I felt the connection with you had been cut off twice. It must have been when you were on the Phantom train. Although there was no substantive harm, you should still be cautious, Glenda explained. Okay. Wu Hang nodded. Glenda continued, this body of mine is getting too old. It can probably hold on for another 2 or 3 days before noticeable abnormalities appear. You need to prepare for that. Tomorrow I'll find an excuse to send you out, and then dispose of the body in the wilderness. That works too. Then I'll head back first. Alright. Glenda nodded and picked up a book from beside her to continue reading. Wu Hang used the teleportation technique nearby and returned to the main building of the mansion. He went upstairs and entered the study. As he pushed open the door, he saw the princess resting at the desk. Her hair was disheveled, and she was dressed in fairly unisex clothing, resembling a mercenary on a mission. The sound of the door opening startled the princess awake. Seeing Wu Hang enter, her expression calmed down again. Have you finished your business? Organizing her hair, the princess stood up and asked. After signing the contract, the signee naturally trusts and obeys from the heart. Therefore, her speech was more respectful than before. It's taken care of. Have you prepared everything on your end? Wu Hang approached. The princess moved away from the desk and said, I've organized everything. In addition to his physical habits, there's also the second prince's diary. You'll need to familiarize yourself with the contents and the handwriting. A stack of notes was brought out. The princess continued, you'd better find an excuse to rest tomorrow. It might be difficult to master all this in one night. Wu Hang glanced at them and said, making excuses will only raise suspicions. If a minister probes, there could be problems. Wu Hang looked at the items on the desk, thought for a moment, and said, no issue, it won't be a big problem. Then he found a spacious spot and his figure began to flicker at a high frequency. In the blink of an eye, 6 identical figures appeared. They formed a circle and began to discuss. Come on, tell me about some of his habits and mannerisms. Another Wu Hang said, after you've told her, tell me about his speech patterns. The 2 on the right tore the notes in half, each one looking at a piece. The remaining figures began to mimic the handwriting. All of a sudden, the study burst into activity. The princess stood still, rubbing her eyes, making sure she wasn't seeing things or having hallucinations. What kind of person was this, exactly? The next day, in the solemn hall, Wu Hang, dressed in splendid finery, sat upright at the very top. Below him were the Chief Minister Edwin, and the bulky Commander Saldon. The Chief Minister's eyes constantly swept over the top of the hall. He then bowed slightly and said, Your Highness, who exactly attempted to assassinate you last night? Wu Hang sighed, tapped the arm of his chair twice, and said, Detailio. He colluded with an evil cult, several level 18 professionals, and attacked Nirali City. Oh? Your Highness, weren't you in the city of Riba? How did you end up in Nirali? The Chief Minister inquired, his eyes piercingly fixed on Wu Hang. Wu Hang frowned. I've always been in Nirali City, isn't that what we decided on together? Chapter 827, originally a test subject indeed. Just as Princess Natalia had said, a brief interaction might go unnoticed. But impersonating the second prince over a long term would not be easy. Early this morning, the duo had come looking for him. Their words were direct probes. Wu Hang, with a hint of embarrassment on his face, smiled and replied, Of course I remember. The instructor Zygmunt taught us. I never liked those lessons and was slow to learn, so you found me a helper to secretly practice and pass his test. The manager minister, Edwin, nodded slightly. The first question had matched. He did not wait for him to continue asking. Wu Hang sighed again, trying to steer the conversation back to the current situation. I should have worked harder earlier, that might have improved the current situation. Everyone's growth circumstances vary, Your Highness. You bear the heavy responsibility of restoring the nation, you need not dwell on this. The manager minister consoled him, then threw another question. Do you remember the squirrel we encountered in the courtyard during one of our walks? You even gave it a name, what was it called? Zoe, it ran away later, and I searched for a long time but never found it, answered Wu Hang softly. With these questions, the manager minister understood. He resumed his seat, glancing at the commander next to him and slightly nodded. His questions, all from years past, could be easily recounted. It proved that there was nothing wrong with the prince in question. The probing came to an end. Only then did the commander speak seriously. Please explain in detail about the incident in Miller City, who exactly attacked there. Bringing up the matter again, Wu Hang also felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that he had passed their test. He had read the diary last night and listened to the princess for half the night. He remembered most of the events. But he was also afraid that they might ask something he didn't know. Wu Hang, resting his forehead on his hand and looking bitter, said, Detailio, He colluded with the evil cult and arranged for multiple level 18 professionals to attack Niller City. The two ministers looked at each other. It was indeed someone from the Crown Prince's faction. The commander asked, what was the situation like at that time? Last night, he had arranged for soldiers to head to Niller City overnight. But getting a detailed reply would still take a few days. They could only preliminarily understand the situation by inquiring. I only know there were 4 assassins. Somehow they found where I lived. The scene was quite chaotic, and I escaped with the help of my trusted aides. Wu Heng finished, sighing again. It seemed he was recalling a somewhat embarrassing incident. What are your plans, Your Highness? The commander asked again. Wu Heng took a deep breath and slowly said, we must keep my presence here a secret to prevent any assassins from posing a threat. Let's wait until the detailed reports from Niller City arrive, then we can discuss further plans. Very well, Your Highness, I will strengthen the city's defenses and wait for the message to come through before making further plans, the commander said solemnly. Wu Heng nodded, acknowledging the understanding. At this point, Glenda slowly stood up. She was still possessing the body of the old man from the secret cultivation hall, wrapped tightly, but her skin already showed severe signs of aging. She first bowed and then said, Your Highness, please allow me to leave for a while to bring in more funds. Without waiting for Wu Heng to speak, the manager minister below preemptively said, leaving at this time might attract some attention. His indirect way of speaking was out of concern that the second prince's information here might be leaked. I have my methods to ensure the enemy won't lay a trap, Glenda said indifferently. Both ministers looked towards Wu Heng, waiting for him to make arrangements. Wu Heng said, if you're confident, then pick a time to leave without drawing others' attention. Yes, Your Highness, Glenda nodded and then sat back down. The discussion was complete. They sat down again and casually chatted a little. The two ministers then got up, bowed, and left. Wu Heng still sat in the chair for a while. Then Bella flew back in from outside. She said, no problem. They took the carriage back to their residences, and during the conversation, they also said there was no issue with you. Glenda remarked, it's also a life saved for them. Exactly, Zhao agreed. Wu Heng loosened his collar and added, it's best they believe, it saves us the trouble. Glenda, you can leave the city now and handle this body properly. Glenda got up, left her things behind, and walked straight out. Glenda left. Wu Heng also rose and walked towards the rear. Upon returning to the princess mansion, he entered the building and saw the princess waiting in the living room, with several maids bustling around her. Your Highness. The princess stood up to greet him. Wu Heng nodded. The princess turned to those beside her and said, you may leave now, do not enter unless there is something important. Yes. The maids responded and all left. Then, the princess came over to help him take off his coat and quietly asked, was everything smooth, sir? The managing minister indeed asked 2 questions, but there was no problem, and I answered them all, Wu Heng said as he took a seat. The efforts from last night must have been helpful for you. The princess remained standing across from him. Having said that, she suddenly felt the implication of her words could be misinterpreted, her cheeks reddening slightly. Wu Heng spoke, thanks to those materials, there might be a few things that need attention later. Think carefully if anything was missed, and tell me when the time comes. Yes, sir, the princess nodded. Wu Heng rose again and said, I am going back to the study. If someone comes looking for me, tell them I am resting because I am tired, I will come back for dinner. Yes. The princess bowed in response. Wu Heng went upstairs into the study. After sitting at the desk for a while, Glenda returned in the form of a ghost. She stretched midair and sighed, being a ghost is really better, that body was too weak. Hearing this, Wu Heng sensed a disdain for living beings. He asked, how was the corpse handled? Shortly after leaving the city, we encountered a pack of wolves, and I fed them willingly. By now, even the bones have probably turned into chew toys, Glenda explained. Zhao shivered beside them, and his words are frightening. Glenda smiled, the wolves were also stunned. I guess it was their first time seeing a human willingly walk over and lie down to die. Very picturesque, Wu Heng commented. Zhao and Bella nodded in agreement. What next? Glenda continued. I asked the princess to notify me if there's any issue. For now, let's head to the zombie world. The 3 ghosts directly entered a body. Wu Heng opened the boundary door next to him and walked through. On the other side was the surveillance room of the prison. A skeleton sat in front of the monitors, its hollow eye sockets steadfastly gazing at the screens. Wu Heng first released the 3 ghosts. Then he walked to the skeleton's side, put a hand on its shoulder, and said, bring up the surveillance for cells 202, 203, and 204. The 3 surveillance feeds were enlarged, showing the restless zombies clearly. Although their bodies hadn't changed significantly, the wings on their backs had grown to about 20 centimeters and could be clearly seen flapping occasionally on the monitors, stirring up dust around. It doesn't seem like there's much change. Zhao's face was pressed against the screen. Don't get so close, it's bad for your eyes. Uncle, are you trying to lecture me on purpose? Wu Heng smiled and said, let's go. We'll also lock up those we caught yesterday. Exiting the surveillance room, they headed directly to the cell area. Along the way, they saw an alchemy skeleton pushing a cart. Follow me, Wu Heng told the alchemy skeleton. The skeleton turned the cart around and followed them into the corridor of the cells. The mansion skill opened, revealing the skeleton army inside, dressed in standard Hueco Kingdom armor and carrying long swords, all turning their heads to look at them. Inside were 5 cages. Enclosed were 5 level 18 professionals, still weak. Bring them out, Wu Heng ordered the skeletons. Clatter, clatter. The skeletons inside began to move, dragging out all 5 people. The 5 were pulled from the mansion skill, anxiously assessing their surroundings. Seeing skeletons all around and hearing the roars of beasts from the solitary cells, their expressions changed again. The Necromancer's experimental base. Definitely a place where the Necromancers experimented with necromancy magic. Damn it, he wants to use themselves as test subjects. Chapter 828, It's just a matter of words. Puff, puff. Just as someone tried to struggle, the skeleton guarding them struck twice with his sword at the abdomen. Blood gushed out, and the already severely injured body grew even weaker. Wu Heng glanced at them and directly said, start from 205, imprison them one by one in separate cells. The skeleton set into motion again. Dragging a few people, they walked into the prison. Wu Heng, the necromancy laboratory violates the association's regulations. Let's talk, our target is the same, the second prince, collaboration is the best choice. I was hired to come here, your grievances have nothing to do with me, let me leave this place, and I can give you a large sum of money. You've offended so many people, there will be no good outcome for you. Wu Heng. You can't do this. Several people shouted loudly, creating a commotion. Amidst the resistance, the skeleton occasionally struck a few more times with the sword, barely managing to drag them into the cells and lock them in shackles. The iron door closed. The noise finally quietened down. Wu Heng then told the alchemy skeleton, let them heal for a day today, and start the zombie transformation tomorrow. The alchemy skeleton nodded and made a note in his record book. Then, he turned and left. The affairs of the 5 level 18 professionals ended. The 3 ghosts flew back, and Zhao, with a tone of regret, said, Uncle, those 3 zombies are still level 19. Wu Heng opened the narrow observation hatch in the iron door and peeked inside. Immediately, a zombie's hiss came through. After closing it again, he said, let's wait and see, we've only been out for 2 days, maybe they'll reach level 20 in a few days. Alright, Zhao shrugged. They returned to the monitoring room. Zhao, somewhat excited, told Glenda about how the skeleton Shanshan fought 6 alone last night. At the time, Glenda was possessing a member of the secret cultivation hall and had not witnessed the fight. Hearing Zhao's description, Glenda looked at Bella. The latter nodded her head, affirming it was indeed so. This surprised Glenda even more. Wu Heng had told her about defeating 6 level 18 professionals last night, mentioning that the only witch used smoke to escape. Unexpectedly, the main combat power was Shanshan. This skeleton, akin to a giant insect. Even at level 20, being able to fight 6 alone seemed too exaggerated. Moreover, she and Bella had also reached level 20, apart from being able to oppress and devour other ghosts due to level advantage, they could not directly kill level 18 professionals. Wu Heng sat down in the chair. After chatting with the 3 ghosts for a moment, he no longer paid attention. His mind started pondering the matter of the 3 level 19 zombies in cells 202 to 204. Initially, they were only level 18 professionals. After injecting the virus, they elevated to level 19 the next day. The speed of the upgrade alarmed both Wu Heng and the 3 ghosts. They thought they had found a bug to exploit the level system, potentially quickly cultivating a batch of level 20 skeletons. But as the days passed, there seemed to be no change. They had not reached the imagined level 20. Wu Heng pondered slightly and came up with 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that professionals inherently have a higher base which, when exposed to the virus differently from ordinary people, achieves a breakthrough-like improvement. Thus, from level 18 directly to level 19. The second possibility pertains to notoriety. These level 18 professionals, having essentially reached the threshold to level up to 19, were confined to level 18 due to insufficient reputation. After being injected with the zombie virus, transitioning from professional to zombie. The rules of reputation were thus nullified, naturally enhancing them directly to level 19. Thinking this through, Wu Hang felt the second possibility was more likely. This fulfilled the criterion for level advancement. If this is true, then they can only advance to level 19. Meaning, post-zombie transformation, the quick progression from level 18 to 19 needs the aid of a corpse core for cultivation to reach level 20. We'll observe further in time. Wu Hang remarked, his mind wandering back to the combat prowess scenario of the Shanshan skeleton unicorn immortal. Level 20 skeletons, capable of taking on 6 professional level 18s, are rather formidable. Although not as exaggerated as Zhao described, being constantly suppressed by the enemy, their ability to hold off 6 opponents is quite an exaggeration. Even the heroes of the association would not dare to face 6 level 18s alone. Of course, Shanshan's weaknesses are also very apparent. All the battles rely on brute strength and the speed provided by wings, charging straightforwardly and knocking or smashing enemies away. There is basically no technique involved, which is a drawback of turning zombies into skeletons, as they lack the foundational skills of professionals, making their combat style more like that of wild beasts. But it's not without a solution. The few held in the prison, including some level 19 professional zombie, used to be professionals with a foundation in combat. It remains to be seen whether this foundation is retained after turning into skeletons. If they have the same strength and speed as Shanshan and retain the combat experience or skills from their professional days, then their combat capabilities would be unimaginable. Thinking this, Wu Hang felt a bit excited. Wu Hang glanced at the time, then picked up the radio to call Li Yaong. In the other world, the sun hung high. On a winding path, a cloud of smoke appeared from the woods, gradually materializing in the middle of the road into a witch named Viola wearing a tattered black robe stained with dust and blood. Viola looked gaunt, her skin pallid, and her eyes alertly scanned her surroundings. "Damn kid, I should have killed you first last time," Viola muttered venomously. She was also amazed at how quickly he had grown stronger. Such progress in strength in such a short time was almost inconceivable even with the association's support. She had planned to seek revenge on him in Gold and Silver Island after this ordeal. But now, if she really went, it was debatable who would kill whom. She took a deep breath and drank 2 elixirs. After stabilizing her breathing, she took a set of clothes out of her space ring and continued on the dirt road. Walking a while, she heard a clack-clack sound from one side. Passing through the woods, she saw 3 men tying up firewood, preparing to leave. Startled by Viola's appearance, the men instinctively picked up the axes in their hands. Viola immediately said, "Don't be nervous, I'm just passing through." "Why are you here?" one man asked. Viola replied, "My family encountered a disaster, relatives were scattered, and I got lost in the mountains, currently looking for a nearby town." Her plan was simple. With no idea what was happening outside and somewhat lost in the forest, it was best to find a place to rest and recover before making further plans. If that kid really chased after her, she could still run away in time. The 3 men sized her up again, noticing her attire and skin tone didn't match someone from a remote area. Certainly, she was a lady from the city. They continued to inquire, "Where is your home?" "Cyrus City." "Never heard of it." "Where are you headed?" "Niller City." "That's far, and you've gone off course." The man looked at her again, his face slightly reddening, and coughed lightly before saying, "It's almost dark, our village is just down the hill. You should come with us first, and you can continue tomorrow." Viola's face showed pleasure. "Thank you, gentlemen." The 3 men scratched their heads, laughing heartily. They walked out of the forest together, eagerly sharing details about their village, and soon, the outline of the village came into view. As soon as they entered the village, a commotion could be heard inside. 3 guards with 6 gang members in leather armor were gathered in the center of the village. Several villagers, including some teenage children, had already been tied up. A guard's whip rose and fell, resounding with each snap. All able-bodied men must enlist to resist the undead from the north. "You dare to misreport your numbers, you're seeking death." An elderly villager came forward, constantly bowing, "Please, sirs, stop beating them, they'll die." The rest of the villagers also shouted. The village needed people to work as well. They couldn't take everyone. The guard captain was heedless and cursed, "Better dead, such crimes deserve beheading anyway." The elderly man pleaded, "Sirs, some of us are willing to go, please leave a few men in the village to work, autumn is nearly here, otherwise, we all will starve." "What use are you few old things?" A gang member cursed, then grabbed the old man by the arm. "Old man, you're too clueless. Whether your village has any men is up to the captain, isn't it?" Chapter 829, Mysterious Puppet. The old man understood the underlying meaning in the other's words and turned to the villagers behind him, saying a few more sentences. Everyone went home and brought out some copper coins and silver coins, pooling them together. The old man brought the money over. The guard captain reached out to take it, counted the silver coins, and weighed the money bag filled with copper coins, then said, "Let them go." The villagers on the ground were released, all bearing marks of whipping, and were helped away by others. The captain took out several notices from his pocket and threw them to the old man who had handed over the money, saying coldly, "These are the notices issued from above, 2 men and 1 woman, their heights and distinguishing features, keep an eye out for outsiders." The old man immediately picked them up, nodding repeatedly in agreement. They had someone post the notices on the conspicuous wall of the square. The notices bore no clear portraits, just silhouettes of cloaked figures of varying heights, along with skill characteristics. After explaining everything, the guards, along with the gang members, started to walk outside, followed by the villagers. They walked messily to the village entrance only to see 3 men and 1 woman carrying firewood. The guards and gang members' eyes narrowed, especially scrutinizing the woman several times. "There are some that slipped through the net, test their levels, take any professionals above level 5, the captain gestured to those behind him. The faces of the following villagers turned grim. Why did they come back at this time? This was like walking right into a trap. Hearing the command, some guards and gang members approached with a crystal stone for testing levels. "Hold it." The 3 had grim expressions but still held the crystal stone under duress. 2 were level 5, 1 was level 6. The guards and gang members sneered, "There are some surprises." Then, they brought the crystal stone to the woman. "Hold this." Watching the crystal stone being handed over, Viola's gaze sharpened. The 3 villagers who were thrown onto the firewood and were being detained spoke loudly. "She's not from the village, why are you arresting her?" "She's from the city, you have no jurisdiction over her." "From the city?" The captain suddenly looked up sharply, scanning her. His gaze shifted slightly after glancing at the notice behind him. He said, "If she's not from the village, let it be, it's not safe outside recently, don't wander around." "Thank you for the warning, sir," Viola replied with a smile, then pulled out some silver coins. "This is their money." The captain collected the money, released them. The guards and gang members were startled, looking at him oddly. Since when had the captain been so easy to talk to? The 3 villagers were released. The guards also promptly left. After the guards left, the villagers quickly gathered around, inquiring about the situation of the 3. Upon learning that they had met Viola on the road, they all looked puzzled. The elder who had been speaking to the guards, presumably the village chief, forced a smile. "Thank you, miss, for your help, we will gather the money to repay you soon." Viola smiled and said, "I would like to rest in the village for 1 night, consider this as lodging fees. A small place like this doesn't require that much. Then, when I come back next time, you can repay me." The village chief, his face full of wrinkles, squeezed out a smile. "I'll go prepare a room for you to rest." "Good." Walking to the center of the village chief prepared a separate room for her. He also sent someone to prepare dinner. After the villagers had left, Viola closed the door tightly, opened the window to look outside, transformed into a puff of smoke, and flew right out. In the dense forest. Once out of sight of the village, the team left the road and headed directly through the dense forest. The road was difficult, and as their speed increased, several lower-level gang members began to sweat profusely. "Captain, why the hurry?" someone shouted. "Let's get back early and split the money." The captain glanced back and picked up the pace again. Reflecting on the woman at the village gate, he increasingly felt something was amiss. This time they came, it was said to be about catching villagers for the army, but in reality, it was to post notices in the villages. Niller's city was attacked, and he heard that the casualties were severe. These people, bullying ordinary villagers to squeeze out some money, might be okay. But who would really want to catch those people? Indeed, they didn't have the ability. Only, the woman they met at the village entrance made him somewhat suspicious. It couldn't be such a coincidence. He hoped not. Rustle. While talking, a sudden rustling sound came from behind. Everyone stopped and looked back. The next second, several beasts formed of smoke burst from the bushes and killed everyone. Then, the smoke transformed back into Viola, who glanced at the bodies on the ground. "My heart's troubled, your bad luck." She bent down, collected the money bags from the bodies, then rolled out the corpses and put them into her space ring. Then once again turned into smoke and returned to the village. In Zombie World's control room. Loudly through the satellite phone, Liaong's voice came through. "Hello. It's me, where are you?" Wu Hang asked. "I'm at the central square, need me there?" Liaong responded directly. Wu Hang looked at the time, if he waited for her, it would be night. Plus, he still had to return to Otherworld and continue playing the role of the second prince, at least for a while, he needed to stay there. "In a couple of days, I will come to see you." "That's fine." Wu Hang continued, "I have a question, Are there still places in Zinfu City that need zombie cleaning? This operation, besides successfully killing the second prince, the greatest gain was the phantom train ticketing machine. Even though he had the train captain's hat, the tickets generated by the machine could also be used by his subordinates. Chapter 829, The Sly Puppet. Therefore, the plan included collecting some remnant souls and studying how to produce tickets. The other side fell silent for a moment and then said, "There are none left in the city, but you could try looking in the surrounding villages. I'll have someone look into it and let you know." Zinfu City, being the starting city, had the cleanest zombie cleanup. Now, one couldn't even find a missed spot if they tried. Okay, Wu Heng nodded. They chatted about the base for a while longer. After they finished talking, the call was hung up. Wu Heng continued to take out 5 space rings and removed the items from inside one by one. The space rings had been confiscated from the 5 level 18 professionals, and he hadn't had the chance to inspect them yet. Daily necessities, money bags, house steeds, scrolls, elixirs, the variety was quite large. He pushed the other things aside. His gaze fell on an old oil lamp covered in copper rust. Soul-chasing lantern, special item, effect, tracks the target, side effect, consumes chi and blood, description, when the user lights the wick and drops in blood, hair, or other bodily tissues, it reflects the target's location. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the assassins had used this special item to locate the second prince. The effect was actually similar to his own tracking pendant, both were special items used to locate a target. The side effects were somewhat similar, too. The pendant required a droplet of blood, while the lamp consumed the user's chi and blood. Why did everything that tracks people need blood? The difference lay in the method of tracking. The tracking pendant required the target's personal clothing or belonging, while the soul-chasing oil lamp required blood, hair, or other tissues. It did provide him with another means of tracking a target. The only strange thing was the lighting of the wick described. Everyone else blows a lamp out, this one lights up when blown. "What is this thing, uncle?" Zhao flew over to ask. The other two looked over as well. The 3 ghosts had just been sorting through the other spoils of war, dividing scrolls and coins into several piles. "A special item that can track a target by burning its hair or blood," Wu Heng explained, holding up the oil lamp for the 3 ghosts to see. Glenda realized, did the assassins use this thing to find the second prince? It seems so. Then where did they find his hair? Zhao pressed. Wu Heng shook his head. "I don't know. It doesn't matter where they got his hair from, this is a reminder for you to be more careful in the future, don't even lose a hair," Glenda warned. "Just encase me in concrete, why don't you?" "Now I can't even lose a hair," Wu Heng said without any good humor. "Pick it up if you drop it," Glenda added. Zhao and Bella giggled on the side. After inspecting all the spoils, Wu Heng sorted them by category and stored them in a space ring. "Come back in, we're heading back now." The 3 ghosts entered his body, and Wu Heng opened the boundary door and walked straight in. Upon returning to the prince's mansion, dusk had already fallen. After releasing the 3 ghosts to move about freely, Wu Heng washed his face and donned the mask before heading downstairs. Downstairs. The princess rose to her feet and said, "Your Highness, dinner is ready, and it includes some of your favorite dishes. Let's go." Together, they entered the dining room, where dinner was already served on the table. Because there was always a servant following him, Wu Heng continually wore his mask. Their conversation was also simple small talk, nothing too serious. After dinner was finished, the servants cleared away the dishes. Wu Heng and she went back to the bedroom together. 2 maids were making the bed in the bedroom. The princess said, "You can all go and rest, we won't need you here tonight." "Yes." All the maids withdrew. The bedroom was left with just the 2 of them. Wu Heng took off his mask and sat down at the table to pour himself a cup of tea. He took a serious look at the princess, who had forcibly signed a contract with him. She seemed young, around 20 years of age, about as tall as Wu Heng's shoulders. Her figure was proportionate, and her face was very pretty. To become a princess, one would certainly not lack good looks. Across from him, the princess blushed and lowered her head after seeing him staring. Wu Heng looked away and asked, "How old are you?" 22. "And the second prince?" 34, the princess replied. The second prince was already 34. Actually, he didn't seem to look it. Wu Heng thought he might be younger. Wu Heng continued, "How old is the crown prince?" The princess replied, "I'm not exactly sure about his age, probably above 45. The crown prince was over 40, the second prince 34, and the 5th princess was probably in her 20s. The old king was indeed vigorous. Such a large age span. What exactly happened to the kingdom? It's turned into this mess, Wu Heng asked, voicing his inner confusion. With the information gathered from the outside world, he had some understanding. But whether it was accurate, what the truth was, he still couldn't be sure. The princess frowned in thought and then said, I am not clear on the details, but I know that the news broke out suddenly that the crown prince had killed the king. Clifford took us away from the royal city, and we occupied this place. Wu Hang paused, then realized Clifford was the second prince's name. You, a princess, know nothing? Wu Hang was surprised. They needed a princess, and your qualifications were just right, the princess said with a bitter smile, then added, if one day all this ends, please let me go out and see the world beyond this place. Play the role of the second prince well, and afterwards, you are free to go wherever you please. She nodded. Having learned what he wanted, he couldn't think of anything else to ask. Chapter 829, the sly puppeteer rose to his feet, intending to go back to rest. Seeing him rise, the princess's body trembled, and she lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching the bed covers. After a while, hearing footsteps walk to the door, she finally lifted her head to look. Wu Hang said, rest well, I'll sleep in the next room. You're going to the next room? Wu Hang looked at her, counter-asking, are you ready? I'm not ready. She was well aware of what ultimately happens when a man and a woman sign a slavery contract. She had been mentally preparing herself for over a day. Especially since she could not harbor any ill will towards her master, it was all a matter of time. Then prepare yourself, get some rest early. Wu Hang opened the door and walked straight out. The princess also approached the door, listening as he opened the room next door and then entered. Her heart still pounded loudly at this moment. The person with whom she had signed the contract didn't seem as cruel as she had imagined. Buzz buzz buzz. The piercing roar of an engine shattered the quiet night. Under the silver moonlight, a black motorcycle sped by, stopping in front of an ancient house. Lilith, in a black leather jacket and black boots, took off her helmet and tossed back her unruly long hair. She hung the helmet on the handlebars and stepped directly into the ancient house. Ding-ling-ling. The door opened and a pleasant bell sound chimed. Then came a wooden scent wafting towards her. Tap-tap. Footsteps sounded, echoing from the wooden stairs connecting to the upper floor. A dwarf wearing a monocle slowly walked down, giving a respectful bow, Commander Lilith. Saying this, he snapped his fingers lightly. An 8-legged round table crawled over from a distance, followed by stiffly moving puppets, bringing teacups and pastries to the table. Lilith nodded and said, is the item I ordered ready? Of course. The dwarf brought out a huge gift box, placed it on the table, and unveiled the black satin to reveal a delicately featured doll inside. The custom good you ordered, I've put my heart into, it can certainly meet all your requirements, including hosting a ghost. The dwarf said, speaking somewhat crazily. Clang. Lilith carelessly tossed a bag of gold coins and collected the gift box. I hope it's as successful as you claim. My reputation isn't bad enough to dare deceive Commander Lilith. The dwarf hurried his steps to follow her, as a large group of puppets also clattered noisily out. He continued, Commander, I'm not sure if the vehicle parked outside is a special item or the latest prop. Would it be convenient to let me study it? It appears very uniquely constructed. I'll introduce you to the maker if there's a chance. Lilith walked out of the ancient house without turning back. Under the gaze of the dwarf and various peculiar puppets, she put on her helmet and straddled the motorcycle. Buzz. After a humming sound, the motorcycle sped off. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night. 2 days later. In the council hall. The managing minister and the commander rushed over. The commander said, Your Highness, the soldier sent to Niller City to relay information has returned. How is it there? Wu Hang asked. The commander's brow was tightly furrowed, his expression severe. On the day of your departure, 3 level 18 professionals led the army out of the city to chase the enemy and haven't returned yet. The level 18 professional left to oversee the city also left the next day under the pretext of having business elsewhere, and all valuables from his residence were moved out. Wu Hang's eyes sharpened, first in surprise, followed by anger and fear. His voice trembled. How could this happen? The 3 who left the city were thrown into the jail. The remaining one, probably afraid, had fled directly. The managing minister immediately said, Your Highness, don't worry yet, we need to stay calm to find a solution. Wu Hang took a deep breath and sat back down. The commander continued, Your Highness, there is another piece of news. London City's messenger has arrived and has been arranged to stay at an inn in Niller City. Chapter 830, This is impossible. The matter of the London City messenger finally reached here. Originally, the messenger was meant to locate the second prince. But the messenger wasn't as fast as Wu Hang. It had been so many days since people were killed before the negotiations with the messenger were officially conveyed. Of course, when the second prince was killed on the train. The information they exchanged on paper among the 4 of them had mentioned the matter of the messenger, but at that time, it was still just intelligence being transmitted, and the person hadn't yet arrived at Nirali City. Now who has the energy to deal with that matter? Wu Heng, impersonating the second prince, showed an impatient expression. In Nirely City, level 18 professionals either died or fled, staying calm was impossible. The two ministers below exchanged glances. The administrative minister stepped forward and said again, Your Highness, perhaps contacting the messenger from London City might lead to a turning point. Wu Heng looked up at him and asked, What turning point? Can't we use London City to jointly restrain the threat from the royal capital? The administrative minister said softly. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat surprised that the other party would take the initiative to make this decision. How to use them? The administrative minister continued, The fact that London City sent a messenger indicates they want to negotiate. If we fall, they will have to face the royal capital's army directly. He paused briefly, observing Wu Heng's expression, then added, We are willing to negotiate, but we need their help to withstand the threat from the royal capital. Unbeknownst to them, the situation here had developed to such an extent. No one spoke it out loud, but it was clear they could no longer contend with the crown prince. Forget about reclaiming the throne. Once the news reached the crown prince's ears, and he arranged for a second wave of assassins. No one here would survive. Of course, the real second prince had already died at Wu Heng's hands. Wu Heng said, We just arranged for assassins to kill the female city lord. So we still have to resolve this misunderstanding. What a thing, to call an assassination a misunderstanding. Wu Heng looked at the commander, How do you feel? The commander replied, Getting their support would be the best outcome for us, but figuring out who should handle this because your highness can't go there for safety reasons, we must choose someone capable of making decisions. After saying this, he looked directly at the administrative minister. The latter's brow twitched but still stepped forward and said, I am willing to go and talk with their messenger. How many days till we can expect a result? The journey takes 3 days, I will notify you as soon as possible, the administrative minister said. Then depart as soon as possible, try to negotiate the cooperation. Wu Heng's voice also immediately became stern. All right. Then, the three of them sat together to discuss negotiable chips and acceptable conditions. They also granted the administrative minister considerable authority for the negotiation. After arranging some details, the administrative minister and the commander finally stood up and left. After the two had left, Wu Heng remained seated. He pondered the cooperation the two ministers had discussed. From their attitudes, the disappearance or fleeing of all level 18 professionals in Nirely City was a huge pressure on them. If not for their identities being completely bound to the second prince, they might have considered leaving with their wealth. High level, and they had gathered enough money. They could live well anywhere. The threat from the crown prince forced cooperation with London City. Plainly speaking, they wanted to drag London City into the fray, to openly antagonize the crown prince. But for their own side, if handled well, they could use this cooperation as a way to transfer the power in hand. Diminish the role of the second prince, transfer all the land and power to win Mangekyō. Indeed a chance. Thinking this, Glenda and Bella flew back in from outside. Glenda spoke first, the commander has arranged a guard team to escort the administrative minister out of the city. Bella followed, I was with the administrative minister, he went home to pack up and even spoke to his family about his arrangements. It seems this minister really does care about the second prince. According to Natalia, he was the second prince's teacher, there's probably some teacher-student affection there, Wu Heng said. Zhao muttered from the side, the second prince must have been a good student. Glenda continued, are you planning to transfer the power to win Mangekyō through this negotiation? Given the current situation, any condition London City proposes will be accepted. If handled well, the transition could be made faster. Wu Heng shared his earlier thoughts. Bella nodded, yes, indeed. Zhao echoed, yes, indeed. Glenda quickly thought and then said, there's another point to add in the negotiation. Which one? Request that the second prince stays in London City, as a hostage or under the guise of his protection. You can't always stay here as this prince. Once you head to London City, you will be free, Glenda asserted earnestly. Wu Heng's eyes lit up, I indeed hadn't thought of that, I'll have one Mangekyō include it. Okay. After finishing their conversation, Wu Heng said, Zhao, help me watch outside, let me know if anyone comes. Okay. Zhao flew to the door. Wu Heng took out a portable radio, connected it, and tuned to Wen Manche's frequency. Wen Mangekyō, can you hear me? After about a minute or two, Wen Manche's voice came from the other side, Master, I'm here. Chapter 830, This is impossible. Things have been good recently, haven't they? Everything's fine, Master, don't worry. Wen Manche's voice was tinged with laughter. The messenger has arrived, and I've discussed some matters here, just to let you know. Tell me. Wu Heng went over the results of the discussion here. After finishing, he continued, relying on London City is the best outcome for the current situation, so the terms have to be a bit more stringent. Wen Mangekyō asked seriously, How stringent. You all should discuss the other matters on your end, but there are 2 points I need arranged here. Tell me. The managing minister will request the military of London City to assist in defense, and you should demand equal command rights to manage the city alongside the second prince, Wu Hang stated directly. He will also bring up the protection of the second prince, and you should say that the second prince needs to reside in London City. Aren't you the second prince right now? Yes, this way, by having me reside in London City, it avoids blowing my cover, and from then on, you'll be in charge, Wu Hang explained. These were the most important 2 parts of the plan. Jointly managing the cities under the second prince's name would allow for a direct transition of power. Over time, the second prince's influence would gradually diminish and slowly come to rest upon Wen Mancha. The second point, having the second prince go to London City, was to have Wu Hang go there. He couldn't stay here and pretend to be the second prince forever. Wen Mancha realized, understood, I'll send someone to notify the messenger now. Will there be enough time? It will be enough. The personnel arranged to go for the negotiations will need a 3-day journey. That's plenty of time. Wen Mancha then said, how about this, I'll have Harut go and for the negotiations to avoid too many people knowing about the plan. That's fine. Wen Mancha said with a smile, Harut has prepared quite a few new clothes, waiting to show them to you. Wu Hang glanced at Glinda and Bella, who were looking over, and said, we'll talk about it when I get back, just make sure this matter is arranged properly first. Of course, Master. I'll go and make the arrangements now. Good. After terminating the communication, Wu Hang put away the radio. Glinda said, it all depends on how the negotiations go, doesn't it? It's just a matter of stalling for a few days. Given the current situation, there's no other path for the second prince. Bella then asked, what about the secret cultivation hall? Could they do something? The ones from the secret cultivation hall around here are all dead. By the time they react, both sides will have already agreed to cooperate. It shouldn't be a big issue. That makes sense. Call Zhao, let's head back. Bella flew out to call Zhao, who was on lookout, and they all returned to the princess mansion together. Upon entering the main door, they saw the princess, assisted by maids, pruning the branches of the flowers. Dressed in a colorful floral skirt, with butterflies fluttering around her. Your Highness. The princess and the maids bowed together. Wu Hang nodded. Come with me to the study, Wu Hang said, leading the way. The princess dismissed the maids to go about their tasks and followed upstairs to the study. Once the room door closed, she stood beside it and asked, Sir, is there something you needed? Wu Hang removed his mask, gestured for her to sit, and then said, in a few days, I'll be settling in London City under the identity of the second prince. Any thoughts on this? The princess looked surprised. You're willing to let me go? There was never any enmity between us to begin with, so you're free to leave when that time comes, but you must never speak of matters here. Wu Hang poured himself a cup of tea. The grudge between himself and the second prince had little to do with this princess. Rather, she more resembled a canary kept in a cage. The second prince's identity required a princess, and it just so happened she was most suitable. She had indeed helped him in the past, and having signed a slavery contract with him, she was not likely to take actions harmful to him subjectively. Thus, if she wished to depart, he wouldn't insist on keeping her. I'll seek refuge with family, I won't cause you any trouble, the princess said with a smile. If you encounter trouble in the future, go to London City, they will protect you there. The princess smiled and nodded, then asked, You seem very young, how are you so formidable? It was the first time in 2 days she seemed to want to chat with him. It's alright, just talent. Someone as talented as you should be well known. I actually have some fame on the outside, you probably just haven't been in contact with the outside world recently. Could you tell me about it? Wu Hang sipped his tea. It's a bit awkward to talk about oneself. Here, I have 2 books, take a look. He took out 2 great detective books and placed them on the table. The princess raised an eyebrow, glanced at the books, then back at Wu Hang, skeptically asking, Your books? About me? Oh, I believe you're quite famous out there then, she said, picking up the books. They chatted for a while. Then the princess left the room. Wu Hang, too, sat back at the desk, discussing some arrangements with 3 ghosts. 2 days later, in Zombie World. On the monitors, the 5 level 18 professionals, just brought in, had also completed their transformation into zombies. After watching the monitors, Wu Hang examined the record book of the Skeleton Alchemy Warlock. The zombies in prisons 202, 203, and 204 had wings that reached half a meter in length. The growth rate was fairly rapid. The remaining zombies also had the beginnings of wings on their backs. It appeared that the use of the zombie virus included this characteristic of wings. All transformed zombies had wings. Chapter 830, This is Impossible Wings, the ability to fly. Wu Heng saw it as an advantage too. Whether it was aerial combat or, like Shan Shan, extremely rapid movement. It was an enhancement to one's strength. "Uncle, I'm back," Zhao said, saluting as he phased through the wall. Then, Glenda and Bella also flew back. Wu Heng handed the record book back to Skeleton and asked, "How was it?" Zhao replied, 3 level 19, but 2 weren't up to snuff, still at level 18. That made Wu Heng even more certain of his previous guess. Zombies that could directly advance to level 19 had reached the criteria for improvement before conversion, but their ascent was merely limited by their reputations. After becoming zombies, this shackling layer was removed, directly reaching level 19. "No worries, even if they're still at level 18, they should be close to level 19, said Wu Heng. Hanging half in the air, Zhao asked, "Then when will they get to level 20? "I don't know, but with continued provision, they'll get there one day or another." "Alright," shrugged Zhao. After that, Wu Heng stretched lazily and said, "Let's go, we'll go back and play Prince." 3 ghosts burrowed into his body, and Wu Heng returned to Otherworld. In Niller City. In a solemn and dignified hall, negotiation representatives from 2 forces sat on either side of a long oak table. On the left side sat the management ministers representing the second prince, Edwin, and some officials. Opposite them was London City's City Lord's butler, Miss Hartel, dressed in a crisp dark suit and wearing black-rimmed glasses, along with her officials. The atmosphere quieted down slightly. The management minister spoke first, gravely saying, "Miss Hartel, this war has lasted too long, and the people are in untold suffering. His Highness hopes that we can peacefully end this conflict, restore farming to the fields, and let trade routes flourish once again." There was a hint of earnestness in his voice. Hartel sat up straight and said at an unhurried pace, "Ending the war is what we hope to see as well. If you have no objections, we can sign the agreement immediately, using the current city boundaries as the dividing line to end this meaningless war." The minister's eyebrows rose, surprised at the other party's decisiveness, and even in a position of advantage, they had not made any further demands. They only wanted recognition of the territories they had occupied. Under normal circumstances, this demand would not be agreed to, but the current situation did not allow them to ask for much. The lost territories, though they would verbally disagree, were indeed irretrievable. The minister continued, "Miss Hartel, let's not be hasty. We agree with your thoughts, but we'd like to discuss a deeper level of cooperation with you." "Oh? What cooperation?" Hartel asked with a puzzled look. The minister seriously relayed the matters they had deliberated on their side. Mainly 2 points, asking London City to jointly resist the Crown Prince's army and assassins, and the second point, to ensure the safety of the second prince. Hartel feigned surprise, having known about this in advance. The few officials who accompanied the minister to the meeting also showed signs of astonishment. It seemed they were not informed beforehand. Hartel said, "Are you trying to drag London City into the water? Or use us as cannon fodder?" Noticing the dissatisfaction in her voice, the minister immediately explained, "No, we are earnest in our cooperation with London City. Of course, if you have any conditions, feel free to propose them. We can discuss everything together, all in the spirit of better cooperation." Hartel was silent for a moment before she said, "Peace is certainly the common wish, but the cooperation against the threat from the royal capital you mentioned. Mere verbal promises aren't enough. I can't simply go back and report that." The minister's expression darkened. After a brief discussion with the person beside her, Hartel looked up and said, "We can help you defend, but we need shared governance over the cities currently under the second prince's control. This is the only way to ensure the interests of both parties. Your second point, about securing the safety of the second prince." After a moment's hesitation, she continued, "Prince must come to live in London City. This is not only a sign of trust but also lays a solid foundation for future cooperation." The minister's eyes widened. "Go to London City? That's impossible," he exclaimed. Chapter 831, Do You Like Heavy Hair? The minister stood up abruptly, hands bracing on the table, his expression furious. The second prince was representative of their side's leader. Sending the leader over, what difference was there from a defeat? Facing the minister's fury, Hartel's side remained calm, speaking softly, "Does the second prince plan to use us to constrain the crown prince? Then when both of us are weakened, you will continue to strike?" After speaking, the people from London City all looked over in unison, anger in their eyes. Neither side could defeat the other, yet still playing such tricks. The minister immediately explained, "We truly don't have such thoughts, and we sincerely want to restore peace between us. Verbal peace has no persuasive power at all." Hartel pushed up his glasses. "This war between us was not instigated by London City." The other side fell silent again. It sounded nice, saying both sides come for peace negotiations, but to put it less nicely, the power of the second prince needed London City's help. being in the wrong and asking for help from the other party. This led the negotiations into a complete passivity. From negotiating, it turned into bargaining, trying to minimize their own loss as well as to save some face. Thinking quickly, the minister continued, if the second prince goes to London City, it will affect the morale of the entire situation and the troops in the territory. Why not send another equally representative member of the royal family instead, to maintain our mutual trust? Harut looked puzzled. Who? Princess Natalia, your official wife, the minister said earnestly. Harut's brow raised. In communications with Wu Heng, this person had not been mentioned. It seemed like, within the entirety of the second prince's forces, she was also quite an important figure. However, the original plan, already set in advance, did not mention this princess, which also indicated she was not needed in this plan, or was not that important. Harut shook his head decisively. This princess might be important in your kingdom, but what we need is for the second prince to settle in London City. The minister's face remained grim, yet he did not speak immediately. Harut continued, you still want us to protect the second prince's safety, so what do you expect us to do? Arrange a few level 18 professionals for him? Or have the skeleton army surround him? Placing him in London City is the best method, or are you more concerned about face, and not the second prince's life? The threat from the royal capital is not something we can deal with by a simple negotiation. You should understand this better than I do. Slowly speaking, the minister tried to interject several times but couldn't find a rebuttal. Indeed, it was just as stated, not finding any better argument. How do you guarantee His Highness's safety? The minister asked again. Harut said, we are open to discussions. If we really wanted to harm you, directly contacting the crown prince would be a better method. You won't do that. The church leader is in the royal capital. Any major move from you would draw their attention. Perhaps finding an opportunity to counter, the minister immediately said. And then what? Do you still expect them to side with you? Harut said with a smile, then continued, our conditions are to, the joint governance of your territory and for the second prince to settle in London City. If you disagree, then there's no need to continue these negotiations. The minister took a deep breath and spoke loudly, please, Miss Harut, gentlemen, stay at the inn for 2 days. I will immediately report his matter to His Highness, and we can discuss it again later. That's fine, you surely wouldn't want to drag this out too long, would you? Harut said indifferently. Of course. The minister nodded. Harut and her people didn't linger, and left with her group. The negotiation hall fell silent again. The remaining ministers who attended the negotiations also looked quite troubled. Whether willingly or forcibly, now they were all tied to the second prince. And from the recent negotiation, it was clear the second prince had reached his limit and needed to negotiate with London City to deal with the threat from the crown prince. This made everyone feel uneasy, even beginning to consider some methods of saving themselves. No one wanted to die, nor had they the intention to die alongside the second prince. After a moment of pondering, an official spoke up, Mr. Edwin, what does His Highness plan about this? Other people also looked to the minister simultaneously. After hesitating for a moment, he still said, in the last attack, we lost some high-level professionals. His Highness intends to cooperate with London City to contain the Crown Prince together. Everyone frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. Just speak plainly. How many level 18 professionals do we still have, and how many troops can we mobilize? Another official spoke. The managing minister looked at him. I can't disclose the exact number, but we currently have enough to stabilize the situation. And the army? It's sufficient for defense, but somewhat inadequate for offense. Even with that response, many still looked skeptical. We've come to talk about joint management rights, so how could it still be sufficient for defense? A distant official asked, would His Highness choose to go to London City? Here, another official said, sending His Highness to London City, wouldn't that make him a... He didn't finish the word hostage, but everyone understood what he meant. Everyone fell silent. If they collaborated with London City, perhaps there would be a turnaround, but if the discussion failed, they would have to think of ways to protect themselves. The managing minister immediately said, gentlemen, no need to worry too much. I will first inform His Highness of our situation here through a letter. Let's wait a few days to see how His Highness intends to handle this. The rest nodded in agreement. The managing minister took out paper and pen, recorded the content of the negotiations, and the attitudes of the officials. He then handed it to an attendant beside him. Have this delivered back. Yes. The attendant took the letter and left. Princess Mansion. Wu Heng came down from upstairs, and a hearty dinner was already prepared on the dining table. Compared to the previous 2 days, today's meal had been lavish from the morning. Princess Natalia, in a beige embroidered gown with her hair pulled back, revealed her fair and straight calves beneath the hem of her dress. Your Highness, the princess greeted with her servants. Let's eat. Wu Heng said. Princess Natalia sat back down and spoke to the maids behind her. You may also go have your meal. I'll call if I need anything. The maids exited with a bow. Only the two of them remained in the dining room. The princess ate a few bites and put down her utensils, then looked at him. Do people where you come from eat with those 2 sticks? Chopsticks, do you find them convenient? Wu Hang skillfully picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. I've only seen you use them, the princess continued. Sir, are you married? Wu Hang glanced at her. I have a few maids who have borne me a daughter. A few? Curiosity sparked in the princess's eyes. Including you, 7. The princess's eyelashes fluttered and her cheeks reddened slightly, but she did not argue. Signing a slavery contract, calling her a maid wasn't much of a problem, and it sounded better than a slave. So, you are a mage, and a very strong one at that, Princess Natalia stated directly. Signing a slavery contract restrains the slaves while adding a burden to one's own soul. Each person could only sign a limited number of contracts. Someone like Wu Hang, signing his 7th, must be a high-level professional. Wu Hang did not respond. The princess continued, your daughter must be very cute. Cute, I'll take you to see her when there's a chance, Wu Hang replied. Princess Natalia then asked, what about the others? Do you only like that one maid? It sounded like she was rather interested in him. There are more beastmen maids. The princess's eyes widened, then she realized, so you like strong women. Wu Hang gave her a look. There are beastmen close to humans too. Do you like them furry? Chapter 832, Attendance. And it's pretty much the same as dealing with people. Where did you hear all this stuff? Oh. The princess was still smiling. My lord, you should also consider starting a family. No rush, I'll wait until I reach level 20. Hearing such an unruffled mention of level 20, the princess looked somewhat puzzled, but didn't comment any further. She pointed at a few dishes, describing how they were made. After dinner, they chatted for a bit more in the living room. Then they each returned to their own rooms. It was clear that the princess was becoming more talkative by the day. She was no longer as cautious and aloof as when they first met, she even showed a playful and gossipy side. After all, neither of them was very old. If this were in the modern world, she'd still be in college. Back in the bedroom, Glenda was reading, while Bella was looking at a tablet. Not waiting for Wu Hang to ask, Glenda immediately said, Zhao has gone out to play. And when Mangekyō contacted you on the radio, seeing you chatting happily with the princess, she decided to wait until you returned. Wu Hang nodded and asked, did Mangekyō mention what it was about? We can't talk through the radio, so we couldn't ask. That makes sense. Wu Hang sat beside the radio, retracted the solar panel from outside the window, then turned on the radio and asked, Mangekyō, you were looking for me? On the other side, Mangekyō's voice came through, Master, Harut used the radio device to contact me this afternoon, saying that the negotiations had been completed. How did it go? Harut shared everything you instructed with them. The negotiating minister said he would write to the second prince to ask about it, and I expect you'll receive a letter in the next few days. As soon as Mangekyō finished speaking, Harut's voice also came through, my lord, my lady. Harut had a portable radio provided by Wu Hang and must have been guarding this frequency, hearing the two converse. When Mangekyō said, since Harut is here, why don't you speak to your master about it? Yes, my lady. Harut then recounted everything in detail and then said, from their attitude, it seems they've accepted the joint management of the occupied city. The only issue left is regarding the second prince's settlement in London City. Wu Hang said, the negotiating minister is the second prince's teacher, and they share a certain mentor-student affection. He definitely doesn't want the second prince to enter London City as a hostage. I'll handle it well. In time, the conditions will be set, and then we can sign a ceasefire agreement in the second prince's name. When Mangekyō asked, when it comes to signing the final agreement, do I need to go there? It seems it would be taken more seriously. After some thought, Wu Hang replied, let's see how things are at that time. It's better if you don't have to show up. Alright, then we'll wait for the good news from you, master, when Mangekyō said cheerfully. The open and covert struggle between London City and the second prince had also lasted a while. Even though we always had the upper hand, there was still a sense of mental exhaustion. It affected the development of the entire London City. Now that the second prince was dead, completing the rest of the plan would resolve the issue completely. Let's leave it at that for now. Be careful, Harut. For all we know, the crown prince's men might arrange someone to sabotage the negotiations, Wu Hang continued to instruct. Yes, my lord, I will be careful. When Mangekyō chuckled along, Harut's voice gets all soft when he talks to you, master. Harut did not retort but remained silent. Wu Hang said, that's it, then. Contact me if there's any intelligence. Understood, master. After ending the communication, Wu Hang put the microphone back. Glenda flew over and said, "It looks like the negotiations are proceeding as we expected. From the perspective of those on the second prince's side, there's no other option but to cooperate with London City." Wu Hang leaned back and stretched lazily. Bella added, "There's also the secret cultivation hall. Didn't the second prince collaborate with them before?" Glenda explained, "No, the secret cultivation hall was only cooperating with the second prince. Their identity doesn't allow too many people to know, so those ministers may know that merchants are helping with funds, but they might not know it's the secret cultivation hall." Wu Hang added, "The second prince also wouldn't let the ministers know. The secret cultivation hall's Kirin Road project isn't exactly a secret, many would have guessed." "Wu Hang, you know about it too?" "What about me? My intelligence is nearing 40, Wu Hang glanced at her. "No, just acknowledging your cleverness," Bella said with a transparent hand wave, laughing. Whoosh! Zhao flew back in, looking at the chatting pair and the two souls, asking, "Uncle, Andy, what are you talking about?" "About your uncle's intelligence." Zhao put her hands on her hips, "Uncle is dumb, don't bully him." Both Glenda and Bella showed smiles, flying back to their respective places. Wu Hang watched the little girl standing defiantly in front of him, hands on hips, and wanted to argue but didn't know what to say. "Thanks, Zhao." "It's fine." Zhao turned around and gave a thumbs up. Wu Hang didn't want to continue the argument with the three spirits any longer either and stood up, saying, "I won't talk with you anymore. I'm going to rest now, remember to notify me if there's any danger." "Goodbye, uncle." "Good night." Wu Hang waved his hand, walked out of the study, and returned to his bedroom to rest and sleep. 2 days later, the ever-vigilant messenger arrived in Sti City. The iron-armored commander could not afford any delay. He rode a horse-drawn carriage directly to the council hall. As soon as the messenger entered the city, the ghost detected his presence and came back early to report to Wu Hang. Wearing a mask, Wu Hang appeared in the council hall. "Your Highness, a letter has arrived from Nirali City," the commander said as he presented the letter. Wu Hang tore it open and carefully examined its contents. It was consistent with what Harut had mentioned. Beyond reiterating the original negotiation content, it also included his own views on the whole negotiation and the other party's attitude. From the information written by the governing minister, if they couldn't reach an agreement this time, officials from the other side would take action, and the whole situation was likely to rapidly collapse. Wu Hang frowned as he read. The commander was somewhat anxious. As soon as Wu Hang finished reading the letter, he asked urgently, "Your Highness, what did the letter say?" Wu Hang handed the letter to him. "Have a look for yourself." The other party took it and, as his eyes scanned the content, his gaze suddenly narrowed. He spoke angrily, "They really dare to propose." Wu Hang sat back down in the chair and said, "I plan to accept their conditions." "Your Highness, how can this be?" The commander stepped forward. "For the future, and for the safety of all of us, I need to have a talk with the city lord of London City," Wu Hang stated plainly. "Is there a risk they might do something unfavorable once you get there?" "It's unlikely, and we don't have other choices. Continuing to delay will only make matters worse," Wu Hang said with a soft sigh. "Then," the commander began, but then swallowed his words, "what are your plans for the arrangement?" "I'll write a letter. You arrange for someone to go ahead and deliver it to Teacher Edwin, and tell the people in London City that I will personally sign the cooperation agreement with them and that I hope they will keep their promise." The commander sighed, "All right then. If anything does happen to you, I will lead the army and fight them to the death." "Don't worry, it won't come to that," Wu Hang reassured as he wrote a letter, sealed it with wax, and handed it to the commander. The latter took it, bowed, and quickly left the room. Then, Bella flew back in. "The letter has been sent. Let's pack up too. We're going back in a couple of days." Wu Hang walked towards the back. He returned to the princess mansion. The princess was in the courtyard tending to the flowers and plants. Wu Hang asked, "How many people here do you plan to take with you?" The princess was startled, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Are we leaving?" "We're leaving in a couple of days. Take your people with you. For those who are not necessary, give them some extra money and dismiss them." Wu Hang walked towards the room. The princess followed. "I don't have money. Lend me some and I'll pay you back later." "You are a princess and you don't even have that much money." "I'll pay you back later," she insisted. Wu Hang took out some silver coins and handed them to her. "You're being quite a princess, not even having a salary." The princess pursed her lips and left directly to dismiss the staff of the princess mansion. Wu Hang also walked into the room. He relayed the message to Win Mansha and Hartel. Another 2 days passed. Autumn had arrived. A train departed from Sti City, rolling along the tracks. Wu Hang and the princess, escorted by the guard team, were seated in the carriage, with the rumbling noise of the train in their ears. The princess knelt on the seat, looking out of the window, her eyes brimming with joy. Wu Heng, meanwhile, pondered about the matters to come. After arriving in Nirali City, he, representing the second prince, would sign the agreement. The conflict between both parties would come to a complete stop, and the second prince's presence would gradually fade from everyone's sight. Chapter 833, Agreement reached. The train sped through the mountains, its clatter echoing in the distance. The shaking sensation and the noise in my ears. Completely different from riding on the phantom train. Inside the narrow carriage, illuminating stones gently swayed. Normal negotiations between two countries. To get the leader to sign an agreement, there were always multiple rounds of discussions and official deliberations. But the current situation didn't leave much time for the second prince's side to delay. Plus, with Wu Heng making decisions quickly, it hastened the progress into the phase of leader signing the agreement. Will there be danger on the road? The princess sat back in her chair, her gaze turning our way. Scared? With that courage, you want to go out? It's more dangerous outside, Wu Heng said with a smile. The princess's expression turned serious. I'm not scared, just asking casually, to see if it could go smoothly. The itinerary is confidential, so the likelihood of encountering danger is small, Wu Heng answered. Oh. You be careful too, the princess said softly, her eyes again directed at him, quietly asking, I've read the great detective stories, is what's written really about you? That impressive? A few days ago, Wu Heng had given her the first 2 volumes of the great detective stories. Wu Heng glanced at her fair cheeks. The calluses on your palm and fingertips are evenly spread, indicating you train regularly. The thickest calluses at the base of your index and thumb suggest years of gripping a sword hilt, showing your swordsmanship is stable and force application precise. The calluses near the wrist imply that in swordsmanship, you frequently need to flexibly twist the sword, rapidly thrusting at your target. That matches Greyhawk swordsmanship. Is that not the technique you're most adept at? Wu Heng finished speaking and watched her with a smile. At this moment, the princess's eyes and mouth gaped wide, her face filled with disbelief. She stuttered as if to say something, but like being choked, she failed to speak. After a while, she withdrew her hand into her sleeve and said, You saw me strike at you, you must have known from then. Did I guess right? Is Greyhawk swordsmanship what you practice? Yes. The princess admitted. Do you know this swordsmanship, or did you deduce it? What's the difference? Wu Heng questioned. The princess's gaze shifted, recalling that she had swung her sword at him once and was swiftly subdued. How could he identify a specific swordsmanship in such a short time? Unless he also knew that swordsmanship. But he was a mage. I do practice Greyhawk swordsmanship, the princess confirmed. Wu Heng glanced at her profile, then inquired, Whom did you learn it from? The princess hesitated. As a child, I learned it from family. Is this technique exclusive to your family? Wu Heng probed further. The princess's eyebrow raised, discerning from his question that he didn't deeply understand this swordsmanship. He didn't even know if it was a familial technique. Yes, Greyhawk swordsmanship is a family heirloom, it's always passed down from one generation to the next, the princess explained, then turning to him, Would you like to learn? I could teach you. I thought it was a family heirloom. You, as a mage, might find it useful for physical training in your spare time, the princess offered with a smile. Let's not, Wu Heng shook his head. He had already unlocked Greyhawk swordsmanship while in Blackstone Town. It didn't seem particularly profound, its combat prowess was also limited in real battles. The princess showed a hint of realization. Given your status, acquiring any swordsmanship should be easy for you. What do you want to do once you're free? Wu Heng continued to inquire. A flicker of confusion crossed the princess's eyes. I was thinking of becoming a mercenary or maybe opening a small shop. I haven't quite decided. Do you have any suggestions? Being a mercenary is tough work. You'll have to travel a lot for the jobs. Perhaps running a small shop would be better. Is that so? The more you say that, the more I want to become a mercenary. Wu Heng just shrugged, saying no more. As evening approached and after dinner, he rested on the prepared bed in the train. He placed the soundproof pot and chatted with the ghosts. The princess next door was still looking out the window, into the pitch-black night. The train had traveled for another day and a half. Thump thump thump. The sound of footsteps rose, followed by the clinking of armor and weapons. A man dressed in commander's armor strode in. Your Highness, we can see the station of Nirali City. The attending commander named Vaughn was arranged by the commander. 37 years old, level 15 professional. Besides the commander himself, Vaughn was the highest level professional who could be sent. Right, let's prepare to disembark. Wu Heng dressed in regular clothes, his head also hooded. The rest of the guards, too, had donned their cloaks, covering most of their armor. Then, the train began to slow down. It gradually came to a stop. Wu Heng and his party exited the train, while the three ghosts swiftly flew out to scout the surroundings. Under arrangements, Wu Heng and the princess boarded a carriage and continued towards the city center. The carriage moved slowly down the road. Approaching the center, the road became increasingly congested. Occasional cries of criminal and traitor could be heard. What's going on? Wu Heng pulled back one side of the curtain. Commander Vaughn came closer, speaking softly. It's the city residents protesting the negotiations. Seems someone deliberately leaked the news, arranging to gather people here. Go to the association, then notify Edwin to come here, Wu Heng said quietly. Chapter 833, Agreement reached. Yes. The commander waved his hand, and the caravan began to move toward the direction of the association. Along the way, there was a cacophony of voices. Wu Heng pulled open a crack in the carriage window to look outside. An old man with a cane followed the crowd, grumbling, "We can't just hand over our land." Women clutched their children, with anger in their eyes, crying vehemently, "My man died, why are we negotiating now?" Youngsters, children, were all shouting in unison under one command: resist to the end, no negotiations. Residents who were usually numb to politics and uninterested. This time, they had all gathered together, shouting slogans of no negotiations. United as one. The public is easily swayed by some speeches. The royal family has its own bards. Their skill is to make sure their policies are supported, and they seem exceptionally excited, but this only lasts for a limited time, the princess explained from the side. I know, Wu Heng nodded. During the last false prince's speech, various spells were used to enhance the persuasiveness of the words. What the princess meant to say was that these people were being influenced. In reality, with the power of the skeleton army, it was entirely possible to crush the resistance. But that would result in more deaths. Hence, Wu Heng had spent a great deal of time looking for a more gentle method of occupation. Your Highness, we have arrived at the association. I've already arranged with the local steward to use the meeting room, the commander informed him. Wu Heng stepped out with the princess, walked through the hall, and entered the meeting room on the side. After waiting for a while in the meeting room, the managing minister Edwin came in with several officials. Glancing at Wu Heng and the accompanying princess, he greeted, Your Highness, Princess. What's going on outside? Wu Heng asked. The managing minister's face was grim. Someone released news that you're ceding the land to save your own life, claiming that if the land falls into the hands of necromancy, the living will become experimental subjects and slaves. Well, that's not very original. This was the same rumor circulating in Blackstone Town. When London City occupied half of another city, the previous city lord also used similar rumors, claiming that the people living there would become experimental subjects. And it was still the same now. Human imagination does seem to lack variety, revolving around these same two themes. It's okay, they'll know the truth soon enough, Wu Heng continued to ask, are the people from London City still here for the negotiations? They're all at the tavern, and they've brought their own guard team. Go notify them to come here directly to sign the agreement, Wu Heng instructed. The managing minister glanced around and then pulled him to the side. Looking again at the princess, he whispered, Your Highness, do we need to delay a little, perhaps by arranging for the princess or someone else to go to London City? London City won't accept that condition, and it would only lead them to doubt our sincerity. Let's stick to the plan we set before, Wu Heng said directly. Seeing that he had made up his mind, the managing minister did not press any further. He said, I'll personally take a team over there. Things are a bit chaotic in the city, just to prevent any trouble on the way. Good, Vaughn, take some people and go with him, Wu Heng also instructed. Yes. The commander nodded and left with a few people. The rest left. Wu Heng went to an inner room to change back into the prince's attire. It was time for the endgame, and he had to play the role of the second prince well. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked on, and the princess walked directly in. She wore leather armor and donned a hooded cowl. She looked more like a mercenary coming to the association for a mission. The princess pushed up the brim of her hood, her gaze complex as she looked at him. Leaving? Wu Heng asked. He had promised her that he would release her once the second prince's role was over. Although not formally concluded, the proceedings that followed would not need her. Yes, I've come to say goodbye. The princess stood still, her face showing a gentle smile. Wu Heng took out 2 heavy pouches, find a place you like and start a shop. The princess's expression faltered, but she looked at the bags and still collected them. Thank you. When I have money later, I will repay you. There's plenty to spare, we won't miss this little bit. The princess smiled, waved her hand, and said, Then I'm off. Go then, Wu Heng nodded. The princess took one more look at him, then left the room. Taking the maids who came with her, they all headed outside. Wu Heng finished dressing. A guard's voice came from the doorway, Your Highness, the people from London City have arrived and are in the meeting room. Wu Heng opened the door and strode toward the meeting room. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was rather tense. Along the two sides of the oak conference table, the delegations sat starkly divided. On the left, officials from the Second Prince's camp. On the right, negotiators from London City, led by Harut. One of them was the steward from the local association. As a third-party observer, also considered a witness. Creak. The door opened. Wu Heng, dressed in a deep blue brocade robe, walked in, sweeping his gaze across the room and making brief eye contact with Harut. Harut's lips slightly curled, then flattened again, his expression stoic. "Your Highness," the officials bowed. Wu Heng nodded, then gave a nod to the local steward by way of greeting. He took his place at the main seat on the left and got straight to the point. "I accept London City's proposal, and we can sign the agreement today." "That would be best," Harut said, pulling out a copy of the agreement promptly. Before Wu Heng could speak, the managing minister interjected, "Isn't your leader coming?" Harut's expression remained calm. "There's no change in the agreement, and I am fully authorized to handle this matter. Besides, even if the city lord were to come from London City, it would take at least a half-month. Do you really want to waste time on such a matter?" Chapter 833, Agreement reached. The minister in charge fell into silence in an instant. They indeed had no time to waste. Wu Heng waved his hand signaling others not to speak anymore and looked back at Harut. "I agree to your terms, let's sign the truce agreement right away." "Good." Harut immediately took out an agreement. Wu Heng took it and handed it to the minister for inspection, while he himself began discussing with the other side about resuming production after the truce. Soon, the minister and a few other officials had checked the agreement. No problem. Wu Heng picked up a pen, signed his name directly, and stamped the seal. After Harut received it, he also signed his name. Both parties confirmed, then stood up and shook hands. "Prince, when do you plan to go to London City with us?" Wu Heng said, "After everything is settled here, I will leave with you." "Good, we'll wait for you outside," Harut said, then stood up with his men and left the room directly. The truce was only the first step. What followed were the joint efforts to counter the threats of the Crown Prince and the sect. Of course, everything needed to be done step by step. The London City personnel left. The minister's expression was pained, his eyes brimming with tears. "Your Highness. All right, I'm not going to my death. Once there, I will negotiate with the city lord on their side. You all must ensure your own safety," Wu Heng said. "If they aren't fools, they won't kill me when I am there, rest assured." "Your Highness, you must protect yourself." Wu Heng nodded, then said, "You arrange for someone to issue a proclamation, making the truce known, disband all conscripted soldiers, and pay them their full military expenses." "Yes, Your Highness," the minister immediately arranged for officials to get it done. Then, looking at Wu Heng again, he asked, "How many people should we arrange to accompany you to London City?" "Just Vaughn and a few others will accompany me," Wu Heng said. Vaughn was the commander of the accompanying guards. "Yes, Your Highness," Vaughn responded from the side. The minister also said, "Do you need anything else prepared?" "No need, dragging on longer will only invite trouble, we'll leave now." "Your Highness, remember to write to me." Wu Heng nodded, understood. As they left the room and met with Harut and his men, they departed directly from the back door. 3 carriages left under the escort of the guard team. The plaza still gathered a sizable crowd, chanting a jumble of slogans. At that moment, an official climbed onto the platform, clutching the truce agreement tightly in his hand, with beads of sweat the size of bends rolling down his forehead. Without time to wipe them away, a bard nearby released 3 amplifying spells. The official shouted, "Quiet, now read out the prince's decree." His voice, with the enhancement of magic, echoed over the plaza, instantly drowning out the noise of the crowd. The official continued, "We in London City have reached a truce. The war is over." This time, the angry crowd revealed expressions of surprise, and their voices unconsciously lowered. The official went on, "Not only that, all conscripted soldiers will be immediately released to reunite with their families at home. And moreover, the land and cities remain ours, we did not cede any land to them, and everyone will not become experimental subjects for necromancy. This is the agreement signed by the prince with London City, do not be deceived by rumors from outside." The official shouted loudly, and his voice exploded in the crowd. In an instant, the plaza fell silent, everyone looking up in awe, some in disbelief. No one was seated, it was a truce agreement. That meant, henceforth, no more deaths. It was all rumors before. No ceding of land, I knew the prince could never do such a thing. My son can come home? No more wars? The crowd became noisy again. Meanwhile, more people were posting notices at various crossroads. On the carriage. Bella whispered, "The protest of the crowd has stopped, they are praising the prince." Glenda also followed up, missed an opportunity to increase prestige. No hurry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Wu Heng continued. The carriage moved on slowly. As they approached the city gates, Zhao peeked in from outside. Uncle, the princess is at the city gate. Wu Heng pulled aside the curtain and looked through the gap. He saw two figures standing there in the bustling crowd. Neither leaving the city nor walking backward. Natalia longed for freedom and life outside, but when everything was truly before her, she suddenly felt directionless. Perhaps, she no longer had the ability to live on her own outside. Return to the family? The royal struggle continued, and likely, upon her return, she would be sent to the crown prince for interrogation about the second prince. So there she stood, lost, watching the coming and going crowd. Lost? A familiar voice suddenly rang out from one side. Natalia and her maidservant saw the guards, several carriages, and the familiar figure behind the curtains. Natalia's expression hardened. No, not lost. Just thinking about where to go. I have a few places in mind, just haven't settled on one yet. Wu Heng glanced at her, then looked at the maidservant with a bitter expression. He could guess the gist. How about you come with me for now? When you figure out where to go, you can leave. Natalia's eyes shifted, then she squeezed out a smile. I will follow the prince's recommendation. Get on the carriage then. Chapter 834. How is Gold and Silver Island? After a long journey, the carriage finally returned to Sea Turd Fortress. Standing on the towering walls were skeletons clad in blue armor, wielding weapons, their hollow sockets flickering with eerie blue soul fire. It formed a continuous line along the wall. The guard team, following the carriage, also started looking grim. How come there are so many? What kind of weapons are those necromancy wielding? The news mentioned that the skeletons of London City use a device that shoots out pellets. It must be that. Do you think the people in the city have all been turned into skeletons? The guard team continued forward, quietly discussing among themselves. They were the rear guard and had not participated in the necromantic wars of London City. Although they had heard some news, they had not expected so many undead skeletons on the city walls. The skeletons guarding the city lined up in rows. Surely not all the people in the city had been killed. From inside the carriage, one could faintly hear the discussions of the guard team. The princess lifted the curtain, her eyes filled with fear as she looked up at the walls. She turned towards Wu Heng in surprise. She wanted to ask a question but then closed her mouth. There was a look of worry she could hardly conceal on her face. As the carriage moved forward, it approached the city gate. After some negotiations and a brief check, the city gate opened, and the convoy moved inside. After entering the city, the scene was completely different from what had been anticipated. There were no bodies scattered everywhere, no aura of death. Shops along the road were all open for business, and people could be seen out on the streets, some of them looking over from afar and gathering to talk in low voices. Apart from the skeleton patrol guards passing by on the streets, the city seemed no different from a normal human city. Your Highness, your accommodation has been arranged. It is opposite the commander's mansion. Our city lord has prepared a banquet as well. Harut approached, maintaining a proper distance as he spoke. Returning to Sea Turd Fortress made Wu Heng feel as if he were returning home. Stepping down from the carriage, he took a deep breath. Then he said, Vaughn will accompany me to the banquet, and Natalia will take the others to the accommodation. Yes, Your Highness, the group saluted. The crowd split up at the spot. The guard commander and Wu Heng, following Harut, went to the commander's mansion, while the princess and the rest of the guard team went directly to the arranged temporary lodging. After arriving at the commander's mansion, Wu Heng met Wen Mancha. They exchanged smiles and then sat down at the dining table after introductions by Harut. During the meal, they discussed subsequent arrangements. After all, the guard captain was also in attendance. The act must go on. After discussing the matters of mutual defense and government official arrangements, Wen Mancha glanced at the commander beside her and then said, How does the second prince plan to travel to London City? We have a device that can return to London City in a short period, but it can only take you alone. If you travel by normal means, it might take half a month by train. Wu Heng feigned surprise and asked, How safe is this device? I will be using this device to return as well. I certainly wouldn't joke with my own life, Wen Mancha said. Then good, I'll go with you tomorrow, Wu Heng replied, then looked at the accompanying commander. Vaughn, you take the squad and follow by train later. Your Highness, wouldn't that be a bit? Vaughn came closer, his tone hesitant. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, just act as usual. Yes, Your Highness, Vaughn nodded directly. Wen Mancha kept her smile. Then tomorrow morning, when I leave, someone will come to fetch Your Highness. Good, then I'll take my leave now. Wu Heng stood up. Accompanied by Wen Mancha, Wu Heng and the guard commander left the commander's mansion and returned to their arranged mansion. After returning, Vaughn continued to advise for a while from behind. However, Wu Heng insisted on leaving early with Wen Mancha the next day under the pretext of building mutual trust. Vaughn felt it was risky and unnecessary, but the prince insisted, and he had no better solution. He could only agree. Upon seeing the princess, Wu Heng suddenly thought of her. He couldn't leave her behind since she was supposed to accompany him to London City for subsequent plans. He would need to find a reason to take her along when they left tomorrow. As for the princess's maid, she could go with the guard team. Then, after a chat with the princess, he returned to his own room to rest. Once it was completely dark, ensuring no one would come looking for him, Wu Heng cast the teleportation technique and returned to the commander's mansion. The spell array in the hall was gradually becoming complete, and Wu Heng's figure also appeared following it. As soon as his vision was restored, he saw two figures not far away. Wen Mancha was sitting in a chair, with Harut standing beside her. "Master, you've arrived." "Sir." Wu Heng also showed a smile. "I've arrived. You really look the part. If I wasn't familiar with your eyes, I would have thought you actually were the second prince," Wen Mancha said as she walked over with a smile. "I specifically learned his movements and tone. Pretending to be someone else is quite tiring," Wu Heng said, taking off his coat, which Harut then took and hung up. "Master has worked hard. It's our fault, Harut and I lack the ability to handle such things well," Wen Mancha said with a distressed tone. She was in charge of handling matters in London City. However, in the end, Wu Heng had to come back from far away to deal with several big issues. "It's okay, you all have worked hard as well," Wu Heng said with a smile. If he didn't have the other world or modern weapons, no one could handle these situations well. For someone like Wen Mancha, who came from a gang background, trying to stand against the second prince without outside help would be impossible. "Thank you, Master," Wen Mancha said again, and Harut also bowed. "Let's go see our daughter," Wu Heng said, wrapping his arm around Wen Mancha's waist and walking upstairs. They entered the children's room together. A few ghost hags were tidying up scattered toys. "Hush, she's asleep," Wen Mancha made a shushing gesture. The three of them carefully observed. Wu Heng lowered his voice. "She seems to have grown quite a bit. Children grow up fast." "That's true." Wen Mancha continued, "Do you think, when the child is a bit older, we should see if she has any talent for spellcasting? I wouldn't know how, maybe we could hire a teacher to look into it when the time comes." "You're just being lazy." "Not at all, I truly don't know how to teach." They whispered for a while, careful not to disturb the child's rest. Then they tiptoed out of the room. Back in the corridor, Wu Heng said, "I'll go to the radio room to check on the situation at Gold and Silver Island. Harut, please prepare the bathwater." "Yes, sir." Harut turned and left. Wen Mancha returned to the bedroom. Inside the radio room, Wu Heng picked up the microphone and said, "Get Minnie for me." Before long, Minnie's voice came through. "This is Gold and Silver Island." "Minnie, it's me." "Master." Minnie exclaimed in surprise, her tone full of joy. Following that, footsteps and the voices of Roby, Annette, and a few other maids calling out "Master" were also heard. "Good, hope you all are doing well." "We're all good. Master, how about you?" "I'm almost done here, I'll be back in a few days," Wu Heng said directly. "Really? We've been missing you so much," Minnie said somewhat coyly. Laughter from the other maids and "we miss you too" phrases continued to come through. It seemed like the maids spent their days quite happily. Among the many maids, it seemed that those who went with him to Gold and Silver Island had relatively easy lives. Andre Willow had been arranged to work at the city hall, while Minnie and Roby had good living conditions and didn't have much to worry about. Wen Mancha would often mention enviously the lives Minnie and the others led. Wu Heng continued, "How's Gold and Silver Island?" When talking about serious matters, the laughter on the other end stopped. Minnie said, "Everything is normal on Gold and Silver Island." Ziligui, the steward, came over twice, asking the skeleton prophet to help identify two fugitives. Also, the church on the island is running again, and according to the steward, several high-level priests have arrived. The Holy Court had reopened? The last time, Lilith had beaten up 2 level 18 professionals from the Holy Court and even sent those 2 back to headquarters for punishment. When he left, the church was still closed, and now they had added high-level professionals. Why such a keen interest in Gold and Silver Island? Besides, now that he had a level 20 skeleton and several zombies in training in prison, he wasn't really afraid of these people. They haven't done anything, have they? No, they're just doing some evangelism on the island, but there's a problem with their church. Skeletons can't get near it, and the daily ringing of the bell causes nearby skeletons to become unstable. The steward, Ziligui, said there is something in the church that restrains skeletons. Chapter 835, The more he lives, the more danger we are in. An artifact against skeletons? It's aimed at me, isn't it? Damn it. You guys don't worry about it, I'll talk about it when I get back. Understood, Master. Minnie pondered for a moment before replying, Master, during this time, Lilith the leader and Sister Shainila have also contacted you. What did they say? Lilith the leader only left a message in the skeleton record book. As for Sister Shainila, I chatted with her. She talked about the situation in Netali City and some former officials and families who have came to support the 5th princess. On the 5th princess's end, there was the plan previously set to get involved with the Hueco kingdom. But situations are always changing. Now that I have the 2nd prince's territory, I have enough to start collecting reputation. When the time comes, I'll talk to Shainila and see what we should do next. I'll contact her when I get back. Then, Andre Willow's voice came through, Master, we've run out of stock of the medicinal tablets, and now the island's Chamber of Commerce is speculating about our purpose for not continuing the sales. I'll be back in a few days to replenish the stock, said Wu Heng. Inside the castle, dim light filtered through colored glass, casting shadows below. Crown Prince Di Talia wielded a heavy sword and was training in the Great Hall. A servant quickly walked in, head bowed, stood at the entrance, and spoke softly, Your Highness. The Crown Prince occupied the royal capital. But the land was divided into several parts, and the relationships among the princes and princesses were tangled. A portion of the ministers and associations had not recognized him. Even having taken over all affairs, he still held the title of Crown Prince and could not yet claim to be king. The Crown Prince sheathed his sword slowly. What's the matter? The servant bowed and said, Commander Viola has returned, and is outside, waiting for your summons. The Crown Prince frowned and asked, Just her? Just one person. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes, speculated on the outcome, and said slowly, Let her came to the hall. The servant turned and left. The Crown Prince put on a jacket and went outside. Viola stood waiting at the entrance for a while. She saw the servant emerge. Please, this way. Following him, she directly entered the building. Upon entering the Great Hall, she saw the imposing figure of the Crown Prince with brown hair tied back, donned in a purple gold robe. His demeanor was serious and detached, commanding a natural authority. Viola glanced at him and curtsied, Greetings, Your Highness. Her tone conveys a superficial respect. After all, there had been cooperation between the kingdom and the Church of Divine Punishment. How did the mission go? The Crown Prince asked in a steady voice. The mission failed, and I was the only one left. I managed to escape by relying on my profession's abilities. The Crown Prince's pupils contracted abruptly, his gaze filled with doubt and unease. So many level 18s were dispatched, and not only did the mission fail, but only one person returned. Has my brother grown to such an extent? I had received the prior message and sent out the special item for tracking. How could the losses be so severe? The Crown Prince stared into her eyes. Viola sat down aside and said directly, During the operation, London City also got involved, and in the end, only I made it out. Toward the end, her tone grew considerably more serious. It was clear that her departure had not been as smooth as her words suggested. What happened? The Crown Prince's brow furrowed. He was aware of London City, but it was unexpected for them to be involved in this matter. Viola took a deep breath and spoke gravely, Do you know the Gold and Silver Island, Master? When we, 3 level 18 professionals and hundreds of elites, clashed with them, he appeared. She paused briefly, her voice growing even more somber. Alone with skeletons, he killed everyone except me. Hearing this news, the Crown Prince's expression initially froze, and it took him a long time to react. His face changed, suddenly losing his previous composure. How is that possible? Viola continued, It's the truth, and I can submit to the verification of the special item to confirm the authenticity of my words. The Crown Prince looked stunned at the other side before asking, What about Clifford? What about my brother? When we attacked him, he used the Phantom train to escape. He escaped? With so many high levels dead, he ran? Viola maintained her narrative. No, I believe he was killed by Wu Heng, and moreover, Wu Heng's purpose for this trip was to kill him. The Crown Prince leaned on his forehead, his expression momentarily lost in thought. Ah. He ultimately sighed deeply. Viola said, Your Highness, Wu Heng is growing too fast. If he doesn't die, our danger will only increase. The Crown Prince's eyes turned sharp as he spoke with gravity. Tell me about him. After bathing, dressed in loose pajamas, Wu Heng returned to the bedroom. Lord Wen Mangekyō sat on the edge of the bed, sipping juice, and as he entered, her lips curled into a smile. Master, Hartle mentioned that you've also brought back a princess? Is she another one of your spoils of war? I've also made a contract with her. She poses no threat to us. I plan to have her continue to disguise herself as the 2nd prince in London City, Wu Heng said as he handed the towel to Wen Mangekyō, who rose to help him dry his hair. She's disguising herself? Wen Mancha asked curiously. After I deliver you to London City, I'll have to return to Gold and Silver Island. However, the identity of the second prince will need to be maintained for a while longer, at least, it mustn't be discovered by the incoming guard team, Wu Hang said quietly. Can she disguise herself well? She's familiar with the second prince's behavior and habits. I was able to fool the prince's own tutor because she had previously told me about some of his quirks. There shouldn't be much trouble dealing with the guards in London City, Wu Hang explained. Wen Mancha pondered for a moment. What about her voice? Can your mask change her voice too? And what about her figure? Can her chest be disguised as well? So first we'll go back and see if we can find an item that can change her voice. As for the chest matter, she can bind it and make fewer appearances, Wu Hang stated directly. You had it all figured out from the start? Wen Mancha placed the towel aside. Wu Hang shook his head. No, she wanted to leave before, but it seemed like she had nowhere else to go, so she followed along. Oh. Wen Mancha responded with a smile. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Butler Hartle entered, carrying a fruit plate. He was dressed in a semi-transparent silk nightgown, revealing an enchanting figure. On her full chest hung a sparkling rhinestone. Wen Mancha said with a smile, Hartle, the fruit has arrived just in time. Hartle, head bowed, appeared somewhat flushed. Leave the fruit here, go back and bring the glasses, Wen Mancha instructed. Yes, madam, Hartle said, bowing before walking out. When he returned, he stood hesitantly at the door, looking at the two on the bed. Wen Mancha gestured for him to come over with a soft voice. Come here. It's not the first time, there's nothing to be shy about, I'm tired. Hartle carefully took Wen Mancha's place. Wu Hang caressed his cheek. Still shy? Hartle looked back at him with a tender expression, shaking his head slightly. Wu Hang studied the swaying rhinestone with his finger. I like you wearing this. Thank you, master. Hartle said with a smile. The next day, in the morning, Wu Hang again took on the role of the second prince and, alongside the accompanying Commander Vaughn, discussed the subsequent arrangements. He would head to London City with Wen Mancha first. The commander and the remaining few would take the train, following the newly constructed railway to London City. Hartle would stay at Seaturd Fortress, maintaining contact with those from the second prince's side and making further arrangements. Once everything was ready, they went straight out of the fortress. This is Wen Mancha, she will be in charge of London City. The baby in her arms is our daughter, Wu Hang introduced Wen Mancha, then turned to the woman opposite him, Princess Natalia. The princess looked at Wen Mancha curiously, her gaze shifting to the infant in her arms. So the previously mentioned daughter was one she had with the Lord of London City. No wonder she had come all the way from Gold and Silver Island. The second prince's plans had threatened his family. Lord Wen Mancha. Princess Natalia, Wen Mancha greeted then praised her briefly. We're both maids to our master, we should get along well. Hearing the word maid, the princess's face showed a hint of discomfort, but she nodded. You are right. No fighting, okay? Wu Hang interjected, then opened. Mansion skill, you both go in, I'll let you out once we get there. Wen Mancha walked into the mansion, holding the child. The princess watched the two of them, then followed into the mansion skill. After closing the skill, Wu Hang donned the train captain's hat, and disappeared onto the train. As dusk approached, the train arrived in London City. Wu Hang got off the train, the outline of the city visible in the distance. The train is really faster. The biggest downside of impersonating the second prince was wasting time on the road. London City seemed unchanged. The streets were bustling with crowds, and one could even see a beastman spitting and roaring loudly at the roadside. Returning to the city lord's mansion, Wu Hang opened mansion skill, and the two women with the child walked out. Master, madam, the housemaids greeted them, bowing slightly. Wen Mancha handed the child to a maid. Is there anything new in the city? Nothing much, except the officials from the city hall said they need to be informed once you return, the maid said respectfully. Wen Mancha nodded. Inform City Hall that I'm back, they can come over if there's anything. Yes, madam, and make a trip to the consortium, have their person in charge come here, Wen Mancha added. Yes. The maids quickly departed. The princess, however, continued to stare wide-eyed, taking in her surroundings. Butterflies flitted among the flowers, the courtyard was filled with the rich scent of blossoms, and the ground was blanketed in soft, cushy grass like a green carpet. In this beautiful courtyard, the walls, corners, open spaces, and even the rooftops of buildings were crowded with armored skeletons. Holding weapons, their hollow eye sockets glowed with soul fire. Have we arrived in London City? That fast? Chapter 836, Stay in Disguise. Wu Hang walked forward, looked back, and saw the princess still standing there, looking around. He called out, Natalia, let's eat first. After that, I'll arrange someone to show you around the city. Oh. The princess quickened her pace to catch up and then asked, Sir, is this London City? Yes, do you feel any difference from your place? Wu Hang asked. The princess took a deep breath and said, the taste of freedom. You can take in more of it when we go out onto the streets, and you'll even smell the sweaty stench of the beastmen. The princess was taken aback. Are beastmen smelly? Wu Hang shrugged and didn't answer, and the princess continued to follow him into the hall. The hall of the city lord's mansion was still luxurious, filled with glamorous decorations and art pieces designed by top craftsmen. These were gifts from the wealthy and noble of various races from Gold and Silver Island. As for Lord Wen Mancha, Wu Hang also tended to favor her in various aspects. When Mancha went to meet the summoned officials, Wu Hang, in the meantime, arranged for maids and guards for the princess.